Hey, this is Michael Pavlovich, and welcome to ZBrush 4 Character Production 3. Leaving off from our last series where we created the game res polygon assets for a cowboy character, we are now going to create UVs, textures, and finally finish the tutorials off with some quality rendering. To start this tutorial, we're going to UV our low-res mesh utilizing 3 different programs. Just as when we were re-topologizing in the previous character production video, I want to give you a number of options so you can see what UV solutions work best for your specific pipeline, or if you want, you can use a combination of all 3 programs like I do. We'll start out in Headis UV, where I'll show you the basics of cutting seams, unfolding and flattening meshes, symmetry, pinning UVs, avoiding overlapping UVs, and even packing your UV shells all within Headis. We'll also show you many of these same techniques using Maya's native UV layout panel and UV layout tools, making sure that if you don't have access to Headis, that you can still achieve similar results. Finally, we'll go into ZBrush and use our awesome Z plugin UV Master to give us some really quick UVs, using a combination of poly painting and poly groups to help us fine-tune exactly how we want our UVs to be laid out. We'll then use some low-resolution ZBrush fiber settings to get the game res beard and eyebrow hair, as well as baking off his stubble as a separate mask that we can use in Photoshop later. We'll bring in photo reference into Photoshop to create the eyes. And finally, we go into the texturing program Dedo to create our final diffuse, specular, and gloss maps. To bake our maps, we're going to use a program called XNormal, which will allow us to bake a normal map, ambient occlusion map, and even a map of our poly paint that we did for our high-res sculpt in ZBrush. We'll also go into XNormal's Tools section and create a cavity map that you can use for a number of your maps later. We'll organize our maps in Photoshop, and we'll do a cleanup pass in there as well to ensure that our maps are nice and clean to avoid texture problems further down the pipeline. Finally, once we have our game res mesh, UVs, and textures put together and organized, we'll hop into Modo for some final presentation renders. We'll go over things like lights, materials, render settings, shadow planes, alpha masks, and HDR lighting setups to help you create some really nice presentation renders for your final game res assets. This last character production video should give you a number of solutions for quickly and easily creating quality assets for your own custom character pipeline. Alright, now we're going to jump over into Headis. So I'm going to minimize Maya here, and I've got my desktop, and my nice clean desktop. So I've got my Headis application shortcut over here, and the easiest way to get into Headis with an OBJ is just to drag your OBJ and just drop that on your application there. And let's move everything so you can see what I'm doing. So it's been a while, we'll do later. We've got our UV layout here, and we've got automatically it goes into load UVs. Now, if you have UVs already on your object and you just want to update them, you're going to want to do poly edit. Since we're coming in fresh, we don't have any UVs we need to worry about. We're just going to do poly new, and that'll just delete all of our UVs and we'll just come in fresh. So with this, we'll go ahead and load. And here's our UV window. I can go ahead, if you're on your computer, what you can do is hit this button right here, and that'll maximize it. Now, obviously, when I maximize it, it's going to go past my recording dimension. So I'm going to bring this back down. I'm just going to manually drag this out. So make our window a little bit bigger here. And go to display and make sure you have Y up is what I'm used to working in. So if you're having navigation problems, that's probably why is you need to turn Y up. And so let's go ahead and start taking this guy apart. So how I'm navigating is I'm holding on Alt and just dragging in my screen, just like in Maya. And to move, or to kind of rotate my object right here, I'm doing Control Alt. And then to zoom in and out, I'm doing Alt, and then left mouse and middle mouse. and then to pan, I'm just doing Alt and middle mouse. So it's very Maya navigation in headers, which is useful. So we're automatically in 2 view. If I hold down spacebar and middle mouse drag, I can actually drag pieces of the mesh around. So again, that's holding down spacebar and middle mouse dragging. And I can move these things around so we can kind of see what we're doing. So all these meshes. So that way you can make sure you're getting everything. And we'll go ahead and zoom in here, and let's go ahead and start with the head. Now, because we know this head is symmetrical, there's a cool thing we can do, is if we go over here, let's close that display just by clicking on that button. And actually, let's go into Edit, and we're going to do Symmetry Find. Now, when I click Symmetry Find, if you look down at the bottom, it's going to tell you how to use this. So it's going to say left mouse button, pick on an edge, middle mouse button, pick on a pair, space to continue. So you can do a left mouse button, click on that edge, then click on a corresponding edge with your middle mouse, and then hit spacebar, and it should find your symmetry. If it doesn't, click Find. Try left mouse clicking in the middle, and then just hitting spacebar, and then it'll find it. So one of those 2 methods will work. And if you need super detailed headless instructions, if you just go to their website, you can download all their videos, and they give you very, very detailed instructions. I'm going to be kind of using headless light. I've got the professional version over here. So there is a free version of headless you can use. You can use the flatten and stuff. So there's going to be some options in here you're not going to have in the free version. But if you want more detailed headless instructions, definitely go check out their website. Anyway, so we have symmetry here. So when I go in here and make my cuts, so let's say we want to go ahead and cut around his ear probably, or up the back of his head. Gotta kind of figure out where we want to make this guy's cuts that'll kind of make sense. And there's going to be some pretty intense stretching and compression on here. We're going to try to find ways to minimize that. But anyways, if we go ahead and cut, so I'm going to hit C on my mesh here. And I'm just going to go around my mesh and hit C, and that's going to cut these edges. I'm going to go ahead and slice his head here. Actually, before I pop anything out, let's go ahead and just see how he flattens out. So I'm going to hit Shift W, and that's going to get rid of a lot of those lines. I'm just going to go through the model and hit Shift W. And instead of hitting Shift W, you can also just hit the backspace key as you hover over these edges. That'll get rid of those. So let's say we want to go ahead and UV this. So we've already turned on symmetry. We can hit D, and that'll drop it. So headless has 3 views. If you hit 1, this is your UV view, and that's the mesh we just dropped. 2 is our mesh view, so we can kind of go through here and make our cuts and then send it into UV view. And then 3 is our model view, which I'll show you in a minute after we've UV'd this guy. You can kind of cycle through and see textures on him, make sure there's not a whole lot of stretching, or you can kind of evaluate the mesh before you export it. So here's our head. If I want to flatten this thing, I can hold down F, and that'll just kind of flatten his mesh out as you hold down F and hover over it. You can do Shift F, and that'll kind of pelt map it out to a circle, and then you can hit spacebar, and it'll kind of relax that. Now the first thing you're going to notice is this is getting really nasty. So generally speaking, along a head mesh, you're going to have compression on the nose and the ears just because they're meshes that kind of stick out. To alleviate some of this mess going on up here, what you can do is cut it up the back. You can cut it up the back while you're in this view. Just hit C and just kind of work your way up the mesh, and that'll kind of slice through his head up the back here. And then if I hold down F, that'll kind of ease some of that tension in there. And honestly, I can probably live with this compression around the ears and the nose. Not a huge deal. And he's also going to be wearing a hat. So if I go back into my 3 view, you're going to see I hit T, so that's our texture mode. So if I hit 1, this is our UV map, and you see these where it's blue, it means it's it's kind of stretching the texture. Where it's red, it's compressing the texture. So you want everything to kind of be green if you can. So if we hit 3, you can kind of see, okay, we're getting a lot of compression around the nose and the ears, which is understandable because it's taking all this geometry and trying to lay it on a flat plane, and that's an awful lot of kind of sticking out geometry to flatten out on a plane. So that's not great, but we'll see if we can alleviate that a little bit. If I hit T, that'll cycle through. Here's your grid kind of checkerboard map. Here's checkerboard with numbers, and then here's your default. So this is the view number 3 when I hit 3 on my keyboard. Go back into 1. If I want to cut this what I can do is hit Shift D, and that'll take it out of UV mode and throw it back into our mesh mode. So here's our mesh again. So that'll undrop it, basically. So if you wanted to cut this manually, you could go through here, and his hat comes along here. So if he's mostly going to be wearing his hat, I don't need to worry about seams that much. I can keep cutting this even further. So I can hit C here, maybe not that far. So I'm going to hold down backspace and just drag up. So maybe like to here, we can go ahead and cut. So I've got these cut. I can hit Enter, and that'll open that up. And these were cut from before. If you were doing this fresh, I'm going to hit Shift D while I'm in this view, and that'll undrop it completely. And then we can start, fresh. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit C. It's going to make a line all the way up here. And generally speaking, this is probably where you want your cut to end if he's going to be hatless. But since we got a hat, I'm going to cut it a little bit more because we can alleviate even more of that stretching. Hold down backspace and just drag up to about here. Hit Enter. That'll split him open. Hit D to drop him. Hit 1 to go back into that UV mode. And I'm just using Maya navigation right here. So Alt middle mouse drag, Alt middle mouse, and left click to kind of zoom in and out. And then I can hit two things. I can hit F, and that'll kind of flatten it out. Or I can do Shift F to pelt it first, and then hit space bar, and that'll kind of release it. And you're going to see we're going to have a lot of overlapping UVs happening in the eyeballs, which we're going to have to clean up. And if I keep letting this go, we're going to have some issues in the mouth. So I'm going to hit space bar before the mouth closes. And we'll deal with that later. Now, the cool thing about having the symmetry on is any changes I make over here. So if I control and middle mouse drag and move any of these points around, and I hover over this side and hit S, that's going to make both of these sides symmetrical. So as I'm working, I can go ahead and do whatever I need to do, and then make sure I hit S, and that'll make these both perfectly symmetrical UVs. And before I go ahead and clean this up, let's go ahead and go back and drop everything else too. So I'm going to go back into 2, click 2 on my keyboard, and we'll go ahead and UV the rest of this stuff. So an easy one to do is probably mouth bag. What I'm going to do is hit C. Actually, let's go ahead and find symmetry on the ones that are going to have symmetry. So what we can do is go over here and do find. Left mouse click on that, hit spacebar. Do find. Left mouse click down the middle, hit spacebar. Find. Spacebar. Find. Spacebar. Pants are symmetrical, so we'll do find. Hit spacebar. And these, I'm not overly worried about. I guess we can, like the cylinders and stuff, will end up rectangular mapping, which you'll see in a minute. So I'm not overly concerned about finding symmetry on those or this thing. And again, I'm holding down spacebar and middle mouse dragging. So I guess on this one we can go ahead and do find. Bullet I don't care about. Trigger I don't care about. So we'll do find. I'll do find. Find. All right, so we've got symmetry. We've got symmetry turned on for everything we need. So we'll go to this mouth bag here. Again, if I just hit drop on this mouth bag and then go and UV it, and then hold down F, it's gonna try and do it. It might be a little bit messy. Let's do Shift F, make it a little bit easier. And that's not too bad. If we cut it along the sides, and again, UVs on the mouth bag aren't all that important, but we should make them as nice as we can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in here on the bright side and hold down Control and middle mouse click and drag these points out so you can get a nice, try and get a nice line to cut through here. And I'm going to hold down C, or just tap C as I hover over these, either one. I'm just going to cut through here and then hit F. And that'll alleviate those. And if you want to, you can hit W and weld these back up, whatever makes sense. And then hit F to flatten. And then make sure this is symmetrical. I'm just going to hover over one side and hit S. And that'll make that that side symmetrical. And that's a lot of texture space for a mouth bag. So we'll make these smaller, which you can do in Hedis if you hold down, I think it's spacebar middle mouse, or I'm sorry, spacebar right mouse. You can make it bigger and smaller, but I'm not going to worry about that now. I'm going to make sure all my UVs are uniform for now. So hit S, make sure that's symmetrical. And we'll hop back into 2 mode. And now that I'm back in here, I'm just going to go ahead and just cut and drop, cut and drop, cut and drop. And then I'm going to go back to my other view, which is 2, and then we'll flatten everything out. Or I'm sorry, which is 1, and then we'll flatten everything out in that 1 view. So we're back in 2 mode. And what I'm going to do also is I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to save often. There's 2 different files you can save. So if I call this as I'm working, we'll call it UVs you can do UV002 or UV001 underscore working 001, however you want to do it. If I don't leave an extension like .obj and I hit save or hit enter, it's going to give it a UVL. That's a UV layout file. And that's going to maintain pretty much everything you see in all these views. It's going to maintain that, and any pinning you might do. So that's a good thing to save as you're working. If you wanted to save this and then go check it in another program, you'll want to do a save and then do a obj and then hit save, and that'll just save it as an obj. However, you will lose any pinning. It'll just be just like an obj file. Anything you haven't dropped will just be usually planar map from the front. But for now, while we're working, let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and save the UVLs as we work. So we'll go ahead and save this as UVs working 001.uvl. So when I'm done with this window, it says save as done. I can just hit dismiss. So we'll go through and go ahead and UV this stuff. This is kind of a rectangular object, and I'll tell you what that is later. So I'm going to drag this down here with my other cylinders. Teeth. These things should be pretty easy. So I'm going to hit, right in here in this tear duct, I'm going to hit C, C, enter, enter, drop, drop. For the tongue, we can cut this right down the bottom here. So I'm going to hit C, and that's selected the entire edge ring. So I'm going to do a backspace here and here. So I just want to cut through here. And then for these, I'm going to hit Shift W, and that's going to unselect that entire edge ring. So I'm going to hit enter, cut that up, and then hit D. That'll drop it. For the teeth, easiest way to do this one probably is I'm going to hit G or hold down G, and I'm going to paint a selection over the back here. So instead of cutting, I'm painting. And I'm just going to paint all the back faces of these teeth. And actually, now that I think about it, it might be better for me while I'm doing these different techniques to show you why I'm cutting them up in a certain way as I go. So what I'm going to do is with all these selected, instead of hitting enter, I can hit enter and then I'll pop them off, and then I can hit spacebar and move them around. But instead of doing that, I can also just hit D, and that'll drop anything that's highlighted. And then I can hit D on this. So I'm going to hit 1 to go into UV mode. And these are all the items we've dropped so far. So if I go in here, and since we didn't do symmetry on these, when I hit F, I'm not going to be able to do anything symmetrical between these. I might be able to find symmetry while I'm in this mode. So if we do a find symmetry, so we do a left click, left mouse button pick, middle mouse button pick, and then spacebar. Okay, it did find symmetry. So you can actually find symmetry while you're in here. So I'm flattening this out, making it nicer. Then all I have to do is hover over this one here and hit S, and it'll make it symmetrical. Here's our tongue. If I hold down F, it'll just kind of flatten that tongue out. And we're spacebar, middle mouse drag this out of the way. I can hit S to make sure we have symmetry, and then hold down F and flatten that out. Seems like we're still getting a little bit of, I'm going to go ahead and hit C and then flatten. See if we can alleviate some of that stretching there. And you can also, since this is going to be way back kind of in its throat here, you can actually cut through here as well. Don't need to worry about seam lines in here. Not a huge deal for a tongue anyways. So the teeth, so this is the back area that I hit G, and G is just paint mode. If you hit G and just tap G in this open viewport area, you're going to see all the different options you can do. So for example, Shift G is unmarked paint. So if I hit Shift G, or actually it should be G and then U. Oh, sorry, GU is unmark all, so I hit G and then U, it'll unmark everything. So I'm going to hit F. So this is we pop these off the back. I'm going to hit F on this one. And these are our teeth here. S. So the reason why I hit S to make those symmetrical, the reason why I pop these off is to see, number one, just to make it easy. So, I flatten these out pretty easily. Another reason is you can actually possibly go in here and just weld some of these. So I'm going to hit W. I'm going to weld these teeth edges to each other and see if that'll kind of work for me. And because this is symmetrical, it's as I hit W over here, it's hitting W over here. So we're going to weld all these points at once. There's two things to do. So again, weld is just hitting W. If you want to undo a weld selection edge, you can just hover over it and hit backspace. W. You can hit M, and that'll magnetically snap it where it needs to go. But I'm just going to drag these out and then hit Enter, and that's just going to pull all those, snap all those merged, welded edges together. And hit F, and I didn't do too bad of a job. I'm going to hold down Control and drag this out. I'm going to hit C and cut these corners here, and then F. And we went ahead and welded these. I'm not loving it. It's not a huge deal to have these back faces separately, so I'm just going to hold down or do Control Z and get rid of that. I'm just going to Control Z back through those welds to deselect those. So we've got our back of our teeth and the front of our teeth. So F to flatten, S to make symmetrical. If you did want to, actually, maybe we can weld this side over here. So I'm going to hit M. Let's see what this does. Enter. Shift F. So I mean, you could. You could weld this, make one less shell. It's not a huge deal, and it's kind of silly to do that. So I'm just going to Control Z out of that too. So this will be good enough. So I'm going to hit Shift W on these welds and get rid of those weld markers. There's the front face of our teeth and the back face of our teeth. And the reason I did that is I'm going to hit 2 and go back into this mode. Is the reason I painted these back faces is because it's easier to make that selection. You've got these nice big broad faces. If I go through here and hit C, I'm going to have to go through here and hit cut, and I'm going to have to clean this up, and it's a big pain in the butt. So I'm going to undo those. And then, just to get rid of these back faces, I'm going to hold down G, and it's painting both sides because it's symmetrical. And it's just a lot faster to just go through here and paint this selection. So while you're working in here, just, kind of think about which way would be fastest. Is it faster to paint a selection, or is it faster to go through and cut an edge loop? Another thing you want to be careful of is these long slivers here, which long slivers aren't ideal for game res geometry, but I'm not overly concerned about insides of teeth here. You want to make sure you get those selected sometimes. I just have a hard time selecting those. So just paint over that. Again, you can just hit D, D again. Go back in here. You can hold down F to flatten, or Shift F if you want to pelt it first. This will be fine. And because we couldn't really get welding to work on our teeth, I'm not really worried about welding these together either, so these would be separate. So here's the front of our bottom teeth, the back of our bottom teeth. I'll go back into 2 mode. And moving right along, this one should be pretty easy. I'm just going to drop this, just hover over it and hit D, go into 1, and then just hold down F. Good enough. That's fine. I mean, there is some minor compression in here, and some overlapping, but that's not a huge deal. And we'll clean up our overlaps in Maya later. So I'm just going to hold down F. Go back into 1 mode, or I'm sorry, 2. And let's go ahead and do our pants here. And the pants themselves might actually, sometimes when you're doing mirrored UVs, it's actually just sometimes easier to go ahead and just import half of your geo, UV it, and then when you go back into Maya and you have UVs, you can duplicate that across and then mirror and weld your UVs, which I might show you when we get in there. But for now, let's go ahead and hit G and go ahead and drop these bottom polys off. And I'm going to hit C, and right just down the inside seam, I'm going to hit cut those and then hit Enter. And I might need to make one more cut, I think up the back. We'll do a cut up the back. So I'm going to hit C, cut right up the back, hit Enter, and make sure it cuts all the way in. So I'm going to go up here and hit C, Enter, and then we'll drop this, go back into 1, F, flatten, flatten. You can hit S if you want to make them symmetrical. And again, while I'm thinking about it, save. We'll save this working 02 UVL. Always save often. I can go ahead and pelt map this, so Shift F, and then hit spacebar, and let those flatten out here. And it's kind of doing some weird stuff in here, so I'm going to help head us along a little bit. I'm going to hit spacebar to go ahead and stop that flatten, and middle mouse and spacebar drag to get it up out of the way here. So if I hold down F, it'll flatten. If I hold down B, it'll flatten in just this area. And if I hold down, if I hit B, I'm not sure, I don't remember how to make this brush size bigger or smaller, but You can look that up. I don't use that very often. But it's still not giving me what I want. So what I'm going to do, if you remember, I hold down Control and middle mouse. That'll do single UVs. If I hold down Control Shift, that'll do big areas of UVs. So I can kind of move this stuff around. So it's kind of having a hard time. And if I hold down F and I sit there and let it flatten forever, it might get to where I need it to. Hit S to be symmetrical again. But I'm just going to help it along. So I'm going to hold down Control Shift. I'm going to drag this area down. I'm going to drag all this stuff down. There we go. And kind of alleviate that problem area it was having. And now it's having a little bit of a problem area over here. I can just hold down Control Shift, hold down Control Shift, and just kind of open those areas up, hit F. And this area is actually kind of in a really tight spot on the model itself, so this area won't be resolved all that easily. But this is actually fine. So hold down F, hit S to make it symmetrical. F, S, and honestly, those pants are just fine. So I'm going to go back into 2, and hands are fun. Easiest way to do hands is cut it right down up the middle. So I'm going to hit C, and again, I'm not going to paint mode selection this, because in this case, hitting C is easier because it's selecting big areas. C, backspace over this. And if, well, it hasn't happened yet, but there's a couple different ways you can cut to kind of tell head us what you need to do. So as those come up, I'll bring up different ways. So I'm going to hit C, C, and it cuts all the way back through here. Okay, so here's a good example. So as I hit C, it tries to select an edge loop it thinks you want. Well, I didn't want it to go this way. I wanted it to go this way. So if I hit C and tell it, okay, cut around this way. Now, if I hit Shift W, it's going to deselect those. But if it deselects a bunch, like if it deselected this one and this one as well, what you can do is hit C over a yellow line, and that'll turn it red, and that'll kind of lock it in. So that's one way you can kind of get past that. So I'm hitting C here, C, and we'll see how this does. So I'm going to hit C. So I think I've cut all the way around his hand. Occasionally you'll find that you missed a little area in here, and how you find that is you have it all cut, hit Enter, and then hold down Spacebar, and if you can move it around, you did good. If you hit Spacebar, or if you hit Enter and you can't, then that means you missed a little edge in here and you need to go cut it. So we've got our top of our hand and our bottom of our hand. I'm going to drop D, D, go into 1, hit 1 to go into 1 view, flatten. And the reason why I'm hitting F in this case is sometimes when you're doing hands, you'll get these like, banana fingers. And as they start flattening, they'll start curving in on each other and start overlapping. So you can actually use this to your advantage. Like if you do a pelt map, that'll spread those fingers out really far. And then as you let it go, it'll slowly start to flatten. And then as you notice, oh, they're starting to get close to each other and they're starting to overlap, just hit spacebar. And then you're good to go. Luckily, this guy has pretty spaced out fingers, so it's not a huge deal. But if you've got a character with very close set fingers, you're going to run into that problem a lot. So your best bet is probably Shift F to pelt map, spread those fingers out, let it go, and as these finger gaps start closing in on each other, let them get, let these UVs relax as much as possible, but before they start overlapping and causing you a lot of problems, just hit spacebar, and that'll alleviate that problem. But in this case, if I hit Shift D, go back into 2 mode, and then drop these again, drop, or D. In this case, if I just hit F, his fingers are fine, because he's got big, fat sausage fingers with big spaces in between his hands. So not a huge deal at all. And I want to go ahead and merge these. So I'm going to hold on W. And it was easier for me to just leave this unmerged and then come in here, flatten them, and then merge them. So there's a reason why I just didn't leave it open in there. So I'm going to go ahead and merge all these. Again, I can hover over one of these shells and hit M, and that'll magnetize it to it. But instead of doing that, oops, it's like I missed one here, hit W. So again, I'm just W to weld these up. And then I'm just going to hit Enter, and then F to flatten. And I think that'll be just fine for hand UVs. Let's hit 2. And shirt. So the shirt is a lot like the pants. I'm going to hold down G and do paint selection on these end caps here. And then we'll hit D to drop. And the best way I want to cut this shirt up, I'm going to cut them right up the insides here. And this shirt isn't symmetrical, by the way, so I'm just going to have to kind of eyeball it. Hit C. And you're noticing it's selecting an edge loop up through here, which I don't want. And now that I look at this, I might be a little light on geometry in here. Cool thing about 3D is I can go ahead and cut this up, bake it out, and then I can just go ahead and add edge loops later if animation needs it, and it doesn't really affect anything because my UV maps will update accordingly. So I might do that if I remember. So not a huge deal. So I'm going to get where I can see. So it goes up here and then it starts selecting this edge loop. I'm going to hit C on this one. We're going to cut it right down the back of the shirt, or the bottom of the shirt here. Same thing on the other side. See, it's a little dark under there. There we go. So hit C. Now on this one, if I hit Shift W, good. That'll deselect that whole edge loop. So I don't want any of this, so Shift W. And if that doesn't get them all, you can just go through here and hit Shift W or just backspace. So we've made our cuts. Hit Enter. And that'll kind of separate it out. Maybe enough. Let's go ahead and drop it and see. So I'm going to drop it. And the cool thing about UVing in HEDIS, as opposed to the old-fashioned UVing of planar mapping, relaxing and all that stuff, is you can do stuff and just try stuff really quickly, and it doesn't really take all that much time to experiment. So I'm going to hit Shift F and pelt map the shirt out, and then hit space bar. And let's see how this does around the neck area is what I'm worried about. Not terrible. I can live with that. If you couldn't, since he does have suspenders on, you can cut it right up the back and alleviate some of the stretching in the neck area. But honestly, this is fine. So we'll just leave that. Hold down F, make sure it's all stretched out. And I think that'll be okay. So then we'll hit 1, 2, go back in here. And here's our belt. So let's go ahead and an inconspicuous area to cut this belt. There's a couple different ways you can do it. If there's something on him, like a holster or something that's always going to be covering it, you can cut it right along that. Or you can cut it along an already built-in seam, like right here. That'll work. So we'll just go ahead and cut it there, not a big deal. Hit Enter, D to drop. Let's do a good Shift F, spread it out, and give it a second to kind of resolve these nasty areas in here. And again, depending on how long you want to wait, I'm going to hit space bar. And just to make this a little bit straighter, if I want to go into Photoshop and have a little bit easier time, I'm going to hold down Control Shift. I'm going to straighten this out manually a little bit. Drag this down. Again, Control Shift and middle mouse dragging. So we'll kind of straighten that out. Straighten this up a bit. There we go. And then flatten again. And here's our holster. Let's see. The holster, I'm going to go ahead and just do a paint selection on this back. So we're going to weld these edges somewhere later on, but I want to just go ahead and just really quickly do a paint selection along the back area here. And probably maybe inside here. Good enough. So I'm going to hit D to drop that, D to drop that, hit 1. I'm going to flatten this one, just holding down F. And then I can just weld on one side or the other. So whichever side I choose, I can just hold down W, and let's go ahead and weld these edges here maybe. Now in this case, I'm not going to hit Enter because it's going to try and force these edges. Let me just go ahead and do it. It's going to force those edges across, and it's going to be nasty. So I'm going to hit Control Z. I'm going to hover over this shell and hit M, and that'll magnetize it over, make this a little bit nicer. Then when I hit Enter, it's a little bit easier to flatten. So that's when and where you would probably hit M. Hit 2. And again, I'm bouncing back and forth so you can kind of see why I'm making my cuts and why I'm flattening them out. But as you go through and you get used to this kind of thing, you can just go ahead and make all your cuts all at once and then hop in and do all your flattening at once, whichever way you decide. I'll do a quick paint selection on the bottom of the boot here. D to drop, and then I'll make a cut right along the inside of the foot where it's inconspicuous. Enter, D to drop, and let's go ahead and weld these back. So I'm going to hit F to flatten. F to flatten. And let's see if I can weld along this part of the foot here. M to magnet, enter to go ahead and fuse those together. And I'm not digging this. I'm going to hit C, cut one back, and then hit flatten. There we go. Good enough. Hit 2. Go back into this mode here. And this one, kind of the same deal. So this is a spur holder. I'm going to do a G paint selection on all these back faces. D to drop, D to drop. 1 go into this view. F to flatten, F to flatten. And let's go ahead and just weld. So I'm going to weld, holding W, and I'm just kind of brushing over these bottom edges here. M, magnetize, enter, flatten. Good enough. Let's go 2. Same thing for the spur. So just G, and again, you can hit C and go through and kind of cut around those edges, but it's just easier to hit G. So drop, drop. And while I'm out here, I'm just going to go ahead and do this one too. So what's the best way to do this one? We'll go ahead and paint a selection for the inside faces. D to drop. And then this is going to flatten out. This is going to be a problem here. So I'm going to hit C to cut this thing off. There we go. And then enter. I'm going to drag this out. And just real quickly, G, drop, drop, drop. And let's go look at this. So we can flatten these. And these two sides I'm not going to bother to weld. And you're going to see, ooh, there's some really bad compression along the star. And to alleviate that, I'm going to go through and on the left side, let me zoom in so you can see what I'm talking about. I'm going to hit C, cut, and hit F. C, F. I can cut and alleviate that, but then I'm going to get some major overlapping UV. So you know what? I'm just going to undo all that. And I'm just going to live with that. It's a spur. Don't really care about that. So F to flatten. And if it takes a long time, it might be better to pelt flatten, like the Shift F. Whichever you decide. Now in this case right here, if you want to alleviate some of this red compression, hit C on these corners here to cut, and then F. That'll make those nice and green. Depends on what you're looking for here. So now in this thing, we can go through and weld. So W. And honestly, I have no idea where I am in space. It's not all that important in this case. So M, magnetize, enter, F. If you did need to see, like, if this was a top or a bottom, what you can do is hold down G and, like, paint this strip, and then hit 3, and then go down. And this is a bad example because you can't really see inside, and you can't, unfortunately, you can't middle mouse spacebar. So what we can do is hold down Shift D and undrop that, and then you can go through here and go, oh, okay, this was the inside top. So let me go ahead and drop this again, and drop this, and let me give you a better example. So Shift F, Shift F. Whatever. Don't feel like waiting for that because I know I'm going to weld it anyway, so I'm just going to drag this up. So weld, hold down W, magnet, enter, F. Good enough. So in this case, this is a better example. So I'm going to hold down F, flatten, flatten. If I want to alleviate maybe some of the stretching, I can maybe cut these two, flatten. And then if I want to weld these back, I can hold down W, M to magnet, enter, F to flatten. And now if I want to see, like, okay, which side is this thing? I can hold down G to paint, and then go back into 3 mode, and then go in here. It's like, okay, this is what I've painted. So this is the left side of that spur. So just in case you needed to reorient yourself in your UV map, that's how you can do it. So I'm going to hold down and hit G. And again, if you look down at the bottom, U is to unmark all. So U. So flatten, flatten. And I've been recording for a while, so I'm going to go ahead and save. And keep going. And go ahead and dismiss that. And we'll hit 2. So now we just got a little bit left. Let's see. So all these inside faces need to go. So I'm going to go ahead and do a paint selection on these. And to make sure they lay out, I'm going to hit enter. And then middle mouse drag these out. Oops, look like I missed one. No, that's fine. And these are going to have to lay out flat, because if I drop these now, for example, and then hit F, they're gonna have a real hard time because I've got to cut along. Let me show you. Hit 2 again. I need to have a cut in here so it can lay out flat. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit C. Oops. C along that edge, hit enter, and now when I drop it and go and flatten, go hit 1 and then F, they'll be able to spread out here. And if that takes too long, Shift F, there we go, perfect. Straighten those out. Now again, hit S to make sure they're symmetrical. F to flatten, S to make sure it's symmetrical, and then we'll hit 2 to go back in that view. And for the rest of this, just middle spacebar, middle mouse, drag that out of the way. To lay this out flat, I'm going to cut along this natural seam here. See if this works. I'm going to hit C. And honestly, I'm honestly not used to UVing across an entire mesh. I've been UVing for games for so long that usually I only have half the mesh here, so it's a lot easier for my brain to see where I need to make my cuts, but it seems to be going so good so far. So I'm going to hit backspace, enter, and let's hit D to drop, and Shift F, and let it resolve this here. Give it a second. And if this is taking too long, if I hover over this side and hit S, it does something crazy. Well, let's go ahead and hold down F. There we go. Get it to resolve a little bit. And on this back, hit S to make it symmetrical and then flatten. Along this back part, I'm not totally wild about this, but I'm probably going to leave it. This back part here is a little bit too compressed. So I'm going to go ahead and mark these so we can see what we need to go fix. And I think it's that little back piece that needs to come out. So I'm going to go hit 2. Oops. Hit 1, Shift D to undrop this, 2, and this is our problem area here. So what we can do is go ahead and cut this out. So I'm going to hit, or actually you can hit C and cut it out, but since it's already marked, I can just hit enter. And then I can hit C here, hit enter. So I'm going to drop this, go back in, Shift F. Okay, and then S to make it symmetrical, F to flatten, S to make it symmetrical, F to flatten. And then on this thing here, hit F. That'll kind of flatten these out. And if you want to alleviate this compression right here, just hit C, and then F to flatten, and then S. So, you know, there's kind of some compression in here. I'm not too worried about it though. Gonna hit 2. And this will be interesting. So these are actually cut in, aren't they? Yeah. So what I'm going to do is just do a quick paint selection on these inner edges, or these inside pieces here. Just holding down G, mark these up. Paint selection. It might be a little bit faster to hit C around those, but since these aren't edge loops, it might have a problem. So I'm just going to go ahead and paint them. Not taking too long anyways. So now I can just hit enter on all of these. Then middle mouse drag those out of the way. And these, in order to lay out flat, I'm going to have to cut these up. So I'm going to hit C. And again, these are inside the gun, so it doesn't really matter where I'm making these cuts. Enter, 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 enter. And actually, if I hit D, I believe you can do a left mouse button, drag a box around those, and drop all those at the same time. So it's a little bit faster. And for these, let's go ahead and I'm going to hit C. Chop this end off here, hit enter. So I'm going to drop that. I'm going to hit C, chop around here. And this is having a hard time, again, finding those edge loops, but not a big deal. It goes pretty fast. Hit enter, drop that. And again, I'm going to have to make a cut along here. So I'm just going to cut. Again, this is inside of his gun, so I don't care that much. Enter, drop. Let's go 1. Now for these, if I hold flatten, you're going to see they're going to flatten out to kind of perfect squares here. A cool thing about Hedis is if I just hit R, it's going to rectangular flatten these, and then when I go hit flatten, oops, GU, if I hit F, I can go through and flatten, and it'll actually rectangular flatten these. So that's holding down R. Now obviously I can't hold down R on this thing, because it's not going to, doesn't have the right amount of verts and stuff, so it's just not going to do it. Same thing on this thing. If I hit R, it might try and flatten, and it actually didn't do too bad of a job. You're also going to notice the difference. These marked the edges as rectangular and went ahead and flattened them out. And these ones pinned the border and went ahead and flattened them out. So actually, that's not too bad. If you want to unpin these, I'm just going to hit double tap P. That'll unpin everything. And then I'm going to hit F to flatten. So this is what you get when you just flatten it out. If you want to make it perfect, occasionally, if you hit R, Hedis will actually figure it out. And they're having a little bit of a problem in here, so if I hit B, that's not going to do it. So let's go ahead and help it out. I'm going to hold down Control and just drag these in, and then hit F. There we go. Let's kind of give it a little bit of help there. So that actually worked. That's cool. Now for these, you can actually use R in this view, and again, I'm in view number 2 here. So on, let's say, this cylinder right here, if I hit R on this thing, it's actually going to select everything except for those end caps, which is useful. So I can hit Enter, and then I can hit C to cut straight down through here, Enter, and let's go ahead and do all these cylinders at the same time. So I'm going to D to drop. Let's hit R on this one, same thing, Enter, cut that cigar up. Again, this is a cigar I dropped down because I wanted to show you the R selection. So I'm going to drop. This thing, I'll hit R, and in this particular case, it's based on an angle threshold, and I actually want to keep all these. So I'm going to hit G and see if it'll let me mark all those. So G and then box drag. And on the inside here, looks like I probably need to G, box drag that. Okay, so now we've got our end caps here. These ones I'm going to keep since it's so rounded, but this one I want to go ahead and pop off. So I'm going to hit Enter. We can go ahead and drop that end one off. I'll go ahead and cut this all the way through. Not quite that far. So if I hit, so here's a good example. If I hit Shift W, it's going to deselect a whole bunch, which I didn't want to do. So I want to kind of lock it in right here. So I'm going to hit C again, turn that one red, and then when I hit Shift W, it's just going to deselect those edges back to that point. So now I can hit Enter, drop, and while I'm out here, let's go ahead and drop all the rest of this stuff. So I'm going to do a quick paint selection on the back of this thing, drop it, and on this bullet, we can do an R selection. Let's go ahead and hold down G, grab all those, then we can just hit Enter, and we'll cut this bullet up one side, C, and again, it cut too far, so I'm going to lock it in here, Shift W, Enter, drop, D to drop. This one, I'm going to do a quick face selection, D, and this one is symmetrical. Just to make it easy on myself, I'm just going to do a paint selection here, and then drop that, and then we can sew it up later. Same thing for this one. Well, let's go ahead and just cut this one here, up the back. So I'm going to do a C to lock this in. So I'm going to cut straight through here, and then lock it in here, and then Shift W, and then Enter. We'll see how that does. So drop. And then this thing too, we'll go ahead and get rid of these inside faces. Actually, let's go ahead and pop these end faces off. So drop that, and then we'll go ahead and cut through here so it lays out flat, Enter, drop. Now when I drop that last thing, it automatically shoots me into the third view, which is number 3. This is what we've UV'd so far. And again, if you hit T, you can toggle through your texture modes. Not looking too shabby. And everything that's white hasn't been dropped yet, or flattened yet. And by flattened, I mean when I go into one mode, all these things over here you haven't hovered and hit F over yet. That's all that means. So all these things we've done, and then these last few little bits over here we still need to do. So on all these cylindrical objects, you already know you can actually go through here and just hit R on all these. This one I didn't want to. So we'll hit Shift F, and we'll see. Oh, because we have, it's not rectangular. So here's a semi-interesting thing you can do. So let's go ahead and stop that resolving. This one's having a hard time. I'm going to hit Shift D, and let's go check this one out. So we've got a cut that goes through here. Oh, the cut didn't continue all the way through. So first of all, I'm going to hit C, Enter, drop this thing again, hit 1, and now let's do a Shift F. There we go. So this won't do a rectangular because of this end piece right here. However, let's go ahead and hit spacebar to stop that. And let's go ahead and help this out. Control Shift, drag this out, and then F. However, if you did want to do a rectangular, you can just hold down C. Oops. Hold down C and slice this end off. And I think the rest of this is pretty rectangular. So if I hit R over this piece, it will rectangular map it. Hit F. And then I'll hit F over this thing. So that's one thing you can do. And you can also go back through here and hit W, magnetic, Enter, and you can kind of weld that down. but it doesn't look like it's going to be that flatten. It's not that great, so I could just undo that. I'll leave these separate. So Shift W, go to flatten, flatten. Oops. Went ahead and it actually left these edges marked. So actually what I'm going to do is Shift D, get rid of all those, and then just D, drop these again. And then F, good enough, and then R on this one. Good enough. We'll move these over here. So let's go back to the beginning. So here's our end caps we cut off. And we already did R on this one, so we go ahead and hit F and kind of flatten these ones out. Make sure those lines are nice and straight. So we'll F this one, and we can go ahead and weld these a little bit. So I'm going to hit W, and we'll weld these back. M, Enter, F, and we'll cut this one, F. We'll cut this one, F. There we go. Good enough. We'll Shift F this one. This is our bullet, it would look like. And the same thing with the bullet. If you wanted to rectangular map this, you could cut along here, rectangular map it, and then weld it back. But I think this will be fine. Hold on, F, F, F. And if you want to alleviate some of this compression, we'll go ahead and C these corners. F, W, M, Enter, F. And I know this is a lot of keyboard shortcuts because that's how you use headers. And I'm trying to say them as I go through it, but I know it can probably be a little bit hard to follow. So again, I'm Shift F, space bar, flatten those out. If we want to weld maybe one of these sides, it's not going to because it's going to wrap around. So we'll go ahead and leave these. Wait, let's do Shift W. Oops. We'll unweld these with backspace. If we want to, we can cut this, and then we can do an M, Enter, and then F, and then S to make it symmetrical, F to flatten, F to make it symmetrical. And moving right along. Now this one, I'm going to Shift D this one, and I'm going to look at this one again, because I thought about it. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold down, hit Shift D again, and that's going to get rid of my cuts. I'm going to pop this off. Oops. Drop. And then I'm going to take this one here, G, and then D to drop. And then I'm going to cut it along the inside here, Enter. And now I'm going to hit D to drop. Now let's go look at this one. So if I Shift F this one, flatten it out. Not too shabby. Flatten this one. Flatten this one. Now if I wanted to weld these back, W, kind of weld these together. So I'll hit M, Enter, F, S. And now if I want to weld this, it's W, M, Enter, flatten, and then S, symmetrical. And for these are those end pieces I popped off. So I'm going to go ahead and flatten this one out. And remember, so I'm holding down F, and if I want to make these symmetrical, I can just hover over this and hit S. But I'm actually going to weld it to this. I'm going to hit Shift F, flatten this out into a long strip. And then, let's see where we want to weld these. So probably like W, W, M for magnetic, Enter, F. And if you keep hitting, if you hit W on these ones, these two are actually going to weld together. So you don't have to hit Enter, just W will weld it, W will weld it, and then flatten. So you can kind of go through and see, okay, that didn't do too bad. However, if I weld these two up here, and then F, you're going to start getting some overlapping UVs. You can weld these together. That'll get rid of that. So it's still not too bad. So let's go ahead and weld these two. F, weld, F. Not too bad. So we'll go ahead and leave it like this. We'll hit S for symmetry here. And we've you just UV'd the entire thing. So if we go back down here, and we've got all these miscellaneous little end caps here. If you want to see who they belong to, you can do Shift W, and that'll select the entire edge border, and then you can see, oh, it goes here. Now you don't want to magnetize and weld this, because if you do like M to shoot it over there and Enter, it's just going to do something horrible. So what you want to do is say, okay, that's where this one goes. So Shift W, and then you can pick maybe one of these edges, W, M, Enter, F, and kind of flatten it out. Same thing for this one. We'll do Shift W, This thing goes over here. And again, it's up to you. If you want to have as few UV shells as possible for performance or so, whatever, you can just hit W, magnetic, enter, and that's, you know, a few less shells that you have to deal with. Or you can just leave them separate if it's not a big deal, depending on how you're working. So we'll just Shift W, W. We don't want that one, so we'll Shift W. We'll select this one in the middle here. So we'll weld it, M, enter, flatten, Shift W. Shift W to unselect, and then we'll keep it symmetrical here. So we'll just do a W, magnetic, enter, F to flatten. And I think we're good enough. Just kind of taking a quick look back through. Now, if you want Hedis to pack these for you, there's actually a lot of pack options over here. You can make selections and pack selections and make boxes. I'm not going to get into all that because I'm actually going to pack them in Maya. But the quick pack is just the back bracket key, and I'm not going to do that yet because I forgot. We got to go over here and clean this head up. So first thing I want to do is, let's go ahead and I'm going to hit, so if you hit P, that will pin. So if I hit P on these things and then move them around, it's actually going to pin these. And if I hit S, that'll make it symmetrical. Then I hit F, it'll flatten around those and pin those UVs, obviously. So let's undo that. If I hit P twice over a point, it'll pin that entire border. And you're going to see we have some overlapping UVs here, so I'm actually going to hold down Control and middle mouse drag these apart. So we're going to clean up the corner of his mouth here. And we're getting some nasty compression. So if you kind of drag around, you can kind of see if you can alleviate some of it, but sometimes you're not going to be able to. So it's just happy medium. Looks like it's that one's just not going to be fixed. So I'm going to hit S to make it symmetrical. So then if you go over here, these are nice. Then if I hit F to flatten, it'll pin around his mouth, and then these will just stay open. We are having problems with his eyes, though. So I'm going to go through here and kind of Control-Shift, move this around and see if it can open his eyes a bit here. And I'm just going to tap F to flatten. Kind of see what we're doing here. Let's see if we can cut one more down. Because he's got so much geometry going back into his eye here. It might be easier. I'm going to Shift D to undrop this. So this inner ring here, I'm actually going to cut this out too. I'm going to hold down, hit C, cut around here. I'm going to, lock this off, lock this off. So when I do Shift W, it won't cut through. Hit Enter, pop this out. We'll go ahead and cut along that tear duct again as well. Hit Enter, and we'll just drop these. And then we'll drop our head again. Then we hit going back into 2 mode. It's going to throw it at the very end here. So we'll do a Shift F. And then space bar to flatten. And before it gets done flattening, or it starts getting nasty overlapping UVs in the mouth, I'm going to stop it. But it looks like it's not going to do that. A little bit better job that time. And then we'll go check out our mouth here. We'll hit P and then P again, and then we'll go ahead and fix these overlapping UVs. And again, I'm going to fix the majority of my overlapping UVs in Maya. We'll hit S to make it symmetrical. But while I'm in here, and I'm thinking about it, I can do it in here sometimes too. So we'll hit B this time, and we'll kind of flatten this area out manually, and it's not doing too great of a job. So let's go ahead and drag these in manually a little bit. It's having a hard time finding some space for these UVs. So we're getting some really compressed UVs in here. He's got a pretty Neanderthal brow here. But it's really not that big a deal. I'm going to hit P twice to pin those. And if we hit F on this, yeah, it's just going to be nasty in there. So I'm going to undo that. So I'm going to go ahead and pin those. And with those pinned, I'm going to drag these up here. And let's see if we can sew these back in. So I've already cut one along the tear duct. So I'm going to Shift W and then backspace over these weld points. So now I'm going to just hit F, and it's going to pop them out of space. Don't really care. Just hit F. Oops, I didn't want to R. So F, kind of flatten those out just a tad. And we'll actually hover over this one and hit S to make this one symmetrical. So whatever you hover over, it's going to make the other one symmetrical to the one you hovered over. Now if I do Shift W and then M for magnetic, it'll magnetically put them up there. I'm going to hit Shift W. And on this one, I'm going to weld these tear ducts shut. So I'm going to control drag these, control middle mouse drag, and then W to weld, enter, and then F, then hit S to make the other one symmetrical. Go ahead and drag that over here. And then Shift W. And now, since those are pinned, hopefully if I hit enter, yeah, it'll keep those pinned. And then I don't want to hit, well, if I hit F, it'll kind of smooth these out. But then I got to go in here and kind of clean this area up a little bit. Not a huge deal, but there we go. So we kind of put that eyelid back in there. And if you'll remember, we actually have another piece of separate geometry for the eye, which is way over here. Which we'll go ahead and move and sew those in Maya. Because I really don't care about the UV space for these inner eye parts. Those are just to kind of close off areas. So we'll go ahead and move and sew those in Maya, not a big deal. But while we're in Hedis, we went ahead and plugged those in. So we'll go ahead and hit S to make this side symmetrical to that side. We're getting some compression around the nostrils. Again, not a whole lot we can do about that, but everything else looks pretty good. Again, if you want to pack these in Hedis, you can do the back bracket key, and that'll pack them all as it sees fit, depending on how you have these laid out. I'm going to go ahead and leave these alone. So I'm going to pack them in Maya manually. So I'm going to hit save. And because we're not on a working file anymore, I want to save it as an OBJ because I don't need any of these pins anymore. I mean, if you want to come back, just in case, you can do a save working 04 UVL, and then we can do an 04 dot, oops, there we go, 04.obj. And now if we do a save, it'll save this as an OBJ. So now if I go back into Maya, we've got our guy here. Go ahead and collapse this low. So these are our low working. I'm just going to hide those. Then I'm going to go to File, Import, and we'll go to E3D, and we'll go to Game Res, UVing, and we'll grab this UV's working 04 that we just saved out. So here's our guy, and he looks the exact same as the other low res guy. He's all one piece, so we're going to have to break this guy apart, not a big deal. And if I hold down the space bar, go to Window, UV Texture Editor, you are going to see that he is UV'd with his head as UVs. So if I go back out, you're going to see, oh, here's all of his UVs. So we've got our OBJ with his UVs now. And while I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead and say, let's go ahead and I'm going to close that UV window. If I had, let's go to my low res here and hide my UVs, Control H. And I'm going to go into his head here. I'm going to duplicate this off. I'm going to Shift P to ungroup that, and then I'm going to Control H this low. So now I've got this poly surface here. I'm going to go into my 4 view, and let's say you're working on a game UVs, and you are working on a perfectly symmetrical head, so you're going to have textured or mirrored UVs and all that stuff. So this is all you have. I'm going to go to File. Now here's the other thing. You could go ahead and duplicate this over, find your symmetry in Hedis, bring it back in, and then just delete half. So for example, if I go in here and I bring back my guy, let's go ahead and do a mesh extract, and anything that's not vert welded, it's going to pop into its own piece. So if I click this plus sign, it's broken up into pieces again. While it's all selected, just go ahead and delete by type history. So if I got my head here, Window, UV Texture Editor, here's my head. It's like, okay, you know what? He's symmetrical. I could bake my textures across here, but you know what? He's game res. I can just go in here into face, select all these faces, or you can go down here to your, let's get this out of the way, sorry. Go into front view here, go into face mode, select all these faces, and then just hit delete. And then you look at his UVs, he's got symmetrical UVs, he's kind of pinned down the middle, he's got UVs, and then that way you can just bake half of his face off, and then the other half will just be mirrored in your game engine. Let's go ahead and undo that. So we want his head whole, but let's say you went into Hedis with just half a mesh, just for example. So let's go back into our perspective view here, let's pop open our outliner, and we'll go ahead and hide our UVs. So when we extracted and it popped all these meshes here, I'm just going to label this bake. So here's our bake group, And then underneath this is just all of our baked mesh pieces here. So I go through and select those. This is going to be our bake section. I'm going to go ahead and keep our low just in case. If I do Shift H on this poly surface, this is our half a head. So I'm going to go File, Export Selection, and we'll call this Head Half 01. And we'll tab back over. And because we've already got UV layout already open, I can just go to Load and then do this head half. If you do Poly Edit and then Load, it'll actually load your face. If I go into one mode, because we went into our other one that wasn't UV'd yet, it doesn't have any UVs. So here's an easy way to get rid of these UVs. I'm going to hold down Shift D to undrop, drag, and that'll undrop everything in the UV window. Go into 2 mode, and it's already got some weird cuts. To get rid of those, just Shift D, drag over, and now you're starting out fresh. So here's our new head over here. So we'll go ahead and drop this. Go into the 2 window, I believe. Hit F, and this will flatten it out. So here's our half a head flattened. And if you want to, if you don't care about the middle of the face being pinned down an axis like the other one was, you can flatten it out and then just go ahead and bake your mesh. If you did want to flatten this, what you would do is, let's go ahead and pack this. So I'm going to hit back bracket, and then I'll pack it into 0 to 1 space. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Snap Stack. I'm going to turn on L and B. If I zoom in, you're going to see that when I hit L, if I do these minus signs, if I hit L, it gives me vertical. If I do B, it gives me horizontal dotted lines. And you can actually make these fine-tuned. So you can go from 16, click this little right arrow, and that'll give you 32. And you can keep making those narrow and narrower too if you need more snap fidelity. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit, instead of P to pin, because if I pin and hold down Control and middle mouse drag, it'll actually snap to these grid points. But what I want to do is actually pin this entire line in a straight line. So what I'm going to do is hit P over that pin to unpin it. So we're going to F to flatten. And then from about his hat line here to his lip line here, I want to make a straight line. And then I want to snap it to a straight line. How I'm going to do that is I'm going to use S. So actually, instead of hitting P, I hit S, and that gave us a little purple dot. So here to here, I'm going to hit SS, and then I'm going to double tap S. It's going to snap those in a straight line. I'm going to Control middle mouse drag that to a grid line. Control middle mouse drag that. And then I'm going to hit F and flatten. And it's going to flatten this entire mesh to that straight line. Same thing for this. If you're ever flattening and it's not doing anything, look down here and it's going to say enter to abort. So I'm going to hit enter, and then it'll put me back into headers. Same thing for down here. I'm going to hit S, S, double tap S, and that'll pin those between those 2 lines. And that's going to drag this out. As I drag out, you're going to notice out of that bounding box, it actually gave me my grids down here. So now I can snap. So snap, snap, F, and now you're snapped down that midpoint. So this is really useful if you have half a shirt mesh, then you bring it in and you want to have UVs straight up and down along an axis. And you can Control middle mouse drag up, make that mouth a little bit narrower, alleviate some of this expansion UVs that you're getting in here. So that's one way you can snap, and then you can export this. But we don't need headers anymore, so I'm going to go ahead and close that down. Yes, I really want to exit. And then we'll go ahead and delete this. We don't need that. So here again, we have our guy selected, Window, UV Texture Editor, and make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. And I back out, and here's all of our UVs for our guy. And now what I'm going to do is actually break my guy up into material properties. And the reason I'm going to do that is, let's go ahead and close our UV window down. So I've got all this guy's different objects, and some of these are going to need like special material properties, like his hands. And let's go ahead and include his mouth bag, his tongue, and his teeth in this. So all these things might need a shader with subsurface scattering. So we'll go ahead and give it its own texture space. Now you could texture him from 0 to 1 and then assign a different material and use that same texture, but just to get a little bit more resolution for whatever, I'm going to go ahead and put these in their own UV space. So I'm going to select these, and since I have all these selected, if I middle mouse drag them to the top, they'll all clump together. So now these ones right here are subsurface scattering selection. So if I actually hit Control G, that'll group those, and we'll just call this SSS for now. So we'll go ahead and Control H that group, and oops, let's go ahead and throw those inner eyeballs in there too. So I'm going to have those 2 selected, and then middle mouse drag those to the SSS group, and they'll disappear because that's hidden. And any other special cases? Actually, let's do Shift H. One thing I forgot to do, oops, is when I go over here, and this is why I keep that low folder, Shift H, I forgot to grab his eyeball. So here's his eyeball. I'm going to Control D to duplicate that, Control click that bake folder, and then hit P, and that'll parent that. And then I'll go ahead and hide that low. And you always want to have that low hidden while you're working with the UVs, because if they're both showing, you're accidentally going to select a low res mesh with no UVs, and then you're going to get confused. So just make sure that's hidden. Control H. So we've got our eyeball here, and you know what? This eyeball, I'm actually going to give it its own UV space too. So we've got a window, UV texture editor. These eyeballed UVs aren't really going to work for me. So let's go ahead and do a show, isolate, select, view selected. And I actually don't need the whole eyeball, I don't think. So I'm going to, actually, let's do an F and then go into face mode, select a face, double click the face next to it, that'll select that loop, delete, and then if you double click this one, it'll select that whole shell, and then you can delete that. So now we've got this thing. So what I can do in Maya is do create UVs. We'll just do a planar mapping for now, and we'll do a best plane, hit project, and that'll planar map it along here. And it's kind of skewed it. So, I mean, you can drag these handles around and make it better, but it's an eyeball. So it's going to have color in the middle, black dot, and it doesn't really matter. So that's good enough for me. I'm going to select off that. So now we've got this eyeball in the 0 to 1 space. And these are actually touching the edges, which kind of scares me. I'm going to go into UV here, go into scale mode, select all those UVs. And how I did that, just right click, go into UV mode, select all your UVs, hit R to go into scale mode, and then scale down just a tad. So now we've got our eyeball UV'd. If you want to, you can actually, because I did a planar map, it just took a bounding box, looked at it straight on, and then just planar mapped it back. Probably you're getting a lot of compression around here. So you can select all these UVs, go to polygons, unfold. Let's look at some of these options here. You can do pin unselected UVs. This doesn't really come into play right here. So I'm just going to hit apply, and it kind of does something weird. Let's see if we can't. Let's unselect all these UVs and let's do a polygon unfold option box. Don't pin any UVs. Let's just hit apply. You gotta have a UV selection. Hit apply. Still do something weird. Okay, let's go ahead and go into edge mode. Control right click. Go into edge loop mode. Control right click. Go to UV to convert that selection. And now we'll do pin selected UVs. And then we'll hit apply. There we go. So that kind of relaxed everything and unfolded it. So I'll go ahead and select all these UVs, scale it down a bit, and hit close. So we'll get into more Maya UVing stuff in a minute while we're cleaning up. But that's one way. So I'm going to bring everything back. We've got our eyeball here. Now the eyeball will just be in the 0 to 1, and it'll be duplicated over eventually, but it's going to share that same texture, unless you want to have, one green eye, one red eye, or whatever you want to do. So everything else should be okay. So we've got our subsurface scattering. We've got our eyeball, which is going to be in its own material. So go ahead and hide our SSS. We'll hide our eyeball. And the rest of the stuff, if you wanted to, like his cigar might need some, like a luminance map while he's puffing on it, or you could split out those UVs for his ash and make that its own material selection. But honestly, for all this stuff, I'm going to call these accessories. So Control G. And normally I wouldn't actually name all this stuff, but just to keep it fresh for you guys, we're going to do ACCESSORIES. So now we've got accessories, we've got an eyeball, and we've got subsurface scattering. So each one of these, let's go to, hold down spacebar, window, UV texture editor. Each one of these groups is going to get their own texture. So let's go ahead and select that subsurface scattering group. And we zoom out, way out. We've got a head over here. So we'll go ahead and go into UV mode, drag that. Hit W, and we'll move it over here. And you're going to see when I went into UV mode and selected the face, everything else disappeared. How you can avoid that is, let's go ahead and hide his accessories and hide his eyeball. So these are the ones we're just worried about right now. How you can avoid that is if you select the group and then go into UV mode and select, it's going to get rid of all that stuff. If you select the group and then go into object mode and then component mode and select UVs, let's see what that does. Yeah, still deselects it. So what you're going to need to do is open that group, select all of these objects, go into UV mode, and then when you select, they're still going to disappear. So we're going to select all these objects, go into object mode, go into component mode, UV, and now when I move it around, these will stick around. It seems kind of silly, but that's how you can get it. It's one way to get it to work. And as opposed to using your outliner, you can also go in here in your viewport, drag select, go into UV mode, W, select shell. Yeah, so these will stick around too. So that's another way to do it. So I've got this UV texture in its own window. I think while I'm working, when I close that, we don't really need our outliner. So what I'm going to do is go over here, and I think there's I think there used to be a UV map. Maybe I'm just not saying it. But what I'm going to do is do this perspective outliner thing. And then I'm going to go to Panels, Panel, UV Texture Editor. So now we've got a UV Texture Editor split. So you can grab this middle line. And we've got our scene over here, which we don't need to have big. I just want you guys to see what I'm doing as I'm working on it. So usually I just have the UV Texture Editor open on my second monitor and just make it huge. And that's how I'm working. But it's going to be a little bit hard in my limited viewing space while I'm recording. So one thing I have set up is under polygons, select. I have select shell as Alt-E because I'm constantly doing that while I'm UVing. So all I had to do is UV, make a sloppy selection, Alt-E, and now I've got that shell. So I do that so often I have a hotkey for it. So select shell, I do all the time. So let's go ahead and Alt-E. So I'm going to make a sloppy selection, Alt-E. So now let's go ahead and sew these inner eye pieces back into our dude. And there's a couple different ways to do this. A really easy, quick way to do this, and sloppy, but also quick, is edge. Select all these edges. And these aren't vert welded, so I'm not going to be able to weld those. So what we're going to need to do first is go ahead and weld these two pieces together. So let's go ahead and hit spacebar over this to maximize this viewport really quickly. So we've got this piece and this piece of geometry, and then this piece of geometry. So with these selected, I'm going to go to Custom Polygon Display, and with our highlight border edges, apply and close. And then we can go Combine, and then delete by type history and all that good stuff. And then go into Vertex mode. And now when I do my Vertex weld, it's going to go ahead and sew that up. So now these are all part of the same mesh, they're vert welded. So now when I go into my UV Texture Editor, which is just tap spacebar and we'll go back, it'll split it back into that panel view. So now when I go into Edge mode, it's going to select those edges as well. So let's go ahead and UV, move these up. I'm going to zoom in so you can see what we're doing. So basically, if I go into Edge, Control right click to Edge Loop and select all those, and then you can kind of, this is what is, if I roll over this, it's move and sew. However, if I move and sew that, it's going to get my eye all wonky. I basically want these UVs to stay the same. Now you can pin those UVs, but I don't want to have to waste time doing that. So what I'm going to do is kind of be a little bit sloppy. I'm going to select all these edges, and then I'm going to control drag over those edges. So now I know all these edges right here, I can just go here and cut. And now what I can do is do an edge loop. So edge loop to edge loop, shift select, to edge, control right click to edge loop. And now since all these are actually cut, let me go ahead and show you. So I'm going to go into UV, so just click one UV, Alt-E to select the shell, and these are all cut. So if I do Alt-E, select shell, these are all cut now. So select all these edges. And we want to deselect all these middle edges here. What that's going to do, actually, an easier way to do that, I'm going to go into edge mode, click that edge, to edge loop. So now, all these edges right here are going to move and sew to all these edges right here, and they're all separate, so when I hit that button, they're going to look a little bit nasty, but all I have to do is go through here and vert weld those. And there's very little space in here, so it looks extra nasty, which I really don't like. So what I'm actually going to do is undo that. I'm going to go down here to UV, and I'm going to shrink these down a bit and see if that can help me out a little bit. So I'm going to shrink these down, make them smaller, go back in here, edge, control right click to edge loop, move and sew. So now, there we go. So now it's a little bit better. So now when I go through here and we do a move and sew, and when I just did a move and sew, I think, yeah, you can just hit G to redo that last command you did. So just go through here and select all these edges, and then just move and sew all these. So that's kind of a semi-sloppy, but also semi-quick way to get all these in. Again, I don't really care if they're getting texture stretching on the inside of the eyeballs. It's just a block light, so not a big deal. So I can just go ahead and drag these around. So here's that edge I need to move and sew. So we'll hit move and sew, and then move and sew. So everything's, and again, I know it's dirty looking and nasty, but I really don't care. Good enough. We're not going to really see this. Again, it's just a block light. Same thing for this other side. Now, if I would have been smart, I would have done it for both sides. Now, we do know this is a symmetrical head. So here's what I'm going to do. In order, so I don't have to do that to the other side of the face. I'm going to go into 4-view mode here. Go into my front view. Oops. Select the face. Delete half of his face. So now here's our head with this sewn. Window, UV texture editor. So everything's just how we want it. So I want to duplicate the side of his face and have it be symmetrical. Well, it's easy enough to do. So we're going to Control D, scale -1. Type history, flip these normals, go into object mode, combine these, delete history, freeze transformations, all that good stuff. Go into vertex mode, whoops, go into vertex mode, weld those verts. Now here's the problem. These half of the UVs are mirrored over here. So before you welded those, let's go ahead and Control Z. What you could have done, these two separate objects here, what you could have done is go ahead and Control right click to UV, and that'll select all those UVs, or you can go into object mode, go into UV mode, select all the UVs, or go into object mode, go over here, right click and go to UV mode and then select them. So again, a million different ways you can do this in 3D. And then you can go ahead and flip those over. Or if you went too far like I did, and it's already compound and frozen and stuff, and then vert welded. It's vert welded, but not UV welded. So what you can do is select a face, Control right click to UV, Alt E to select the shell, and then flip them over. And then if you hold down Shift and middle mouse drag, you can actually just drag those over. Either way. So he's already UV'd and vert welded. So now all I have to do is select all these edges down the middle. So select all those edges and then Control drag those, and then do a move and sew. And then he sews them right up the middle because he's symmetrical. It's mirrored UVs, and you don't have to drag those UVs around again. So just a little bit of time saving for your head UVs. And now that I think about it, I guess I could go ahead and move and sew the mouth bag. The only reason I'm hesitating on that is because if I go to bake this, it might be useful to have the mouth bag separately. Nah, let's go ahead and do it. So, got my mouth bag selected, my face selected. I'm going to go to Combine, do my little delete by type history stuff. Let's do a Show, Isolate, Select. View selected, go into Vertex mode, hit 4. Maybe, if I drag over all these, I can do an Alt-A. That'll get most of them. Or merge verts with a tolerance. And then I can just go through and just grab these stragglers. Here and here. And I don't remember what happened here, but that looks bizarre. So I'm just going to bring these verts down, and it's going to actually change my UV map. So if these were this is an important area, you'd want to go through and make sure your UVs match, which you can actually do. If I double click this move tool and you go down here to preserve UVs, if you check this on and you go back into, let's go to our double mode, panels, panel, UV texture editor. If you have preserve UVs, as you move these vertices in space, it'll actually update your UVs. So that's useful sometimes. In this case, it's not that important. You're going to see, number one, it's not updating the UVs all that much. And number two, it's on the inside of his mouse. So I don't care at all. But just something to keep in mind. So I'm going to go into 5 mode here, go into edge mode, and clean up some of his mouth bag stuff that I didn't realize was so nasty. Wonder how or why I did that. Just being sloppy, I guess. So again, I've got preserve UVs on. Now, if you leave that on, and then you're moving your verts around, and it's not letting you move verts anymore, it's because you have preserve UVs on, and it's going to throw up a warning on the bottom that you may or may not catch. That's like, hey, I can't preserve these UVs. I'm not going to let you move these verts. So if you come into that situation where it's not like you move verts, go in there and make sure you turned off preserve UVs. But we had it turned on, so these UVs updated to the mouth bag. Everything's fine. And we'll go back here, and close that tool settings. I'll drag this out so we can see more of our UV space than our 3D space. And remember, we need to go to View, or Show, Isolate, Select, View Selected. So we'll bring all these back. So I'm going to select all these meshes. So here's all of our 0 to 1 space meshes that we want for our subsurface scattering group. So I'm going to go into UVs here, go select Shell. Now on this one I didn't have to select shell, I selected all these UVs, but if you're being sloppy, select shell, Alt-E. Go ahead and bring these in. So I've got all my things here. Now the first thing I want to do is kind of evaluate my meshes. We've got our teeth here. Everything right now, as it is UV'd according to how big they are relative to each other. So if I was to put a checkerboard on this thing, everything would have the same size square on it. That's not necessarily what I want. It's not a huge deal to go ahead and do this right now, but in a lot of cases, especially when you get the accessories, you're going to make some stuff smaller just because it's so insignificant, and it's better to have some things a little bigger with a little more resolution where you know the camera's going to be or where people are going to be looking at it. So back faces underneath other objects you're never going to see, or at least be obscured enough to where you don't need the detail. Go ahead and make it smaller. And a good example on this particular set is his mouth bag. Scale that down. That does not need to be big at all. And it's not going to save us probably anything at all, but for what it's worth. So now I've got all these. And I'm going to go ahead and select all these. And because I want to maintain their uniformity, like relative to each other, their textile density is what that's called. I'm going to go into scale, and with all these selected, I'm going to scale these up. Now I'm going to scale them up big enough to where his head barely fits within the 0 to 1. So I'm going to max out his head. If I wanted to, I could turn it to the side and get even more space out of it to fit his head in there. And organic stuff, that's doable. That's not terrible. I mean, you can actually maximize your UV space, and that's actually pretty good. Cases where you wouldn't want to do this is, like, you know, when you rectangular UV'd your stuff. If you go in there and you're doing an environment prop, let's say, or tiles or floorboards or something, and you go in here and you maximize your UV space by turning it, if you've got a lot of straight edge detail, like a lot of panel lines down, you're going to want to keep those square. If you skew those and rotate them like we did this head, and then you go in there and you get it down to a 512 map, you're going to get a lot of nasty jaggies down the middle just because of aliasing and the resolution size. So in this case, I'm not a huge fan of it, but you can go ahead and tilt the head, maximize that head UV space. Now the bad thing is, that doesn't leave a whole lot of space for these hands. So I can't really put these hands anywhere. And if we were going to go ahead and mirror those hands over, we need two sets of hands. Like if one hand needs to be muddier than the other, or one hand needs to have a tattoo on it and the other one doesn't. So let's go ahead and undo that. That's not going to work for us. And speaking of, while I'm thinking about that, let's click this button so we have our outliner again. And just to make sure we are getting everything we need in our UV space, let's go ahead and, so this is our, because we duplicated this across and welded it with the mouth, the mouth bag, it's went ahead and popped it out into its own thing. So we're going to need a middle mouse drag this into its subsurface scattering group again. So now we've got all these pieces here. Everything is mirrored. The eyeballs are going to be separate. One thing is, like I said, if the hand is going to have a separate tattoo or a different dirt pattern, it needs to have its own UV space. Let's just play it safe and go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is, I'll go ahead and duplicate this. Scale, -1. Positive history, free transformations, set transformations. Flip these normals. So now we've got an extra hand. Now, this will be good to show you. Let's go ahead and go to panels, panel, UV texture editor. Now, both these hands are sharing the exact same UVs. Now, when I flip this over, what should have happened is, let's go ahead and go into UV mode and move these up. So now I'm going to select both these hands again. So they both have the same UVs, but this one should be, these UVs, let's go into UV mode. These UVs right here for this hand should be flipped because I flipped it in space, so the UVs need to be flipped. You can go in there manually and flip them. Another thing you can do is right here where it says toggle shaded UV display, go ahead and turn that on, and you're going to see these ones are blue, which is good. However, these ones are red, which tells you these UVs need to be flipped. So select that shell, flip them. Now they're blue, everything's cool. Another cool thing is if you have these UVs and say you got some overlapping UVs, these are going to be a dark purple, so you're going to kind of see what's overlapping or not. So let's go ahead and select all these faces and make sure they're good. Everything's blue. So we're good to go. So we got both of our hands I think this will end up being a little bit better, a little bit safer. So go into UV mode, Alt-E, select these shells. Now the most important thing to maximize this space is the head. So that's generally how I UV things, is I'll take the biggest chunks, like when I get the accessories, I'm going to take the pants and the shirt, maximize it to the space with everything selected so it's uniformly being scaled, and then I'm going to try and fit everything around it. So that's basically how I go about packing things. So I'm going to grab these hands here, and we'll move these in. Now, for whatever reason you wanted these hands to be symmetrical, you could move them in and then mirror them across and flip them, and then they'd be symmetrical, but I'm not overly concerned about them being symmetrical. I'm just trying to shove them into place here. So we got our hands here. And again, I'm just moving stuff around by their shell. And I'm not, and so here's another thing we need to think about is edge padding. When you have a giant map, let's say you bake out your source file to a 4096, and let's say you leave just a little bit of edge padding, which we'll get into more when we're baking. And you've got UVs that are like this close to each other. On a 4096, that's cool, because this space right here could end up being like 6 to 8 pixels. Plenty of bleed. However, you're probably not going to throw that into Engine as a 4096. Best case scenario, it's going to be a 2048, and that's pretty rare too. So, in a 2048, all of a sudden those 6 pixels turn into 3. So you've got a little bit of pixel bleeding. Still okay. But more realistically, it's probably going to be a 1024, and all of a sudden that 6 pixels went to 3 and is now at like 1.5 pixels separating these two objects. So what's going to end up happening is if these are like black glove hands and this is skin, you're going to start getting black on your head where that line starts blurring in your texture map. And this will make more sense as you bake stuff out and you start getting stuff into game. So what that means is you need to have plenty of edge padding. So for now, and I'll worry about that right before I bake these out, or right before I set these UVs up. But so for right now, I'm just kind of moving stuff around, and I'm kind of thinking about edge padding, but that's going to be the last thing I think about. But same thing on across an axis. Like these corners are getting awful close. I'm going to scale this down just a little bit, there. So I'm within the 1-to-1. I give myself a little bit of padding. I don't want to run into any issues where you have all your UVs set up, you bake it out, you put it in game, you've done all this work. And your MIP maps, which is your MIP levels when you drop down from your 1024 to your 512, all of a sudden you're getting texture seams all over your characters and the camera's picking it up and they look like garbage in game because you didn't leave enough edge padding. That's the worst to fix. So make sure you do it right the first time. So select all these edges, or select all these objects, and let's see if we can fit these in. So now the teeth and the tongue, I'm not overly concerned about. Having a bunch of space, but if we do have the camera up on his face, we are going to want to see his nasty teeth. So I'm going to go ahead and move these hands over and see if we can't fit a little bit more. So now we got a bunch of room right here in the middle. Here's his tongue, which seems like it's taking up an awful lot of space. I might shrink that down because his tongue's going to be even less seen than his teeth. So let's make sure we can get his teeth in. These are the front of the teeth, which I want to make big. Now, if I wanted to be a real stickler, I could actually take these back of the teeth UVs, and because they're separate, I can actually make them smaller, because you're probably never going to see those, but might be able to leave those the same size. So let's go ahead and drag this out so we have more room here. The mouth bag I don't care about. I'm going to stick that wherever, so I'm not going to worry about that. We need to make sure we have enough room for the remaining stuff. Looks like we will. We've got our tongue here, teeth, the back teeth, if you wanted to make it easier for your texture artist or for you to remember where things are on your map, you could try and put them next to here, but you know what? That ain't going to work. So I'm going to kind of shove these up here. Just kind of put them anywhere. And let's spin these around. Again, I'm just looking for any space here. And again, on this back tooth here, I don't care if they need to be, okay, it's like, okay, here's a pretty good spot for them. If I need to shrink them down just a little bit uniformly, that's fine. Another thing I can do is, because I don't really care about these too much, and I'm not going to be tiling or tiling fabric or anything across these, I can actually click this button up here, and these I can actually, so if I hold down B, I can make my brush size bigger or smaller, and you can actually go in here and kind of fit your UVs. Or if you want like a lattice, you can actually click this little lattice thing, and then you can go in here and select these points and move stuff around. So that's another option. If you can mostly get it to fit, but you need to kind of get a little bit of soft selection wiggle room, that's something you can use. So you can use these tools up here. Okay, so those kind of fit. Let's get that out of the way, because what I also want to do is also maximize it. So we have that edge padding, but if at all possible, once you get to this point, you want to go ahead and make things as big as possible while maintaining a little bit of edge padding for your maps, which is pretty tight. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. And here's a good example. So like this stuff right here, let's go ahead and take a brush and just stuff it in there. There's this mouth bag. Again, I don't care how big this UV texture space is or where it goes. So I'm just going to try and get it out of the way so it doesn't mip in. Whatever, make it small, put it over the corner. Okay, so there's our subsurface scattering group. And I'm going to do the same thing for the UV group. And I think I'm going to use the exact same methods. So let's go ahead and go back to our outliner here. So here's these group right here. We're going to minimize that. Control H, here's our eyeball. So here's our accessories. I don't know if you want to hear me talk while I do this, the exact same thing. So I think I'm just going to do a kind of a sped up version of that. But it's going to be the same process, exact same tools, exact same methods. So I'll go to the panel, UV texture editor, and we'll go ahead and pack these as well. And now that I've got everything kind of packed, I realized I left his hat out. So I'm going to go ahead and go back into ZBrush, export his hat, do some quick UVs, throw the hat in the UVs, and go ahead and finish those out. All right, so let's pretend I wasn't an idiot. I actually did this on purpose to show you how you can reintegrate a mesh back into your object. And again, do as I say, not as I do. Measure twice, cut once, all that. On the off chance you do accidentally leave something out, here's how you can make sure its texel density matches up. First method is pretty easy. You can look at, say, let's go into 4 mode here, or 5 mode. Let's go, let's go to our top view here. I'm going to move this out of the way. We'll hit 5 for shaded. And if we look at this brim hole right here and compare it to this neck hole, they're pretty close. So the easiest way, let's go ahead and translate this back to 0. So an easy way, let's go to Window, Rendering Editors, UV Texture Editor. Oops, I'm sorry, not Rendering Editors, it's just UV Texture Editor. Select all these meshes again. An easy way is just to go enter your UVs. Let me move this up so you can see what I'm doing here. And these are all selected, so when I scale it, it's going to uniformly scale them. And again, we said this brim right here, which is right here, should be about the size of his neck hole. Now his neck hole got compressed a little bit, if you remember while we were in Hedis. So it's not perfect, but probably this right here is pretty close. Oops. That's probably pretty close. And how we can test that is, and this is a little bit more of an accurate way, as we go to Window, Rendering Editors, Hypershade. We're going to select, we're not going to select anything. We're actually going to go over here and make a new Lambert. Double click that Lambert, and in the color, so this little color checker thing, and we're actually going to put a checker in there. Go ahead and close that. Select all your meshes. Right click this, assign material to selection. Double click your Lambert to bring up the attribute editor again, sorry. We're going to go into the color node, and you see this Place 2D Texture. Click that, and right click out here in your viewport and hit 6. That's going to put us in textured mode. So 5 is shaded mode, 4 is wireframe, 6 is textured mode, and of course 7 is lit and textured. So here's our textures, and there's a checker on it. We need to make these checkers a little bit smaller. So we're going to do a repeat UV of like, say, maybe 15 or 20. 20. And the other thing is, this texture resolution is awful. So in order to see what the heck we're doing here, we need to go into our Checker 2 tab. Actually, I'm going to close that and just double click this. So our Lambert 4 tab here. We're going to go to Hardware Texturing at the very bottom here. And we're going to go from Texture Resolution Default to just do highest is fine. And that way we can see these textures, the checker a little bit better. And you're going to see my eyeballing actually made this hat a little bit too big. And by too big, it's kind of backwards. He's got more checkers. His checkers are smaller, which means he's actually taking up more UV space. So I'm going to go ahead and select all this. If I select all these UVs here and scale them, if I scale them up and grab more texture resolution, so again, the bigger I make these UVs, the more pixels can fit inside these UVs, so the more textures are being drawn on this character. So the bigger I make this, the smaller these checkers are going to be. And the smaller I make this, the bigger the checkers are going to be. And I don't know why it assigned the checkers to just my hat UVs temporarily. That's kind of weird. But regardless, we should be able to get it pretty close. So now if we look, we can actually match these square sizes up with these square sizes, and that's pretty close. So that texel density is the same. I'm going to go back. Actually, with all these selected, I'm going to right click, assign existing material Lambert 1. Sorry about that. Assign existing material Lambert 1. So now we just got the Lambert back on. Select all these, go to Window, UV Texture Editor. And now we need to fit this hat back in. A couple things first. If we go into face mode, I can select this face and then Alt-E to select a shell. Control right click to UV. I can scale these down. These don't need to be as big a texture resolution, especially not the stuff in here, but since these are all sewn, I'm just going to scale them all down just a little bit. And then these, I'm going to leave alone. So now I'm going to select all these, and now I'm going to repack all of this stuff. And actually, I've got so much empty space over here, and I've got so many little pieces that I shouldn't have to shrink everything down that much to fit this hat in. All right, so let's take a look at what we've got here. I'm going to squeeze this window shut a little bit and open my outliner here. We've got our subsurface scattering, our eyeball, and everything else. I'm going to select everything, object mode. We've got our whole weapon with our bullet, all the belts, all the shirt stuff, hat. The eyeball is going to be sharing a map, so I think everything looks like it's in place. I'm going to go to Window, UV Texture Editor. And right now they're all on top of each other. So let's go ahead and select our accessories here. Control right click to UV. Now I want to move all of these UVs one row to the left. Easy way to do that is, let's go ahead and let's open that window up again, sorry. UV Texture Editor, and we'll make it small because we don't really need to see what's going on. I'm going to shove this over here. So really easily I can just do Shift, and I'm going to go over pretty much over one and undo that. Why I undid that is I want to go over here to my command editor and press this little button here. Delete that. And I'm going to take this, so I undid this poly edit UV U -1 point blah blah blah. I'm going to take that command, control copy, control paste. So now I've got poly edit UV -U -1.016009 -V0. So if I make this -1.0 and then I select this, and then middle mouse drag it up to my shelf up there. If I have these selected and then I hit that button and then I look at what happened, I just ran that command, so it just went over exactly 1 unit, 0 to 1 space to my left. So you can use that to your advantage. So that was left. Let's go ahead and move this over to the right and undo it. And open up our command editor. Let's go ahead and delete that. And we'll take this one, and we can just middle mouse drag that actually down here. And so we need to change this 0.97 to 1.0. And now we know this is right, so we have left, right. And just for the heck of it, let's go W up, undo, and then W down, undo. So this one right here was up, 1.0. And this one right here was down. So just to test these, we have left, right, up, down. Oops. That one up. This one keeps going up. So I guess I messed that one up. So let's undo that. We need a down, undo. Here it is. So this one's down. Let's go ahead and middle mouse drag this one over to our garbage can. Replace it with this one. So now when I hit this one, it goes down. So I got left, right, up, down. And just so we have it, let's go to our shelf editor. We have E3D selected. I'm going to scroll all the way down to these last 4, And this one, I'm going to label this one left, this one right, this one up, and this one down. Save all shelves. So now I have a left, right, up, and down for our UVs. So I moved these ones over to the left, and that's correct. So if I go again right, then left. Let's go ahead and select everything again. The eyeballs, so let's select that eyeball here, and we'll go Control right click to UV in that UV editor window, and we'll go down, and we'll select everything again. So we've got subsurface scattering, accessories, eyeball. I think that's everything. So now everything's in their nice in their own quadrant, nice and neat. Now when we go to bake, I'm going to want everything in the 0 to 1. This was just an example to show you how to split everything apart. So you can actually go in here and use these as kind of selection sets too. So it's like you go into face mode, Alt E, now you can select that face. You can go in here and select edge rings, and this is actually a useful view to kind of look at your topology as well, and go in here and go, oh, these edge rings aren't that good, or these are a little bit too much information here. So you can actually go in here and select your edge loops, and and then run your edge loop delete or whatever you need to do. So just another way to use selections, and I do that all the time. So once this thing's UV'd, and let me see if there's an example of something that's broken up. Oh yeah, the hat. So I've got my hat here, and it's like, oh, I want to select all these faces underneath the brim. Well, since he's got a UV shell, all I have to do is select that face and then Alt E, and that selects his entire shell. Alt E, entire shell. Alt E, entire shell. So this is actually 3 separate pieces, but it's easy to select the entire shell of that piece. And of course I want to select the whole piece of geometry. All I have to do is just double click. But it is nice to have those shell selections in case I need them. Now I only mention this it's something I was hesitating on bringing up, but Maya has a bug where, and I don't know if it's, this is Maya 2013. I don't know that it's happened to me here, but I know it's happened to me at work recently. So, and I don't know if that was 2012 or 2011 or 2013, but I'm using E3D's 2013 license right now. But whatever version of Maya you're on, maybe they fixed it, maybe they haven't. On the off chance they haven't, what you want to do is, so you got your window, UV texture editor. All our UVs look fine, right? When all your UVs look fine and everything's good, grab all these, do a file export selection, and then just do a UV backup.obj. The reason I do that is sometimes I'll shut down Maya, I'll open it back up the next day, and my UVs it'll be like I lost history or something weird on my UVs. I don't know what it is, I don't know what that bug is, but in fact, just for the heck of it, I'm going to delete history right here. So for some reason, some Maya files just lose UV history, and it's been doing that for off and on for like the last 10 years. So whenever I have an object that's UV'd nicely, I export a copy, and I'm good. Having said that, what I'm going to do now is go ahead and export all these so we can go ahead and bake what we need. Before I export anything, I'm going to select everything, go to Mesh Cleanup, and run a quick cleanup. Everything looks good. And so here we have our whole bake dude right here. We've got our subsurface scattering, our accessories, and our eyeball. Our eyeball we don't need to export. I'm not baking anything out of ZBrush for that, I don't think. We'll just do our eyeball manually. So I'm going to go ahead and just hide that. Everything else I want to export. For this particular bake, what I'm going to do is I'm going to unlock my normals. Actually, I'll go up to the menu here for you. Normals, unlock normals, normals, set to face, normals, soften edge. I'm going to go up here to lighting, turn off two-sided lighting. And if anything is black and it shouldn't be, the normals need to be reversed. So I'm going to go ahead and soften all the normals, and I'm going to have the normal map do all the hardening of the edges for me. You will notice like some, see these dark areas right here on these hard edge meshes. You will have some weird geometry shadowing in some places. Not really anything I can't live without. So, is it ideal? No. Is it a deal breaker? Not really. So, for all intents and purposes, here's our dude we're going to bake out. And everything's soft. So why that's important is I'm going to export these with these softened normals. And to make sure I export them with the softened normals, I'm going to go up here. We're going to start with the teeth upper. Actually, I'm going to grab the head, middle mouse drag that, and we'll do a head example. So I'm going to have this head selected, go to File, Export Selection with the option box, and they're all going to be OBJs. None of this really matters. What we want to make sure we have is these normals are on. So when you export, it'll actually export these softened normals. And that way, when we go into XNormal and bake our maps, XNormal, you can choose You want all average normals? Do you want to use your imported normals or whatever? You could probably do all average and it would do the exact same thing, but just to play it safe, we're going to make sure our normals are on. We're going to export selection. And let's go ahead and make a new folder. And we'll call this bake. Oops. Rename bake. Go into that folder and we're going to call this head low. I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to sit here and make you watch me do this. I'm just going to grab the teeth upper. Since I've just exported, I can hit G. Oops. Let's do that again. File, export selection, teeth upper low. And the reason I'm giving it a low suffix is so when I go into headers, I can do my low and my high in one quick import. I should be able to select teeth lower and hit G. There you go. So teeth lower. Teeth lower, low. So I'm just going to go through, hit G, tongue, low, etc., all the way down. Actually, before I get too far, forgot to mention something. Window, UV texture editor. Select all these dudes. When we go to export and we're baking, XNormal is going to expect everything to be over here in this right quadrant. So I'm going to grab all these UVs and I'm going to shove those over to the right. Everything looks cool. And now I'm good to go. So now I can start exporting and not have any problems. And so we've got everything UV'd in Hedis, using Hedis and Maya and a couple different tricks in Maya. I'm going to go ahead and show you how to UV in Maya. Generally, I don't ever UV in Maya. I do most of my UVing in either Modo or Hedis. But I can show you kind of how to rudimentarily kind of do the same stuff you were doing in Hedis in Maya, as well as going into ZBrush and UVing in there as well. So for Maya, I'm going to go to Window, UV Texture Editor, and throw this window in here. And so here's our pants with our pants UVs. I'm going to go ahead and Control D to duplicate my pants. And then we're going to go to Show, Isolate, Select, and we'll just do a quick View Selected. So I'm just going to work on these pants here. So these are my duplicate pants. So I don't want UVs. I'm going to go to Polygon, delete UVs. And the fastest way to get UVs on something is honestly to just auto map, smooth and sew, make your seam cuts, and then unfold. You can do stuff like, go ahead and get rid of this. Let's do panels, panel, UV texture editor. Save some window space here. You can do stuff like create UVs, do a cylindrical map, and then you can kind of cylindrically map. See in here. Kind of cylindrically map your pants and try and get stuff to fit, but it's kind of a pain in the butt. So it's easier, just like in Hedis, I'd rather map something, make my cut lines, and then unfold, as opposed to trying to cylindrical map the legs, and then sew them to the pants and make sure my cut, planar project the back of the pants, back with that. So what I'm going to do is just do a quick create UVs, auto mapping, and I'm going to go ahead and pull out these little bottom pieces right here. And these you could have, if I go into face mode here, you could have planar projected these pretty easily. So just create UVs, planar mapping with best bounds. But with auto mapping, we got what we needed. The rest of this stuff, I'm going to go into edge mode, select all these edges. And then I want to deselect these edges because I want to keep these nice. So I'm going to go into edge mode and then control drag over that. So with the rest of these, I'm just going to do a move and sew and get just a bunch of garbage, which is okay. So right now, all the edges that can be moved and sewn are moved and sewn. So now let's go ahead and make my Hedis cuts, which by that I mean just the places on the mesh that I want to have cut. So down the middle, same things we did in Hedis. Down to the side, and I'm just double clicking these edges around. We don't have to do this one, but you can also do around, just to kind of make it consistent between Hedis and this program as, exact same cuts. Control drag, get rid of this front part. So we're cutting straight down the back. Oops. Actually grab an extra one there. Straight down the back, down the inseams, and around the ankles, and then make sure it cuts all the way through here. Looks good. So now what I can do is go into my UV editor, and so with all those edges selected, I'm just going to go up here to cut. So I'm going to separate the UVs along these edges, grab these UVs, and then do a polygon. And I'll go ahead and unfold these, go into the option box. And right now I'm going to turn off any of the pin UV stuff. I'm not going to constrain it. There's maximum iterations. I think by default it's set to 5,000. I'm not going to rescale. If you want to, you can rescale and it'll rescale it out. You can kind of look at that. But if you turn that off, it'll kind of keep it that big. So we go ahead and do unfold with 5,000 iterations. Now what we can do, if we undo that, we can actually turn that down to like 100. And then when you hit apply, you're going to see exactly what it's doing. And it's kind of doing exactly what Hedis does, which is kind of unfolding. You keep hitting apply, you can kind of see that it's slowly flattening things out. The only problem is we're getting some shrinking going along here. So just temporarily, I'm going to undo all that. And because this is symmetrical, see, we're having that problem where it's getting kind of kinked up in here. So what I'm going to do, just to make this easier on Maya, I'm going to go into my 4 view, go into my front view, and just let's go into my outliner here. I'm going to hide everything. So here's our duplicated pair of pants. I'm going to hit Shift P to get it out of my accessories group. Hide that group, Control H. And it looks like our hands need to be thrown back up. Oh wait, let's just hide our SSS and our eyeball. So everything's hidden except for this pair of pants. So now when I go into my front view, one of those 4 quad view in the front, we delete this half. So now we've got half our pants. Window, oops. Let's go to the 2 view, panels, UV texture editor. Oops, panels. There we go. So now we've got half the pants. So now we've got still got this up here. So we want to go ahead and just do a really quick create UVs. We'll do another auto map. We'll grab the bottoms out again. And this time we just need to make a cut down the inseam because the middle part's gone. So we'll just double click that. Actually, we need to grab all these edges first, deselect these edges, and then do a quick nasty move and sew. And then we'll double click this inseam here. And then we'll cut UVs, polygons, and we'll do an unfold with the option box. We'll hit apply, and that'll cut them and fold these. Now these UVs right here, I'm going to go ahead and select these, and instead of doing an unfold, I'm going to do a relax. And while I'm doing a relax, I'm going to go into that option box, and I'm going to turn off any pinning, because right now it's pinning UV borders and pinning unselected. So I just want to, oops, I do want to pin, sorry, I do want to pin unselected, but I don't want to pin the UV border. I'm going to relax those. And relax those. Just trying to help Maya out a little bit. Actually, yeah. Maybe this, we go into UV, go into polygons, unfold. A little bit better. So now we've got the unfolded UVs. So if I want to, because I know I'm going to be mirroring these, I can grab this edge. I'm going to flatten out both sides. So I'm going to grab this edge, and then go to 2 edge loop between those. Oops, didn't look like it grabbed that. So I'm going to go into edge mode and just control drag over these. So we just want this edge selected. Control right click, 2 UV, and I'm going to scale these across this axis to flatten them out. So again, this is kind of like pinning your UVs in Hedis. I'm going to grab these UVs. Oops, go into UV mode, grab these ones, scale them. And I want these to be kind of the same height. So I'm going to UV mode here. And kind of just move that up. So they're both kind of equal. I'm going to select all these UVs, and then control, and then drag over these straight lines and deselect these. So now when I do an unfold, I'm going to do pin UVs, pin unselected UVs, and then apply. And now it's going to keep those unselected UVs straight and unfold everything else. So now here's half of the pants here, and it's along a straight line here. So now what I can do is let's go into my E3D thing, and we'll do custom polygon display, apply and close. We've got our border edges. Delete type history. We're going to go Control D to duplicate, scale -1. Delete type history, freeze transformations, flip those. And before I combine both of these, I'm actually going to grab these 2 UV, and I'm going to go ahead and flip these because I know they need to be flipped, and then move those out of the way. So now I'm going to combine both of these. Combine. And then I'll go ahead and invert, weld down the middle. Now all I need to do is select these edges here and move and sew. Now I have pants UVs. out of Maya pretty quick. Certainly not as quick as Hedis. I never really use Maya, but for what it's worth, that's probably somewhat what I would do in Maya. And again, if you wanted to straighten these UVs out, you can grab all these UVs, just that top row, obviously, on an edge, two edge loop, two UVs. You can straighten these UVs out, and then you can unpin unselected or whatever, and do another unfold, and start relaxing, doing all that stuff. So you can kind of massage your UVs within Maya as well. So that's how I would UV in Maya. I'm going to go ahead and do a polygons, delete UVs. So now I got no UVs again on this duplicate. I'm going to go to File, Export Selection, and we'll just call these Pants ZBrush. And I'm going to take these into ZBrush and UV them. So here we are in ZBrush, and we're going to use ZBrush to do our UVs. And again, I'm just going to use the pants example because you can you can interpolate the difference between this pants UVs and the rest of the UVs on the model. So if you can UV these pants, you can UV anything. So I'm going to go ahead and close all these menus out over here by clicking those buttons. I'm going to go to Z plugin, and actually I'm just going to grab this whole Z plugin menu, throw it over here, and we're going to go to UV master. So here's my pants. Now let's say I want to, I have a bunch of detail and stuff, and I want to UV the lowest res one. Well, in that case, you want to go to your lowest res cage, and then do work on clone, and then I'll shoot a clone out. Now in this case, we don't really need to work on a clone, but just saying it's safer just to work on a clone. Certainly if you have subdivision history. So we're going ahead and we're going to work on a clone here, and we've got our mesh. Now we need to tell ZBrush a couple things. Number one is we don't have any UV, so we're not going to use any UV seams. We can't use that one. Polygroups we can do, so we can turn on polygroups, and what we can do with this one is we turn on polyframe. Right now it's all one polygroup. We can change that if we hold down Control Shift, go to Select Lasso, and let's go ahead and hit X so we can work across this axis. Let's go ahead and show just those bottoms, and now I'm going to do a polygroups, group visible. So now these are their own separate polygroup. So now when it does the UVs, it'll pop those off into its own UV shells, which is exactly what we want. Another thing we need to tell it to do is to enable control painting. Now what that is this will allow me to attract, I can't tell ZBrush what edge to cut along, but I can kind of push it towards those areas. And it does a pretty good job of picking exactly what edge I want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit attract, and that's going to give me a blue color that I can now, and I'm in RGB mode. And when I'm in UV master, it does all this for you. So you don't really need to worry about this. You just need to hit attract and you're good to go. But just know that it's painting a blue color. So now we need to figure out where I want to attract the seam. So I'm going to go ahead and paint blue right along these verts here. And then down the leg here, kind of along this inseam. So this is where, and you can also, if you want to protect any areas, you can do protect, and if you want to erase, you can do erase, and all it's doing is changing this color. So erase is going to paint white, protect is going to paint red, and then attract is going to paint blue. You can also do a attract from ambient occlusion. So actually, if you ran an ambient occlusion, the ambient occlusion would kind of collect along these same kind of areas. So you can kind of use that if you're in a big hurry, which I'm not. So we've got this here. So let's go ahead and do an unwrap. So we did an unwrap, but we don't get to see anything. So what we need to tell it to do now is flatten. Here it is flattened. So if I do a polyframe, it went ahead and cut along the back and along the inside, flatten everything out, pop these in its own UV shells. And if I want to, I can hold down Control Shift and go to Select Rectangle. And these are just like polygons. I think they are polygons. They're not UVs, really. They're just flattened polygons that represent UVs. So you can actually take this. You can Control Shift by polygroup, Control Shift these things out. I'm going to go ahead and go out of X mode. You can go into transpose mode and move your shells around. You can go in here and mask and move your shells around. Just like move this around, invert that, move these around. You can go into move mode and move your UVs around like this. Any number of things. So anything you can do in ZBrush on a piece of geo, you can do on your UVs. Once you're all set, let's go and turn off polyframe here. So here's our new UVs. we're going to go to copy UVs, and we're working on a clone right now. So of course we need to go back to our original pants over here, and then we can go to paste UVs. Now to make sure our UVs went back on our pants, and of course, you know, if these were a separate pair of pants, then I needed to go into geometry and go to my subdivision levels to make sure I put UVs on the lowest res cage that had detail on it. To check to make sure the UVs went on there, you can go down here to texture map, and you can do create new from UV check, and it'll actually show you, hey, there it is, or new from UV map, either one, and this will show you your UVs and obviously where your seams are and stuff. So there's our UVs, and then you can go in here and export these as pants ZBrush UV'd, and you're good to go. Import those into Maya, and you're on your way. All right, so I've got all my OBJ, my low res OBJs, soften normals, UV'd in my bake folder. So now what I want to do is throw in my high res that I'm going to bake from. So what I'm going to get is ambient occlusion information, normal map information, and vertex color, which is my poly paint information. The vertex color is going to be two parts. Number one, I'm going to, since I painted a lot, I did the skin and the leather and stuff, I'm going to bake that out as a diffuse map. And I'm also going to do a run through, and I'm going to do a color fill for dedo, which is going to be when I go to texture, I'm going to like choose, for instance, say blue for all the metal pieces that are similar, green for all the leather pieces that are similar. So I'm going to break it up by material, bake those out as well, so I'll have a bake map of material swatches that I can take into dedo. But more on that later, and that'll make more sense as we go through it. But for now, what I need to do is get my high-res detail information and color information from this guy. The hair, I'm going to do separately. That's just going to be cards. So the mustache, I'm going to alt-click this. I'm going to turn off mustache. I'm going to turn off eyebrows. The stubble will be interesting. I'm going to see if there's a way. I'm going to go ahead and turn it off for now, but I'm going to see if there's a way for me to export the stubble as a mask, and then I can take that into Photoshop. But we'll see how that goes. Anyways, so here's our guy. Here's our high-res detail that we need to bake off for our normal map and our ambient occlusion map. And then the color, the poly paint, we're going to have to bake off as well. So there's a couple things I want to do. Let's open up this over here. And we got our Z plugin. If you don't, just go to your Z plugin over here, grab this little button, throw it over here. We need to open up Subtool Master. And what we're going to do is do a high-res visible. So before I export anything, I want to make sure I don't have something on like subdivision level 4 and export that as the high, and then, oops, I bake out something stupid, something low res. I want to make sure everything's as high res as possible. So there we go. And the other thing is I need to make sure, just to make sure, I want to see my poly paint. So I want to go to fill, and this box over here, I don't want to actually fill a color or material or a color and a material. I want to turn on my colorize for everything. So I'm going to click this button. It's going to turn into a rainbow. And I'm going to hit OK, and that's going to go through all my visible layers and turn on poly paint. So just to make sure I have my poly paint, I didn't accidentally fill something with white. Cool. So there's all my poly paint stuff. So now I'm just going to go through my list. I'm going to start up here at the top, and I'm just going to be exporting. Let's bring that my computer back here. Let's go to E3D. Here's my bake folder. I'm going to have this off to the left, and I'm just going to make sure as I'm exporting them, maintaining this exact same naming convention, just to make it easier when I pull it into XNormal. It'll be easier to turn off and on the different options that I want. So as I go through and export, just keep these naming conventions in mind, and you'll be safe. So again, starting at the top, I'm just going to go into export, and I believe I might have had the hat and the band separate. Which, if I go into, go and isolate this hat out, it is still separate. If I want to export this hat and the band at the same time, I'm going to go ahead and take this hat and just click all the way up through. And I'll do this a lot. So in my ZBrush file, I'll keep it separate. But for now, I'm going to take this hat band. I'm going to go down to merge and just do a merge down. So the hat and the band right now are completely together, and they've got, same poly information and whatever. So this will just be easier for me just to say I have a hat low, now I have a hat high, so I don't have to export a hat high and a hat band high, and then in XNormal select the hat and the hat band, and then the hat low, and then, bake it. This will just make it easier for me. So I'm going to do this as I go as well. So I've got my hat now, all in one object. And of course, sometimes when you merge things, it'll keep your subdivision history. Just make sure you're on the highest subdivision level. Go to export, and we're going to call this hat. And you're going to see as I type, it's going to go, Windows will actually go through for me and look. So, there's hat low. I'm just going to call this hat high. And so now we've exported the hat. And again, just going through. Here's hands. I'm going to actually turn everything off. So as I click through, things are just going to turn on for me. So I got my hands, I got my head, whatever. So I'm going to start with the hands. Now the hands I have to separate. I have hand right, hand left. When I exported them, as the low res, I could have just done hands. Probably would have been easier. But just in case you have to do a hand left and a hand right, I'm going to turn off X symmetry. I'm going to Control Shift drag over this one. I'm going to do, so with hand left selected, I'm going to export hand left high. I'm going to control, when it's done, control drag, invert that selection, do hand right high, and just continue through. I'm going to export this as head high. So just go all the way through your Z tools and export all your high res stuff, and make sure you append with high. All right, so I've got everything exported. Let me go ahead and pull up my window here. So here's my bake. I've got all my highs and all my lows, and you're going to see by the sizes, which are which. And of course, they all have, like, for example, head high and head low. Now you also might have a head.material file. Just sort by type and just get rid of those. You don't need any of those. So on the off chance you have any material files, just delete those out of your bake folder. And then sort by name. So we have all our things exported. And you'll notice when I exported the high res, I didn't actually paint this. I actually painted it while it was on his hip. So it's actually turned and painted. So I'm not going to be able to grab any polypaint information off of this, but it's actually okay. I ain't even mad, because on this particular object, I can have Dedo do the heavy lifting for me. Because it's a hard edge object, it's not like skin with sores on it or anything really specific. I can just tell Dedo, hey, this is all gunmetal, this is wood, this is aluminum, or whatever. And it'll do all the lifting for me. So this is plenty. This is just my high-res detail, and that's just fine. So I got everything exported. So let's go ahead and launch XNormal. And here's XNormal. And if you need to get this, just Google XNormal downloads, and it'll take you to the E3D site, I think, and that's where they host it. So we'll go to high definition meshes. And actually, I think E3D actually has awesome videos on how to use XNormal, but I'm going to give you my little take. I'm going to go add meshes here, and I'm going to go to my bake folder. And since we're in the high definition meshes tab, I'm going to select all my high res definition meshes. So high, high, high. I'm going to skip all my lows. Skip all these lows. High, low, high, low, high. Okay, those are all our high res meshes. And I'm going to go through and go ahead and deselect all these, because I'm going to be going piecemeal through these while I bake, just to make sure I get nice clean bakes and I stay on top of things. So go ahead and unselect all these, and then we're going to go to our low, right click, add meshes, and now go select all your lows. And if you wanted to export these in a separate folder so you can just select all and bring them in, that's one thing. That's something you could do too, but the reason why I like to have them in the same folder is so I know my naming conventions stay the same as I'm saving them. I can do just a quick look at the folder and then select the object, export, oops, low, low, low. Okay, and again on this one, let's go ahead and get rid of this. And we were actually working at a pretty small scale in Maya. So what I'm going to do to make my life a little bit easier is I'm going to scale everything up in XNormal, so it doesn't really matter what I import. I can tell it to scale everything up, like say by a factor of 10. So I'm going to go through here to mesh scale. So I went back to my high definition tab, mesh scale. I'm going to go 10 and just hit the down arrow and just type in 10 and just keep hitting down. And if I miss one, that's okay. I'll just go back up and fix it. So 10 all the way down. Whatever. So fix these two. Go to my low res. I'm going to go over here to the right. Maximum frontal ray distance. You can usually leave this alone. I'm going to go ahead and set it to 3 just because. I usually have pretty good results. So I'm just going to type 3 all the way down. And then go back up. Type 3 for all these. And then of course I got a mesh scale. So I'm going to go up to the top. Mesh scale 10. Okay. So I'm going to start up here with my badge. So I'm going to select badge low. I'm going to go back to the high res. So here's what we're going to do. when we're gonna bake this out, if we're gonna be baking out vertex normal information, which is, so if we scroll all the way down to the bottom, is our high poly vertex colors. That's our poly paint. And we're going to be baking that out. We have to bake that separately from our ambient occlusion, because if you go to your high res mesh, one of the options is ignore per vertex color. If you want to bake out your ambient occlusion, you have to have this checked on. If you want to bake out your vertex color, you have to have it unchecked. So what we're going to do is go ahead and bake our normal and our poly paint out at the same time. So it only has to load the mesh in once, bakes both the maps really quickly, and then dumps it, and then you go to the next one. And then we're going to do another pass where we're going to bake all of our AO maps with all these checked on. So what I'm going to do now is uncheck all these. And you're also going to notice over here on smooth normals for high, it's use exported normals. That's fine. And low, you want to make sure it's over here. Smooth normals is use exported. And since we smoothed them before we sent out, and we have made sure that option was checked on when we did our OBJs, it should be fine. So I'll just go ahead and uncheck all these. Okay. So ignore per vertex color is off because I don't want to ignore it. I want to bake off my diffuse. So we're going to select badge high, go over here, badge low, go under baking options. So again, like I said, we're going to be baking a normal map and not our ambient occlusion, but our high poly vertex color map. I'm going to go ahead and put anti-aliasing at 2. And default bucket renders fine. Edge padding, this is kind of dependent on our map size. I think 4096 is probably overkill, so I'm going to just go ahead and bake out 2048s. For this guy, it doesn't take that much longer to do 4096. If you want to do 4096, by all means. I'm just trying to keep my file sizes down while I'm working in Photoshop. So 2048. Edge padding for a 2048, I think probably 6 pixels is fine. If you drop that down to a 1024, it's still 3 pixels of padding on each side. Drop it down to a 512. Let's bump that up to 8. We'll do 8 pixels of edge padding for 2048. So we got our, we're going to go in here and we're going to name it. So here's our game res bake, and we're baking our badge. So we're just going to name it badge. And you don't have to name it badge, diffuse, badge, AO, or anything. Xnormal is going to append the correct suffix to it. So I'm just going to say badge, save. So I'm going to save it out as badge .targa. So you want to make sure you select what you want to do. I'm going to go ahead and choose targa. So badge, targa. Everything else is fine. So we'll just hit generate maps. It's going to pull in, it's going to see down here what it's reading. It's going to read in the badge high mesh. It's going to read in the badge low mesh. And it's going to bake the normal map and the diffuse color map. There's our normal. And there's our diffuse. And just to show you, I went ahead and shut everything down while I'm baking maps, so I can use all of my resources for map baking, so I'm not sitting here all day. But aside from that, I've got my maps here. They're just baking out in my bake folder. So if you double click these, you can go ahead and zoom in on this. So here's my normals. And you're also going to notice it looks different in here than it does in here. Because it adds, actually, if you remember, it actually had blue back here. It's actually baking in an alpha, which we're going to use to our advantage later on when we compile our maps. So there's our normal map. And here's our diffuse up close. So that's just our poly paint. And then after we go through and bake all of our normals and all of our V colors, then we're going to bake off our AOs. So I'm not going to sit here and make you watch me do that, but let me just do one more example just so you make sure. Let's go ahead and I'm going to skip down and do head high, head low, and we'll just call this head. And I don't have to change any other options. All the other options are fine. We have high poly vertex checked, normals checked. All of this is done. So all the way through this, the only thing we're going to change when we flip over to AO maps is I'm going to change this anti-aliasing to 1x because it'll take forever if I have anything higher than that. Other than that, we're cool. So head targa, generate. So very quickly, we got a normal map rendered. And we got our high poly vertex color rendered. And just for the heck of it, I'm just going to go ahead and update this. So sort by date modified. We'll look at our head normals. Make sure everything looks cool. No major errors, nothing we can't clean up, nothing I can't live with. Looks good to me. V color, so this will be our diffuse map. And this is just our poly paint. Very sweet. So just keep going through and bake all your maps just like this. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm going to do one more example just to show that you can bake multiple things. I'm just working my way down the list. I've got boot left high. I don't need to do boot left go to the low res, do boot left, and then bake it off. I can mix and match. I can do boot left, boot right, boot left, boot right at the same time, go into bake, call it boots, and call it a day. So you can mix and match, and I'm going to be doing that as I go through too. Say you have, and this happens a lot, you've got a pair of pants with a low res that includes a belt, pant loops, pants, cuffs, whatever, for the high res. So you've got 6 high res meshes, but only 1 low res mesh, because generally when you do your low res, you're actually consolidating a bunch of high reses together. So what you do is in your high res list, so there we got our map baked out, what you do in your high res list is just select the ones that make sense. And then when you go to low res mesh, select, so, you know, pants, pants cuffs, pants, belt loops, pants zipper, whatever. Then you go to low res, hit pants, baking options, bake, and XNormal will load all of your high res meshes that you checked, bake them all to a low res map, and you're good to go. That's also especially useful when you're doing your AO maps, because, you know, sometimes if I want a cleaner normal, I'll bake, for example, let's say I'll bake my badge high separately. So I'll do my badge high, my badge low, and bake it. Now, if I wanted to say that badge was on a wall, if I wanted a clean normal map on that wall, I would bake the wall separately. Now, if I want to get an accurate AO map, I'm going to load in that wall, the badge on the wall, and then bake it, so I'll get a nice, like a nice ambient occlusion of the badge on the wall, that kind of thing. So just something to keep in mind as you're baking your maps out. All right, so I got all of my normal maps and poly vertex, my poly paint baked off as my diffuse. So now I'm going to go and reselect, starting at the top, my badge low and my badge high. I'm going to go to baking options, and instead of doing a normal map or a high poly vertex color, we're going to go to ambient occlusion, and my settings are 256 rays, distribution uniform, occluded colors black, unoccluded colors white, bias is 0.08, spread angle is 178, attenuation is at 1. I think that's about it. So I've got those settings set. I'm going to change this anti-aliasing to 1x. Go to my high definition meshes. Choose ignore vertex color for all of them. So if you accidentally bake out your ambient occlusion with this checked off, you'll see. It'll go really fast, and you're going to notice that it's just a black and white version of your diffuse, of your poly paint. So we're going to go back up here, and we're just going to type badge again, because we're baking out the same thing. It's going to do a badge underscore ambient occlusion generate. It's going to load in the high res, load in the low res, and then, so here's our badge. Now, like I was saying earlier, if this badge was on something, so say he's wearing a shirt, and he's got the suspenders, and actually let me pull up Maya here. So he's got his shirt, and he's got his suspenders on. If this badge never moves, I would consider baking in the ambient occlusion with both of these put together in XNormal. So I would say, hey, XNormal, load in my shirt and my badge, and go ahead and bake an ambient occlusion so it'll actually give a nice shadow around the badge, which the chances of him taking his badge off are pretty low. But maybe he does. And if he does, you don't want the ambient occlusion baked in, because he's going to throw his badge away and there's going to be a big ambient occlusion shadow on his chest. Where it would come in handy when you're baking this stuff is when I load in my high res for my pistol, I'm going to frame this. I'm going to pull in all these things that aren't going to animate. I'm going to pull in all these high reses together in XNormal and all the low reses together, and I'm going to bake those all at once to get a nice ambient occlusion. I bake them all separately to get a nice normal map. So like if I baked all these things together and baked my normal map, you'd get some kind of normal issues in here, and it wouldn't be as clean as you would like. However, when I bake my ambient occlusion, in order to make it realistic, you want to load these all in together so you get a nice seated, you get shadow around these areas. And we know when we get everything baked, I'll show you what we're talking about here with examples. But, well, let's go ahead and do it in XNormal just for the shirt example. So here's the difference. Here's my badge. Let's go ahead and open up Eat 3D. So here's my badge occlusion. And just really quickly, let's go do a shirt occlusion. So I'm going to scroll all the way down here, and I'm going to do shirt high and shirt low. Do baking options. I'm going to just call this shirt. I'm going to go ahead and bake that. And while that's baking, I'm going to open up Photoshop. And when you're baking ambient occlusion maps, it's really system resource intensive. So usually better not to be, recording or running programs, but I kind of need to. So I'm going to move this into place here so you can see what I'm doing. Move all my swatches in. And I'm going to pull this layers up. Okay, so it's still baking out. As you can probably hear my computer in the background chugging along. So when that's done, I'm going to go ahead and open up Eat 3D, Game Res, Bake, Details. So we got Badge Occlusion. So let's do sort by date modified. So here's our Badge Occlusion. And again, I'm just showing you an example of just the difference between the two. I'll go back into XNormal. Alright, so I just finished baking out our shirt. So now, if I go ahead and close that, open up our shirt occlusion. So we've got our badge here, and we've got our shirt, but when I go and put this on my character, the badge is not going to be kind of seated, and let me show you what that means. So I'm going to go ahead and Control-All, Control-Copy, paste that. So I'm going to paste that in there, and I'm going to close that out. So we're going to make a new shirt, only this time in XNormal. In my high definition, I'm going to choose Shirt and Badge. Go to my low definition. Now I'm just going to choose Shirt, and I'll bake out Badge too, because you might get a little more shadow around the edges of that badge with the shirt in there. So I'll choose Shirt and Badge for the high, Shirt and Badge for the low. Then when I go to Bake, my ambient occlusion, and I'll just call it Shirt again and generate the maps. Alright, just finished up my ambient occlusion map, and now I'm going to go ahead and close that, and go back in here. I'm going to go just paste these in here. So I'm going to close both of those and reopen them. Shirt and Badge. Now let's compare the difference between these two. So here's our badge, and there's our badge with the shirt. So here's the shirt and the badge, and if I zoom in, when I put this on my character, I'm going to have a nice shadow around where that badge is on his body. Now this part behind him isn't good, because now he has kind of an ambient occlusion badge baked into him, but I can go ahead and clean that up in Photoshop and leave this nice soft shadow around his shirt on there. As well as, if you look at the difference between the badge, see how this is pretty flat ambient occlusion? As soon as I throw that high-res shirt in there, the rays start bouncing around and I get a nice seated dark area. So this is all light in here, and now because there's something behind it, it's all dark. So it is nice, if you know the objects aren't going to animate or be removed, to go ahead and bake that ambient occlusion in there. So I'm going to go ahead and leave that. I don't think he'll take his badge off. I'm not going to save that. Go ahead and close Photoshop. Cancel that. Let's go ahead and just minimize this. Close Photoshop. And we're just back to baking. So I'm going to go to my high res and just working my way down. I'm going to do my boots. And actually, if he's not taking his pants off, it might be a good idea to just do your boots and your pants at the same time. So we'll go down here and we'll choose pants. So we got pants. Holster is probably going to move when he animates because it's a separate object, so I'm not going to bake that in. Yeah, so we'll just do boots and pants for now. And then we'll do boots, boot left, boot right, and pants. And then we'll go ahead for our ambient occlusion only. Again, obviously for normal maps and diffuse maps, I'll bake it separately so it's nice and clean. But for ambient occlusion, if it's going to be together and even if they do animate and the pants go up a little bit, he's probably not going to take his pants off because there's no geometry underneath there. So I can at least get a nice shadow on his boots. So I'll do pants, boots, baking options. I'll call this pants, boots, and then bake that out. All right, we've got all our maps baked right here. So I'm just going to sort by type in this folder. I'm just going to drag and drop them into Photoshop. So all of our targets here, and these are just going to be, well, these are going to be the polypaint, the ambient occlusion, and the normals. Drag and drop those. And usually I have two monitors when I do this. It's going to be kind of interesting. See if I can do it. And the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and sort all these things so that they're together. I'm going to go to Window. I'm just going to go to, I guess we'll just start with this badge occlusion right here. I'm going to peel this off. And you're going to notice that there's a channel, alpha channel built in here. So what I've done is I've made an action called load copy selection, which I have assigned to Shift F2. And basically what I did was just record me. So when I go into actions, you can always make a new action, call this temp. So now I'm recording an action. So while I'm recording, I'm going to go to channels, control click the alpha, which will set that selection of alpha 1. Go up here, go into a marquee mode, right click, do layer via copy. So now I have this in a brand new layer, and it's easy enough to drag and drop, just shift and drag and drop into another layer, which you'll see in a second. So here's my badge occlusion, which actually I don't need. I actually replaced this with my shirt badge occlusion, but I'll get that later. So anyways, we have this. So now that we've recorded that, just go ahead and stop. And then you have your, here's our temp. You can double click this and you can assign like Control Shift F4 or whatever if you want to. I'm just going to go ahead and delete this because we have one. It's called load copy selection. It's Shift F2. So I'm going to hit Shift F2 every time I want to run that. So then we'll hit Control G. We'll call this AO. And we'll just go into this file. Now all I have to do is hit Shift F2, Shift drag, and now that just pasted this in here. I'm going to Control G, call this norm. Oops. This will be our normal map. And you can actually load all of your normal maps into one file and then do a double click this, do an overlay layer. I think it's overlay with the B channel missing, and you can actually overlay all your normals and it won't make any difference. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use these alphas to my advantage. Just it's a little bit cleaner sometimes. Sometimes it behooves me to go ahead and just have these on a separate layer just as I'm working through it. I'm going to move this stuff out of the way if I can. There we go. Now I can see what I'm doing. So here's my badge normal. Already got that. Don't need it anymore. And I'm just going to go through and do this for all my stuff. So here's I have my tongue. Shift F2. Shift, drag into here, it'll throw it, the registration will be correct, so it'll throw it in the right place. Control G, diffuse. And now I can just turn all these off. And the background I'm just going to fill it with white. So now I have this file going, then I'm just going to have my layers on. I'm going to Control Shift S. In my, I'm going to go up one, I'm going to call this textures. And in here I'm going to be texture working Photoshop file. Go back to this one. Don't save. And then here's the ambient occlusion, Shift F2. And I'm not going to make you watch me do all these, but as I go, I'm just going to be dragging them into these different folders. So it's a pretty quick process. Let's go in here, Shift F2. And now I can use these alpha channels to my advantage if I need to. But I'm going to go ahead and continue doing this, and I'll be back in a second. All right, we've got them all pasted. So here's all of my AO. And of course, since we had overlapping UVs, we've got the SSS kind of overlapping the accessories and that kind of stuff. So not a huge deal, but we'll get that all sorted out. So here's my AO, my normal maps, and my diffuse maps. And while I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead and I'll show you an example of how to load all of your layers into stacks and do it a little bit faster than this with a little bit less control. So I'm going to go to File, Scripts, load files in the stack, browse, and I'm going to load just a bunch of, let's say ambient occlusion maps into my stack. So I'm going to do, since we got tongue and teeth here, I'm going to do tongue, teeth, hands, and let's sort by name. And we'll grab head. Looks like we didn't get a head AO. So we'll just do whatever I have selected. So hands, teeth, upper teeth, lower, and a tongue occlusion. And we'll go ahead and add those to a stack. Just giving you an example. So it'll load them all in the stack. And the cool thing about this is it'll actually load them and name the layer files after the file name. So you can go ahead and drag a layer to the bottom, fill it with white, and then as you go through, you can just hit multiply, and you can actually multiply these together. Now the hands I baked with the shirt just so I get an occlusion on the wrist. So obviously the shirt wouldn't be there for my actual bake. So I'm going to have to actually go back and do that separately, but you'll get the idea. Same thing for, let's go ahead and close this. File, scripts, load files in the stack. You can do, let's go pants V colors, shirt V colors, and spur V colors. So we'll just grab like those body V colors. Hit OK. It'll load those all into one. They're all named. Add a new white layer at the bottom here. And then I'm hitting F2, but all it is making this into a multiply layer. Because these are on a white background, you can actually just hit multiply, and as long as there's no overlapping, it'll work. So that's what you can do. And for normals, it's a little bit different. Let's grab some normals real quick. File, scripts, load files in the stack. We'll do cigar normals, boots normals, badge normals. Okay, so you can load all your normals into a stack, for example. Hit OK. Now to get these to show up together incorrectly, what you're going to have to do is sample. I'm going to sample this back blue color, which is 127, 127, 255. Drag that to the bottom, fill that bottom layer. I'm going to go through here and make these all overlay. And then you can see they'll all show up as a correct normal. You might have to go in here and turn off the blue channel if you have any weird problems beside that, but it should be okay. So that's how you would get your normals all loaded up into a stack without having to go through the whole save out the alpha and stuff. I just like to do that because I find it useful sometimes when I'm grouping, and it's just nice to be able to select each of these things individually with the alpha intact, and it's nice and crisp and easy to work with. All right, I'm going to work my way through the diffuse layer, and then I'm just going to do what I do to the normal and ambient occlusion and not have to have you watch it. First thing I'm going to do is fill the background layer for this diffuse layer to kind of separate it out. So I'm going to go down here to the bottom layer in that group, make a new layer, drag it to the bottom, and then just do a D to go to default, X to change it to white. And I'm going to change this background color eventually, but for now I'm just going to fill it with white. So Alt-E is what I do to bring up that menu, L to go to fill, and then foreground color, Enter is how I'm doing the fill. So I got my diffuse here, so now I'm going to break it up into accessories and skin. So I'm going to hold down Control, and when I have Control selected, I have Auto Select Layer. So all I have to do is actually click on any of these, and it'll auto select that layer for me. So the head, I'm going to shift click the hands, the teeth, and the tongue, and I'm going to hit Control G. So now we have a group under the diffuse layer called SSS. This will be our organic stuff. And oops, let me grab that teeth in there. So now all that should be left is the accessories. So let's go ahead and grab some UVs to make sure we have everything we need. So I'm going to go to my Maya file. I'm going to back it up. Select all his mesh right here. Go to Windows, UV Texture Editor. Pull this over. So now our textures are overlapping right here. So to get these out of the way really quick, I'm going to grab his accessories. Control right click to UV, hit W, and hit our little left button up there. So now I'm going to grab all of his SSS, which is going to give us all of these UVs. Go to Polygons, UV Snapshot, and remember the source bake size that we did was 2048. So I'm going to keep that at 2048. I'm going to make this a Targa. I'm going to browse. I'm just going to do Alt UV to my default users, Mike Alien Documents, Maya Projects default images. Hit Save. Yes, I want to replace it. Everything else looks okay, so I'm going to hit OK. File exists, hit yes to overwrite. Go into Photoshop and open that up. And I've already browsed it over here, so I'm just going to drop this into my Photoshop here. And here's my UVs. I'm going to shift drag those. I'm going to go to the top here. I'm going to rename this SSS UVs. Hit Control I to invert that. Make this a multiply layer. And then if you want to, you can actually drag this opacity down. So now, under the SSS, I'm going to go ahead and hit B to go to brush mode. Hold down Alt, and that'll give me a little color picker. I'm just going to color pick his skin. I'm going to go down to the bottom, make a new layer, drag it to the bottom of the SSS layer. Actually, can you even see that? Let me make sure I'm in the recording dimensions here. You can barely see that. So this will just be a background color. So again, Alt-EL, Enter. Oops. Brush. Select that color. Let's go into our eyedropper tool. And this one is set the current layer. I'm going to do it to, right now to select all layers. So now when I select, I can eyedrop this color. And then I'll go ahead and fill. There we go. So now we've got our UVs here. It looks like we got our mouth bag, our teeth, our tongue, our hands, and our face. Everything looks good for that one. Let's go ahead and hide that. Now let's go ahead and grab UVs, and we'll hide the SSS UVs. Let's go ahead and grab accessory UVs. So I'm going to head back into Maya here. I'm going to shift drag, and I don't need the eyeball, so I'm going to go and unselect that. Control right click to UV, move that back to the right here. Polygons. Actually, I'm going to go back in object mode. So what I'm going to do is, what's the best way to do this? Let's go back to our outliner. Let's grab these accessories here. Polygons, UV snapshot. And I think in here you can do the UV range. You can actually leave them you can actually leave these over here to the left and down, and you can actually tell it min-max and tell Maya which quadrant to grab it from. Just trying to keep it simple. So I'm just going to move everything out of the way. So we got our accessories now. Everything else is set to the same. Hit OK. File override. Actually, polygons, UV snapshot. Sometimes if you don't browse and actually tell it out UV targa, it'll have a problem. So just in case. We'll go into Photoshop. We'll just close that file and then just reopen it. And now we got these new UVs. Shift drag. And we'll call these accessory UVs. Control I to invert. And we'll change this to a multiply. While I'm thinking about it, under channels, we can delete that alpha. Don't need that in the working layer anymore. Go ahead and close this out UV. Go ahead and save this texture working file. Now let's look at these accessories. So I noticed there was a lot of white space, but now that I look at it, that's all the gun pieces. So I think we're doing pretty good. So here's our SSS, and just for the heck of it, let's go ahead and shift select these. Control G, and we'll call this clothing. Just change it to clothing. I don't feel like typing accessory all the time. So then I'm going to go ahead and do that for the normal and the ambient occlusion as well. And just the one thing I want to mention, if you forget what that default normal color is, just open up one of your normal files and then do a eyedropper pick. So I usually go to brush tool and then alt click, and that'll select it. It's 127, 127, 255 for your RGB. But if you ever forget, just do that. So I'm going to go to the bottom. So here's my SSS layer. I'm going to go to the bottom of this and fill a blue layer with that. I'm going to duplicate this layer, which you can actually, I have a hotkey for it, but you can just drag it down. It's not recording that. There we go. You can drag this down to a new layer. I'm going to drag down to the bottom and then drop another blue layer to the bottom of this. So now we have SSS and accessories here. Shift Control G and clothing. And when we go through the diffuse, these should, the only ones that could be a little questionable are the AO maps, and I'll show you why in just a second. So right here we have our subsurface scattering, or basically our skin, our organic stuff. And if accessories, it's all very straightforward. We've already gone over that. So I'll go ahead and hide diffuse. I'm just clicking on and off these eyeballs here. So the norm is also pretty straightforward. We have our skin, which looks like everything's there. And then we have our clothing. Looks like everything's there. Now the AO map, I'd ran a couple different AO maps. So I have my subsurface scattering. And you're going to notice right away there's a jumble of stuff going on. Number one, part of that's because I need to drop a white layer in here. So again, I'm going to drop a layer down to the bottom of the SSS. Do a DX to change this to white. Alt-E-L enter to fill that with white. Now the reason why it looks weird is I have a head, which is fine. If I turn on my clothing UV, or my SSS UVs, you're going to see I have hands here, but I also have a shirt in here. The reason why is because I wanted to bake out my shirt with my hand so I can get that contact shadow on the wrist where the hands meet the shirt, just in case I wanted it. So head's fine, and here's my hands. Let's turn off our UVs here. So here's my hands, and then here's my hands baked with the shirt, and you're going to see that contact, see how that wrist, the hands on the wrist change dramatically. So I want to keep that. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to raise this to the top. So now we have hands and then shirt. So I guess the best way to do this is, let's go ahead and I'm going to put the shirt layer with the hands on top, make a vector mask. So I added a vector mask to that. I'm going to have that selected, hit Control I, and that's basically going to fill that with black. And then I'm going to paint in what I want. So I'm going to hit B, and then if I paint black on black, it's not going to do anything. I'm going to change my opacity, change my hardness all the way down to really soft. And I'm clicking with my Wacom brush, the bottom button, to change that hardness. And then I'm going to hit 3 and then Shift 3 to change the opacity and then the flow. And then I'm going to change my color. I'm just going to hit X to swap these two. And now if I paint in, you're going to see, now that I'm painting with white, so I'm getting my shirt in there. So really I'm just looking for this wrist shadow. That's all I want out of this layer. You know, if I go too far, I'm going to start getting shirt, so I don't want that. I'm just going to paint right around the wrist. And actually I'm going to hit Shift 7 and then 7 to change my opacity and flow to 7. So I'm just looking for some wrist shadow here. That's all I'm trying to get out of that layer. All right, I think that'll work. So now with these two, I'm going to select those and then just do a Control E, which is I have set to layer merge down. So now I've got hands, head, teeth, and white. And just to make sure, again, I'm going to go up here, and it looks like we're missing our tongue AL. Let me go find that really quick. And it looks like it's down here in our clothing. So what I'm going to do is turn off the UVs, hold down Control, and I'm going to select that. So this layer should be the tongue. And drag it up and stick it into there. And drag it above the white layer. And there we go. There's our tongue. So now, I'm going to turn on SSS. Got our tongue. And even then, we're probably going to paint some. I don't know if we'll do it in the diffuse or not, but we'll end up darkening the insides of the teeth and stuff. Just in case. Actually, it looks like we're missing some teeth too. Dang it. There it is. I don't know why I didn't grab these. I'm going to grab these teeth. Throw them up here. Drag it above the white. Oops. There we go. So now I've got everything. And as long as we don't have anything overlapping, if these are all set to multiply, like when I was dragging them into a stack, you don't need to worry. You know, I didn't need to keep the alpha for this. I did just in case. But since I don't need it, I'm going to grab all these, shift click, and then hit Control E, which I have to layer merge down, but if you have multiple selected, it'll merge them on the one layer. And really, I can probably just merge this all the way down with the white. That's good. So here's my AL map. It's going to need a little bit of cleanup, but I'll get into that later. I'm just going to do what I just did for all this other stuff. Now, for this particular one, I think I'm just going to go through one by one and make sure. Okay, so that's my cigar AO. That's fine. I was going to go through one by one and make sure that I don't have anything weird, because sometimes I baked out like the shirt with the badge, the shirt without the badge. So like really I don't need this layer. I'm just going to go through and do a really quick cleanup, just like I did with the hands and the shirt. Make sure everything's the layer I want and it's all put together. All right, and I'm going to do some really quick cleanup. So I'm going to hit F, and that's going to ruin my recording dimensions here. So I'm not going to hit F. I'm just going to kind of expand this window around. Give me a little bit of breathing room here, because I'm going to be zooming in a little bit. Usually I hit F. There we go. So now I can zoom in and kind of hold down space bar and pan around a little bit. That's not going to work. Guess we can do that. It's kind of a pain when you're recording. So let's go back up to our diffuse here, and diffuse, and we'll kind of zoom in. And this requires just a little bit of cleanup, and the fastest way I can do cleanup is I'm going to go over here to the healing brush tool. I'm going to I have a 16-bit white sampled pattern here for my. I'm just basically going to smudge. So here's my SSS. Nothing's overlapping, so I'm going to select all these, hit Control E, merge them into one layer. Now, actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep these separate because I actually, later on, this is why it's useful to keep an alpha. So just in case, I'm going to invert this layer. When I drag this into my dedo file, I'll always have access to just being able to drag and drop very specific things over whatever dedo generates. In this case, it might not be all that useful, but let's invert that again. It might. So I'm going to go ahead and keep this alpha handy, just in case I need it. Anyways, so we'll zoom in and we'll take a look. Looks like there's a couple areas that didn't quite get painted fully. and there's a couple areas where there's just a little bit of error. And again, like I said, I'm just going to blur this out. So now how I got this white pattern is pretty easy. I'm going to hit Control N for new. Let's make this 256 by 256. RGB color, default X to get a white color, Alt E L enter to fill with a foreground color. And then I'm going to do Control A, edit. Actually, if you want to, it doesn't have to be 16-bit, but if you wanted to, you could go to image mode, 16 bits per channel. Control A, go edit. And then all I have to do is define pattern. And then once you do that, you can go in here and do your healing brush tool mode set to normal. Instead of sampled, we're going to do pattern, and you just select your white 16 from the drop-down menu. So now that we have white loaded, all I have to do is go through here, and it'll just kind of sample from the colors around it, and just kind of blend that in. So it's just a blending brush, basically. So this is what I'm going to do the vast majority of my cleanup. Just going through and blend. Looks like, you know, any areas that didn't get painted in my poly paint, like down here underneath the neck, look like I missed a spot. No big deal. And I mean, obviously, if it's a huge piece that needs to be, you know, textures applied, you can go through and hand paint this, but I ain't got time for that. So I'm just going to do the quick and dirty for you guys. But, you know, feel free to spend much time as you'd like on this part. Cleanup. I'm going to spend next to no time if I can. Dirty teeth, really dirty hands. Everything else looks good enough. Over here, let's turn on our UVs. Looks like this is just the mouth bag. What I'm going to do is B sample. My hardness is already set pretty low. And I'm going to drop this brush size down by hitting the back bracket. Change this from, I hit Shift 5 and then 5 to change these both to opacity, and let's keep that up, 8, 8. I'm just going to fill this in. Kind of a sloppy poly paint, but I want to make sure that mouth bag is plenty dark. So this is where the lips are kind of painted. I'm just going to kind of darken that up just a bit. So just a quick bit of painting here. Yeah, even on this nose, it kind of brightens up there, and I'm not quite sure why, but... And again, the AO is going to be multiplied over this eventually, so just to give you a sneak peek of that. Let's go down here to our diffuse, turn that all off. So here's our AO map. We got to clean this up, but just to get a really quick look, I'm going to go Control A, Control Shift C to copy merged. Go to my diffuse, make a new layer, paste that AO over there, do a quick multiply, just so you can see kind of where we're headed here. Go ahead and get rid of that. And so that was the diffuse of the face. Here's our clothing. And same deal for the clothing. I'm going to turn on our clothing UVs, and I'm going to actually keep these on if I can. I'm going to drop the opacity down though. If you want to actually select through here, like if I want to control and select that shirt, it's going to select the clothing UVs because it's higher unless you lock them. So you might as well just lock these if you want. So there's our clothing UVs. I've got J, select my shirt layer, and I don't have anything really overlapping, so I'm just going to merge all these down. Again, I want to keep this alpha just in case. So when Dedo spits out my metal, I can just drop this in with an alpha just in case I need it. So deselect that. And then go through here, and it looks like I have some slight problems here. And this stuff might require some cleanup. I'm blurring it out now, but I might have to go in here once I get this color on my mesh and actually go through here and let's go ahead and bump that hardness up just a bit. Go through here and actually color the stuff in. But not a big deal either way. Easy enough to clean up. Just in case, I'll just go ahead and color that in. Okay, so then I'm going to Control minus to zoom out a little bit. Hit J again to go back into my healing brush. Looks like everything else is okay here. You know what? That's good enough. Cool. Next, clothing. Our diffuse is done. Go into our normal map. And I think a normal map is fine, so I'm just going to Control E these layers. And again, maintaining my alpha for that. Zoom in. And right around here where we had some really tight geometry creases, it gets a little bit wonky. Usually where it has errors for me luckily is in places where it's not all that important. So I can just take my healing brush tool and just kind of fudge You know, if you did get into a place where you're having issues, you can go into XNormal and set your envelope and do some really fine-tuned envelope work. Or if you really are having a hard time, you can actually, like, say you're getting some really bad artifacting in some important areas, like, you know, in between fingers usually isn't, but say that was important, you could just export the low-res fingers out one at a time, and then export the high-res fingers out one at a time and get a super clean bake. So there's always a way around, you know, having to do this cleanup part. It just depends on how much time you're willing to spend. If you want a perfect bake normal map, you know, you can do a little bit of extra work. So I'm just going to go through and fudge it, and it's going to be good enough. I don't think it's going to be all that noticeable. We're just going to healing brush these bad artifacts where that geometry got a little bit crunchy. And I don't think anybody's going to know. It'll be our secret. And if you really wanted to get specific too, you can go in here to your channels, go into your red channel and actually start sampling your grays and painting in, and then go to your green channels and start sampling grays and painting it in, and you can actually paint a pretty decent fix just by painting. But again, this is faster. So, you know, if you want to split it up by channels and do it that way too, you're more than welcome to give it a shot. But the reason why we want to get these maps very clean is because we're going to have Dedo doing a lot of our grunt work, like the edges and stuff. We won't be doing so much on the skin. That'll be mostly us, I think. But the environmental stuff like the gun and stuff, anything metal, Dedo's going to do a lot of that heavy lifting. So the cleaner your maps are, the less cleanup you're going to have to do later on those maps. So again, the cleaner you work, the better off you'll be later on down the pipes. Because those mistakes are just going to compound as you work forward if they're not cleaned up at first. That looks pretty good. Put our clothing here. Gonna merge all these down. And we're having a little bit of problem with this. Where this meets the body, so we might have to go in and rebake these separately. I don't know, to do a little cleanup pass. We'll see how it looks in the model. If it's atrocious, then yeah, we'll have to figure something out. I'll probably end up going in, baking out just the shirt, and then just painting that shirt normal along here and getting a nice hard line. But we'll see. And again, in the armpits and stuff, after you slap some AO on it and he's animating and moving around, you're probably not going to notice any normal errors. Everything else looks pretty tight. All right, I think this will be good enough. So head on down to AO. This one might get a little bit tricky. And I accidentally merged all this down, so if I wanted to, all I'd have to do is go to this norm SSS, control click that to get the selection, and then go into my marquee tool by hitting M and layer via copy. And I'm just going to fill this default, Alt EL. So now I have it with its own layer mask. I'm going to hit Control D to deselect. And in here, this isn't going to be like a blurred thing. This is going to be the inner mouth bag. So I'm just going to make this a brush. And let's make that 5 and 5 for our flow. Again, hitting at 5 and then Shift 5. Now let's fill that in. Kind of the same thing for this. I guess you can see if we can blur this. Make our brush size a little bit bigger. That works pretty good. If you wanted to, again, you could go through and paint all this. But this seems to be doing a good enough job, which I'm all about. And once you get out on there too, you might want to darken where these eyes meet up. Because if I start brushing here, it's actually going to pick up that white and kind of lighten. So it might behoove us to go ahead and sample that. And let's make this like a 7 and 7. And maybe just kind of fill this. So we definitely don't want any light stuff around the eyes. Let's go ahead and drop that hardness down. There we go. Now when we hit J, that'll be a much better blend here. And that geometry is pretty far set in the eyeball, so again, most of this cleanup work is in areas you're not going to see. Same thing kind of for the mouth. Let's go ahead and darken this up first. Then hit J. And then we'll get a better blend. Don't have to worry about any whites showing up. Keep this area, the mouth and eye, in the inset of the eyes nice and dark. A little bit of cleanup work around the fingers, not too bad. Teeth are okay-ish. Not real concerned. Okay, I think everything else is good enough. Let's go to the clothing. Same old areas. Armpits, fingers. This is the badge behind the shirt, so I'm actually going to get rid of, I'm going to sample this darker color here and just go ahead and fill this in. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit. Sample that color, there we go. Is that right? There we go. So just behind the badge, I'm just going to fill this in. If you wanted to, you can actually go bake the shirt out with just the suspenders and actually get a little bit of a better AO behind the badge, but it probably won't show up, so I'm not overly worried. We'll check it out though. Go back into, hit J to go back into this brush here. And the AO is a little bit trickier to clean up because of stuff like, let's go turn the clothing UVs back on. This is the end of the shirt, so it's kind of better just to go ahead and sample. This is just where it's dark, where the hand meets. Let's go ahead and fill this in. And J. And I have only sampled at current layer when I go into my this healing brush tool. Same thing with back here. Wherever you have intersecting meshes, sometimes, like this is where it hits the belt. Not a big deal, it's where the back of the holster is. You're not going to see back there, but you go to the belt here, you see this big hole here, that's where the holster was. So it's better just to kind of, you can kind of see where that border is. Just go ahead and fill that in. Just in case something lifts up. You want it nice and shadowy back there. Not a super big deal. Same thing, this is where the pants meet the boots. Darken that up. Again, like I said, most of the where you're seeing these errors are where geometry overlaps, so you're not actually going to end up seeing it. So, worst case scenario, it's just a little bit sloppy. This is where the spurs come down. These shapes right here. Fill those in. Again, I'm not being real super careful. I think we'll be okay. These are the inside of the bullets. Go ahead and just fill these in, darken those up. Side of the shirt again. And these things. This is the leather part of the spurs, unless I'm mistaken. Right there, I think they're supposed to be dark. These are just gun pieces. I'm going to leave those alone for now. So now we've got our maps pretty much set up. I'm going to go ahead and take them all into Maya and just give it a quick once over. So I'm going to turn off all my UVs and I'm going to zoom out, Control minus. And do just for a quick test, I'm going to Control A, Control Shift C, Control N, Enter, Control V to paste. And then I'm just going to save this, Control Shift S, and I'm going to save this in my textures as skin diffuse. And then, oops, clothing diffuse. And then Control Alt, Control Shift C, Control N, Enter, Control V, Control Shift S. It's going to be skin norm. Control Shift C, Control N, Enter, Control V, Control Shift S, clothing, norm. And then AO, yeah, we'll do an AO pass. We'll just throw it in there as a diffuse. Scan, AO, and just real quick, do a clothing AO. All right, I think we're all set. So we're going to close all this stuff out. And we'll keep our texture working open. So this is where we're going to see all of our errors. I'm going to go into Maya here. I'm going to go, hold down spacebar, window, rendering editors, hypershade. And to see our normal map, I'm going to do a blend. So I'm going to click this, double click this blend, go into bump mapping, click file. I'm going to change this from a bump to a tangent space normal. I'm going to go grab my skin norm. So I'm going to assign this to, I'm going to grab all of my skin stuff, right click that and assign this blend one. We'll go ahead and I'll just double click, oops, I'll control double click this and that'll give me, let's call this skin. So we've assigned that blend to that skin. Now if I want to see my normal map, of course I got to go into 6 textured mode, and then to see my normals I got to go to high quality rendering. There we go. There's my normal map. And let's make another one for the body. So we'll make another blend, and we'll control double click that, call it clothing. Double click, go into bump mapping, go to file, change it from bump to tangent, and we'll go grab our clothing norm. And then we'll grab all of our accessories here. We'll assign clothing to it. And there we go. You can see all the normals. Now this is where you want to go through and get in there. And so you're having trouble over here on the shirt. So that looks pretty nasty. We're going to have to clean that up. Where else were you having problems? Well, just go through and take a quick look. Like right behind the ear here, you might need to smooth that normal out. Looks a little jaggy. If you want to, since the translates are all out at 0, you can just move that out to the side, take a quick look underneath his hat. You know, look at the bottom of his hat, make sure everything's cool. Everything's cool on his hat. And you can just set these back to 0. And same thing for any of the other body parts if you want to get out of the way and take a quick look. But everything looks pretty good. I don't have any serious problems. Oh, some nasty spur issues here. We might have to rebake those. So just go through and make a list of things you need to rebake and things you need to fix. Gun actually looks okay. Yeah, not too bad for a first pass. And if you also if you want to, you can smooth this head out of the way. Look at his teeth. Teeth and tongue baked okay. Yeah. Not too shabby. So I'm just going to go through, make a quick list, go through and just clean up some normals and maybe rebake if I need to. But it's the exact same process over again. So, okay, so then if you do that, another thing you can do is you can go into clothing, color. If you also want to check your diffuse out, let's go to clothing diffuse. And then that'll be your diffuse map. And then we'll go to skin, color, file, call it skin diffuse, and you can check out your diffuse maps. And if you want to check out your AO maps, you can just, all you got to do is go in and replace the skin with the skin AO, and then there's your AO map. So you can just go through and check all your maps in 3D on your file, make a list, and then go back and make any changes you need to. And actually, while I'm thinking about it, if you did want to get rid of your diffuse and just look at your normal, you can do is right click, say for the clothing, do graph network, and you're going to see this file 3. If you double click that, you're going to see that goes to your clothing diffuse, and I think if you roll over it too, it'll tell you, sometimes it'll tell you what that file is. Anyways, you can just drag over both of those and hit delete, and that'll get rid of that diffuse node that's going into your shader. So now you're just back to your normal for your clothing. Same thing for the skin. If I control, or if I just right click that, go to graph network on the skin, delete these. Now it's just back to as normal. So if you ever wanted to get rid of your color map, or let me undo that, you can temporarily delete just that connection and then reconnect it, but it's easy just to delete it as well. All right, just a couple things I want to talk about here. Number one is I'm going to keep these meshes as my bake meshes. So like I said, I'm going to have a bake version, which is going to be all this stuff. I'm going to duplicate this down and call this my game. I'm going to hide this. So this file keeps getting a little bit bigger, but not a huge deal. So my game mesh is where I'm going to start pulling verts around. So like these verts right here, you know, I can go ahead and select these vertices, make a quick lattice, grab a lattice point. Actually, let's go ahead and divide this up just a bit. Let's just do 5 for all these. Grab a lattice point. And just kind of scoot these down around, kind of fill in these gaps a little bit. Delete a type history on that. Grab these verts here. So just kind of very softly go in place, you know, close up all the holes. If the arms, you need to pull these rings out here, so double click this and maybe scale these up just a tad, just like little small insignificant shapes like that. That aren't a huge deal in a game res, but for your bake mesh, you want to keep that as close as possible. So I'm doing that on the game res mesh. Also down here in the chest. Select this whole edge ring. And let's go ahead and do this. I'm trying to move softly, you know, you don't want to do anything drastic because then your textures will start skewing and all that stuff. So you want to kind of just really nicely, and that's why it's also useful if you're going to be, now's a good time to actually go through here and clean up geometry too. Like once you do a nice bake and it's like, you know what, I don't need, you know, some of these edges. You can go through here and while you're, just an example, like you can go through here and just do, you know, start collapsing stuff. Like you can kind of see if it changes the profile. If it doesn't change your silhouette, you can just go through and collapse. And Maya is good enough to where as you're changing your geometry, your UVs are updating, so you can kind of make sure that your texture's staying fine, your silhouette's fine. I'm actually going to leave these in here, but you know what I mean? Just having a texture to look at while you reduce is sometimes pretty nice. So sometimes I'll have a bake mesh that'll be a little higher res than my game mesh, just so I make sure I get nice maps, and then I'll go through and go ahead and just make some last minute collapsing my edges, you know. But I think this will be okay. So the last maps we need to bake is let's go back into ZBrush here. Oops. I need to mush this down a bit. Sorry about that. A little bit of amateur hour here. Okay, so here's our ZBrush. What I'm going to do is go through and I'm going to material fill just by colors. So I'm going to go through, and so his hat is all going to be leather. And if I wanted to get really specific, I could actually, you know, break this band off minus the rope, and I could color the rope a different color, and then color the band a different color, and then color the hat a different color if I had like 3 different kinds of leather. Fortunately, I don't. So for leather, let's go ahead and say leather, when I take this in the dedo, will be magenta. So I'll do just open this color menu up over here, do a color fill object. So now as I go through, so skin, let's go ahead and make skin red, fill object, fill object. All these fiber things we don't need. And I'm still gonna see if I can't figure out a way to bake those fibers, convert them to a geometry, and see if I can bake a mask out of it. Shouldn't be too hard, but I just haven't done it yet. This one's a little bit trickier. Let's go ahead and we'll just single this out. The screen's just a little too small to see solo. I'm going to drag this down. There we go. So here's solo. So now if I Control-Shift-Click these, oh, these are all sculpted in, aren't they? So yeah, I didn't even bother separating this out. If you wanted to, you can go through and poly paint the teeth, and then poly paint the gums a different color. So when you go into dedo, you can say, hey, dedo, this is teeth, this is gums. That might be a little hi-fi for me. So I'm not going to paint these. Well, just to keep it simple, I am going to just go ahead and give this a skin treatment. So I'm going to hit C over the skin up here, and this is going to do a color fill. And on the tongue, color fill object. The cigar, I'm going to go ahead and give that leather as well. So I'm going to hit C over the hat. Cloth, I'm going to treat cloth slightly different than leather. I'm going to give it slightly different specular properties. So I'm going to go ahead and take this cloth. And actually I have the shirt. I'm going to hold down Control Shift. I have the suspenders built into the shirt here. So I'm going to take this cloth shirt here. And I'm going to Control Shift isolate it. And cloth will just color yellow. And I'll bring the suspenders back and I'll isolate the suspenders. And I'll hit C and I'll color the suspenders magenta. I think all the metal I'm going to treat the same. So I'm going to grab this metal here, and metal will make baby blue. So again, just working my way down the mesh here. So we'll have cloth, and actually the jeans, I think I'll have the same specular value as the cloth. So I'm just going to see. I'm just trying to keep this simple. Fill that. Actually, undo that. So the jeans, again, the pants I merged down, so I got to go select just these jeans, color, fill object. And if I was really paying attention, what I'd want to do is hold down C to select that metal, and then with my standard brush with just RGB selected, go into our pants, and anything metal that was sculpted in now has to be painted blue. And it's not a huge deal, but it will kind of help settle a little bit. So when you bake this out and you go into Dedo with your masks, that'll recognize that as metal. So, just keep your eyes open for stuff like that. And then Control Shift drag. Oops. So these belt loops are actually going to be yellow. Fill object. Now the belt can be blue, magenta. And one last thing. The metal, I'm going to hit C over that baby blue, isolate that belt, fill object, hold down Alt, isolate that, fill object. And this gun up here in this holster I don't even need. I'm going to select that and just hit delete. And then color sample the magenta, go through, actually I do this blue here, go over to the holster, isolate that. Actually, it looks like this has some still weird polygroups on it, so I'm just going to go over here to polygroups, auto groups, and anything that's not welted to just get its own group. And now I can isolate that out really easily, nice and clean. And then C for magenta and just fill all this leather. Looks like these shirts have weird polygroups too. So see these bottom polygroups here. So isolate this, invert that. Actually, let's go ahead and sample that shirt. And then we'll go ahead and add these to it. Do a color fill. There we go. And then these metal pieces back here can be blue. And actually, one thing about it, these buttons are probably going to be some sort of plastic. I'm going to go ahead and make them metal just to keep it simple. So I'm going to sample that blue color. I'll click on the shirt, solo it out. And with RGB, I'm going to turn off X, because this isn't symmetrical over here. And I'll go ahead and just make these buttons metal, so they'll kind of stand out. I could paint them a different color for plastic, give it its own special mask color. But not worth it for a detail that small. Probably. Go ahead and show this. So we'll go to the boots, and of course leather boots, fill object, and then go ahead and hide the pants temporarily so we can see what's in here. These things will just be leather as well. Oops, these will be metal. So we'll isolate these. And these stars I'm not even baking out. Those are just going to be all Dedo, so not a huge deal. And we'll go turn his pants back on. So, what I'm going to do now, this sweet looking cowboy, what I'm going to do now is re-export all these as high reses and do the exact same bake process. But when I hit, I'm just going to bake out the vertex colors. Only it's going to bake these super bright colors, and it's going to end up making a mask, which I'll show you the result of that when I head back into Photoshop. Alright, so I've got my clothing mask set up. And actually what I need to do is swap. I'm going to hit W with contiguous turn off. I'm going to hold down B, hold down Alt, and I'm going to fill in all this purple with blue. I forgot when I exported out the gun, I didn't have access to that blue color, so I just swapped it over in Photoshop. And then on my skin, I went ahead and separated out the teeth and the nails from my face, and then there's my clothing all baked out. So these are what I'm going to be using for my masks in Dedo. I'm going to go ahead and save all that. And one more thing I want to show you. I've got tools here. You can also make your own cavity map. I'm going to browse to my textures, and I'm going to grab that cleaned up skin norm just to kind of show you. Actually, let's do the clothing norm. And I'm going to make a cavity map, and right now I have my brightness set to 0.1, contrast to 0.8, method is EMB, and get generate, and then save cavity map. Just say cavity under the textures. I can open that in Photoshop. And then here's my cavity map, so you can actually go in here and just up the contrast so you can see what it does. Zoom in. I'm not actually going to use this. I'm going to use Dedo's. But if you did need to use these kind of cavity maps, I'll show you what you can do here. Here's our cavity map, and here's our texture working. So let's say you have your diffuse map here, and you have your cavity. And you can split this out to be, you can grab just the cavity or just the edges. But let's do a quick overlay. You can see how it'll really, pop those edges and recess those cavities. So use that to your advantage. But personally, I'm not actually going to use that. But that's another tool available to you. And as well as, you actually have, if you go to a filter, you have external filters. Let me select a valid layer here. Filter X normal. You actually have normals to cavity in here, and you can actually set it all up in here, and it'll actually do your cavity within Photoshop. So 2 different ways you can make that cavity map. And one more thing I want to show is if you actually had to bake out a mesh. I'm going to go ahead and hide this game res, Control H, show my bake mesh. And for this head, I'm going to Control D to duplicate that, Shift P to unparent it, and then hide my bake, Control H. I got my head back. If I was going to bake half of this head out, since it is a fairly symmetrical head, the polypaint's not symmetrical, but I think the actual detail of the sculpt is. If I wanted to bake this out as half a mesh and then just have it mirrored in the engine or whatever, the game engine, what I would do is I'd go into quad view. I would delete these faces. So let's say this is the face that I took into Hedis. Go ahead and open up this double panel view, and we'll do panel UV texture editor. So these are the UVs that my head is going to have, and I need to bake this out. Well, the only problem is if I export this, let's go into 5 shaded mode. If I export this into my engine and then bring in my high res, it'll bake the detail, but it's going to leave a big nasty seam right down the middle of his face. So how I avoid that is I duplicate this mesh, scale it across the x-axis, freeze transformations, and I'm going to go to render default quality so you can see what it's doing. On high quality, it's not going to show flip normals. I'm going to reverse those normals, and I'm going to select both of these, combine them, delete by type history, freeze transformations, weld this back up, and you're going to see I don't want to export this because I've got those hard normals right down the middle, so I'm going to take this, just in case I'm going to unlock my normals and then soften them. So this mesh, I would export. Now here's the other problem. If I export this mesh right now, I actually have a bunch of UVs, all these UVs in the face right here. If I do Alt-E to do my select shell, I can select all the UVs on the half of the face. All of these UVs are going to be underneath, and External might have a hard time. It might try and bake both sides of the face or half of it, or it's not going to like that very much. So what I'm going to do is just go to this, you can, if you want to be a little bit careful, you can go to the front view, but I can be a little sloppy because I can just select most of half of the face, Alt-E to select my shell, and then just hit this left button. I'm going to move all these UVs over here to the left side. So I'm going to go ahead and export this. Xnormal isn't going to bake anything for these UVs because it only bakes things from the 0 to 1 space. However, this geometry is going to be nice and smooth, and when XNormal averages the normals around the object, it's going to take that into account, and it's going to mirror nicely across that seam. So if you're going to bake just half a mesh, or half of your object and have it mirrored over, do this method and it should work out okay. So in this case, you would just take this with these UVs and then export that with these exported normals and then bake as you normally would. And this next part, I wasn't sure if it was going to work or not, so I just did a really quick test. And basically all I did was take his head and then do a color fill object with white. So I'm going to use this as kind of just a white mask. And then I took his stubble fibers that I had made, and I wasn't sure how it was going to export and render out, but I went ahead and just gave it a shot. So I exported these as head, white high, stubble 1, stubble 2, high, exported those, took those in the XNormal, loaded these up, stubble 1, stubble 2, head white, had them all selected, went ahead and mesh scaled them up to 10 just in case, and ignore vertex color I turned off, loaded up I already had my head low in here, and of course this is already scaled to 10, so this is just my head low mesh, called it head stubble.targa with just bake high poly vertex colors at 2x anti-aliasing generated by map. And then went ahead and it baked out. And since it was just the V colors, all I have here is just a mask. So I go in here, it just baked out my stubble as a vertex color, which if I shift drag this on here, and then go into multiply, I think this will end up working for a stubble just fine. So if I want to do different things with the stubble, all I need to do is assign maybe a hue saturation, hold down Alt, and when it turns into an icon, I can just have that hue saturation affect my stubble layer here, and then I can go in here and I can hit colorize. I can lighten it up a bit if I want to, or darken it, or change the saturation and make it, whatever color I want. So I can really fine tune it if I need to. I guess lightness will leave it 0. So saturation will pull that back down. So maybe we'll lighten it up just a tad. We'll make it a little more saturated. So it's not black, it's more of a dark brown. And we'll see how that treats us. So we'll go ahead and group this, and we'll call this stubble. And I'm just going to drop this into the Fuse SSS folder. Oops, let's go ahead and drag it to the top here. So we can play around with that later if we want to, but that's how I baked out the stubble map to throw on there. And of course I can take the stubble map and throw it over the spec and stuff as well later on. Now the next thing I need to do is put some geometry where these eyebrows are, because I'm not going to be able to bake this off as a texture map. They stick too far out, and it'll be better just to have geometry cards there anyways. So I'm going to go back up to the fibers here, and I can kind of go ahead and leave my eyebrows showing. So I can hold down Control and just mask out behind where the eyebrows are right now. Because what I'm going to do is recreate these fibers real quick. Let's go ahead and hide those eyebrows. So they kind of go up and back, and then they kind of thin out back here. And if I want the fibers to actually be shorter as they kind of go in, or as they kind of get towards the edge, I can hold that Control and click, and that'll kind of blur those edges, and that'll actually make them shorter when we start making our fibers. And now we got this masked out, we can go down to our fibers, fiber mesh. Just go ahead and do a preview. And that's going to preview our fiber mesh. I think by default you're probably not going to have a texture loaded. I just threw that in there to make sure my UVs were okay. So by default you're probably going to see something like this. And you can also go over here to open. I'm sorry, if you have fiber saved, you can go to Lightbox Fibers. And you can kind of look through here and see if there's anything that'll work for you. Really all I need is just plain strips. So I didn't need any of these things. Basically what I did was I went through here, and my max fibers I put them pretty low. I think if you do 1, that's 1,000 fibers, and then these 1,000 fibers are actually split into 3 segments, so that's actually 3,000 polygons. So we don't want, or actually more than that, because each face is a quad, which is actually 2 triangles, so a lot more than we really need. I'm going to put this at 0.2, and that'll be 200. And all the length and width profiles, I just flattened them out. And all of these length variations, all these variations I just turned off, because really all I want is just basically just flat planes. I scaled the tips just a bit, and if you want to play around with gravity, like when we get to the mustache, you can turn on gravity and kind of make these things droop. kind of make them droop. I mean, we're going to go through here and sculpt anyways, but we don't really need gravity on this thing, so I'll go ahead and turn that back to 0. So what we're going to do is actually sculpt this. And I'm going to look at the shape of these things, and they're kind of, looks like the tip is actually scaled out. We don't want that, so I'm going to scale this in a little bit. So see, as I scale this tip down, it gets pointier at the ends. We can go ahead and use that to our advantage. So we'll scale it down like 0.5. So as the root of the hair goes towards the end, it kind of scales down. And actually the coverage, I'm going to make these actually a little bit wider. And I'm going to err on the side of maybe too wide, because what I'm going to end up doing with this geometry is use the groom lengthen. And I'm going to be pulling this geometry and making it longer as I go. So maybe that might be a little bit too thick. Let's thin those down just a little bit. So something like this. Now to make sure my UVs are okay, I'm going to select any color, and it's going to map this texture to my eyebrows. And the cool thing about this is all of these are just basically polygons with the same UV map. So when I import them into Maya, you'll see what I'm talking about. But just so you know, they're all pointing the same way, and that's going to be useful later on because I can rotate these all at the same time. So here's my eyebrows, and those look okay, I guess. So really, all I need this for is the geometry. So I'm going to turn, I guess I can leave the texture on. And with X symmetry turned on, let's see if this will work, because sometimes when you turn X symmetry on around the middle, you start having some problems, but it's not a big deal. We can always clean up this geometry later. I'm going to go hit B for my brush, and I'm going to go to groom. You can hit G, and that'll just take you to the groom brushes. I'm going to do a groom lengthen. Make my brush size yay big, maybe 108, maybe a little bit bigger. And I'm going to, first of all, oops, I'm going to hit preview. I forgot. So once you have your fibers set up the way you want, what you need to do is go up here to the top and do accept. And that's going to throw your eyebrows that you just made right below the masked portion so you masked on this object and threw the fibers that you just made right below it. So now we can hit X with our groom lengthen brush, and now we can go ahead and groom these hairs back. So I'm just going to grab and pull these backwards and kind of shape them. If you go to the top, you're going to see they stick out quite a bit. I'm actually going to pull these towards the head, and you can actually do a lot of this editing in Maya. And you're going to see, because we have X symmetry on, I think we're getting some craziness over there. So I'm actually going to undo back to about here. And I'm going to turn X off. I can just do one side at a time. And it's fairly simple to do. And just so I'm not messing those up, I'm going to go ahead and mask those out. I'm going to pull these back. Control click out here to invert my mask, and I'm just going to pull these back. And like I was saying before, if you go to the top here, kind of sticking out, so I'm just going to go from the top and just kind of pull these back. And each one of these hair cards, we're just kind of grooming hair cards right now. Control click to inverse. And each one of these hair cards will have a hair texture. And I'm not going to use all of these polygons, but right now I'd rather have too many than too few, so I don't have to duplicate. It's easier to go in and delete than it is to duplicate and move stuff around. So get my poly cards set up. And we can go in here and thin these ends out manually just by deleting geometry here. And let's make sure these are shaped correctly. Kind of make them angrier. And I'm in move mode right now. If I want to, I can actually, with move turned on, I can go ahead and just press these right back towards the head here. Okay, so I think we've got some eyebrow cards that'll work. And if I want to, if I like one side of the eyebrows better than the other, I can take it into Maya, delete one half, duplicate it over, then have symmetrical eyebrows. So either way, I've got two choices at least. But those look fine. So I'm going to go with these selected, hit export, and I'm just going to throw them in this folder as an OBJ. I'm going to launch Maya, file, import, eyebrows. And now we've got some eyebrow cards on my dude. Now what I was talking about when I said that they all had the same UVs, I bring in my UV editor. Every single one of these cards is actually UV the exact same way. UV'd right here. So that's going to come into play in a minute here. So I'm going to go into Photoshop real quick, and I'm going to make a new Control N to make new. 256 by 256 is fine. And on this one, I'm going to go to my brush, make a black color, and I'm just going to put some speckles here. I'm going to make a really quick hairbrush here. And then I'm going to do Control A. And with that selected, I'm going to go to Edit and define brush preset. Fine. So now I've got a new brush preset. Don't need to save that. I'm going to go to Control N again. 256 by 256 is fine. And I'm going to do, well, I'll just go ahead and paint some hair real quick. So just with the black. Actually, before I do that, I need to go in my brush settings here. And I'm going to go to brush tips shape and turn the spacing down all the way so it's one continuous flow. So down to 1%. Shape dynamics, I'm going to do size gender controlled by pin pressure so I can kind of taper off the sides. And I'm going to turn on other dynamics so I can kind of fade out those ends. So then when I go through and brush, I'm going to brush it a little bit smaller with the back bracket. I can kind of brush these hairs out. I'm actually going to go ahead and Control invert that and then hit X to go from black to white over here. And do a quick fill real quick. Let's try this again. So each one of those squares, I'm gonna have this hair alpha on it. Now the hair itself is probably going to be gray or black or whatever, and this is just going to be the alpha. And the roots will go into the head, so I'll just make the roots go off the page here. So this will be the end of my hair, and then this will be the bottom. So this is going to actually be my alpha. I'm going to take it into Maya like this as my color map so I can show you what I'm talking about. So I'm going to do Control A, Control C to copy. And actually, let's just do a Control Shift S. We'll just save this real quick. We're going to call this hair test. We'll call this hair test trans. This will be our transparency. But we're going to load it as a color first. So we're going to go into Maya here. And make sure you're in the render high quality rendering with 6 turned on. And we're going to go to Window, Rendering Editors Hypershade. Throw this over here so you can see it. And we'll just make a really quick Lambert. And if you have a bunch of stuff in here that isn't assigned anything, if you go to Edit, Delete Unused Nodes, it'll clear that out for you. So only materials being used in your scene are going to stay in there. So we'll do a really quick Lambert. And with the eyebrows selected over here, I'm going to just right click this and do Assign Material to Selection. Double click our new Lambert here. And it's going to give us our attributes. I'm going to go into the color, File, grab this, and I'm going to do the hair test trans. And I'm going to see, just to kind of make sure that everything's working okay. So you're going to see that it looks like each one of these, if I double click this one, show, isolate, select, view selected, it looks like it's pointing the wrong way. So the thick part over here, I want actually on this side, and then when it gets wispy, I want it pointing outwards. So I'm going to go ahead and bring everything back. And it looks like all the hair is that way. So I want to go ahead and just turn these all around. So how I'm going to do that is easy enough. I'm going to go to Window, UV Texture Editor, and you can kind of look at it right here. I'm going to turn it, this little face icon right here displays the image. I'm going to turn that off. And I don't know why it's blue and white. It might be because I brought in a grayscale PSD and it's doing something weird, but either way, you can kind of see what's going on here. I'm going to select all these UVs, and again, these are all UV the exact same way. And if I hit E to go in the rotate, or I can rotate it manually if I want to, or I can go up here to these rotate options. I'm going to rotate selected UVs clockwise. There we go. So now, when I go into, I'll just double click one of these and do a view selected. Now you're going to see it's wispy towards the end and then solid towards the middle. And again, this is just a temp hair texture. We'll probably end up changing it before it's done. But now they're all pointing the right way. So now that we have that, what I'm going to do is go back into Photoshop. And just in case that was causing a problem, I'm going to change this to an image mode RGB color. I'm going to save this as hair test trans again. Just replace that. And for hair color, I'm just going to go ahead and fill this with black temporarily, or maybe like a dark brown. I'm just going to do Control N, Enter, Control V, for a 256, or I'm sorry, not Control V, Alt E L to kind of fill this. And it's giving us another grayscale, sorry, image mode, RGB color, flatten, now fill it, so now we got a brown. So now when I save this, we'll call this hair test. So we got hair test and then hair test trans. Trans is our transparency, our alpha, and there's our hair test color, so this just needs to be brown. Then I'll go into Maya. And with this selected, I can hit Control A, and that'll bring up our attribute editor. And you'll see you can go into Lambert 3 right here. If I go to color, I'm going to swap that hair trans for hair test, and that's just a brown swatch. So now he's just got brown cards here. And if I go down here to transparency, go to File, I can do hair test transparency. And it doesn't look quite right here. So let's go ahead and do a renderer viewport 2.0 and go into 6 mode. And that doesn't seem to be working either. It seems to be working over here in my sample, but not on my my mesh over here. So just in case, I'm going to go back here to the hair test trans. I'm going to resave this as a image mode grayscale. That should work. Hair test transparency. Go back into Maya here, go into my transparency and just hit reload and see if this makes any difference. So we'll go from high quality to viewport 2.0. No. Let's go into the options here and make sure everything's turned on okay. I'll have to look at that. But it's having a little bit of problem with this right now, but it's not a huge deal. We can figure that out later. So I'm going to go back into high quality rendering. And so we know that the hair's being drawn correctly this way. And if you want to, you can actually select this eyebrow stuff, the eyebrow meshes. And if you want to, you can go into face mode and you can kind of thin these out. I'm going to hit 5 to go into shaded mode. And if you want to kind of thin out these ends here, you can just kind of double click and that'll select an entire one. And then you can hit delete. And you can just kind of go through here and thin these out manually. And again, once you get one side thinned out, you can just copy it over. And if you want to move them all around at once, you can go to your animation tab. I have a lattice thing right here, but you can go to your animation tab, create deformers, lattice. Subdivisions, we'll just make these all 5 or 6, whatever kind of works. Whatever kind of fidelity you need. Right click, go into lattice point. And so you can, you can treat it just like an object. You can move everything back just a bit, scale it in. Or if you need a little bit more fidelity, if you want to just pull these top ones in just a little bit, grab those vertices. And grab, or not vertices, but lattice points. Grab these ones. Kind of move them around like so. So just a couple different ways, or you can do a soft selection if you'd like. But let's go ahead and delete by type history. And so this is the basis of our eyebrows, and we're going to do the exact same thing when we do our mustache. Just again, paint out the mask in ZBrush. Make the cards, and I'll go ahead and record it, but we'll go ahead and speed it up so you don't have to see in real time again. And I'm going to try this again. I'm going to go into my window, rendering editors hypershade, and I'm going to right-click this Lambert 3 and graph network, and get rid of that transparency. And I'm going to double-click this file, and I'm going to load hair trans into here. Find Lambert 3. There we go, in textured mode. So now, again, we want to check these UVs out, make sure they're pointing the right way. So I'm going to go into face mode. If you want to make it really obvious, you can make a texture that's just an arrow, so you can make sure that, you know, if you're painting your fibers in the direction of the arrow, you'll be okay. And it looks like this one has the same problem, so it's solid over here and then wispy on this side. So with our entire mustache selected, I'm going to go to Window, UV Texture Editor, and let's just go ahead and grab one of these. Alt-E to select the shell, and then View Selected. Oops, we didn't select that shell, did we? Actually, that brings up a good point. If I select this, and then do Alt-E, it's not selecting the shell, so we might need to weld these UVs. These are all separate UVs, it looks like. So I'm just going to double-click this for now. Go to View Selected. And Control right-click to UV. And if I, actually, let's make sure we have everything selected here. Here, let's find one on the end as we can watch them rotate. So I'm going to look at all these, go into UV mode, select all these. And I'm going to go in here to the rotate. I'm going to rotate it around. There we go. So now the wispy ends are on the end, and then all the solid hairs are going into the face. So now we have our mustache, and again, you can use a lattice tool or a soft select to kind of push these things back if you need to. And then, of course, we'll have our stubble baked into the diffuse map, and we can start cleaning this guy up. All right, so I played around with it a little bit, and I'm not quite sure what I did, but the transparency seems to be showing up when I have the renderer set to viewport 2.0. And basically what I did was this was showing up all white, so I deleted it, undid it, and all of a sudden it snapped into place. I've also noticed that if you're doing UVs, it'll kind of be stuck. So if you go into your, go ahead and delete history. If you go into your sorry, now I changed it to Lambert, you can actually do this drop down and change it to a blend. And if you're doing UVs and it's not updating with viewport 2.0, you can actually just go in there, change it from a blend to a Lambert or a Lambert to a Fong, and it'll update. So I'm not quite sure why that is, some sort of bug I'm guessing, but now you can kind of see a little bit, you know, these wispy things will be transparent. Another thing I want to do is go ahead and select both of these and then do a soften. So we can go ahead and soften all those edges. And of course, you know, what's going to sell this hair is the spec, which we don't have on there at all. All we have on there is just a plain color and some alpha. And if I want to change that plain color, go into Window, Rendering Editors, Hypershade, graph this network, and for this hair file, or the hair color file that we piped in, just hit delete, double click it, and then on this color, just drop that down. So you can actually just change this color on the fly in here a little bit easier, make it a dark gray or something like that. Good enough, and it'll still maintain that transparency. So you can just kind of see, and again, this is just temp hair, so you can kind of look at this hair, and you saw how fast it was to create. So you can kind of evaluate, like, well, as it gets towards the end, since I tapered it, it kind of pinches, so I need to kind of maybe do something about that. But another thing you can do is you can use that as a vert selection. So if I go to Window, UV Texture Editor, and I go into vertex mode, and I select all these, I just select the ends of every single one of these. So if I wanted to, I can go in here and, you know, I guess you can't scale locally in Maya. Sorry, I've been in Moto for a while, but if you could find a way to write a script to scale locally, you could actually scale all of these out locally and widen those back out. But it's nothing we really need to do. Another thing I wanted to do was go in here and have both of these objects selected, because right now, if I go into UV and select one of these and then do Alt-E to select the shell, well, it does seem to be selecting all of them. For some reason I thought over here somewhere I wasn't getting an entire shell. Oh, looks like I'm not. So some of these aren't UV welded, which you're going to want to do. You don't want stuff next to each other creating more UV shells if you can help it. So I'm going to go into edge mode with both of these selected, select these two, and I'm just going to move and sew all at once everything. So now when I select any miscellaneous UV, it should all be sewn together. So these are all nice, solid shells for us to use. All right, so I've thinned this one eyebrow out to 300 tries, which I think is fine. So I'm going to go back into 6 texture shaded mode. I'm going to go to Render Viewport 2.0, and I'm going to right click this and assign existing material. I'm going to grab that Fong that we've been using for our hair. And I thought of something that we can use to alleviate this pinching that we're getting on here. I can go to Window, UV Texture Editor, and with these selected, I can go into UV mode and grab these top 2 UVs for all of them. And like I said, if I go into 4 mode, it's let's go back down to Render Default Quality Rendering. You're going to see it's grabbing the ends of every single one of these strands. So I'm going to hit 6, go back into Viewport 2.0, and unfortunately, if I scale these in, I know it's going to alleviate that stretching, but you're not going to be able to see it because the viewport isn't updating. So what I need to do is, that little trick that I found was, actually we'll just hit Control A to bring up the attribute editor. We got this Fong selected. We're going to change it from a Fong to a blend, and there you're going to see the UVs update. So that's a much nicer spread on the ends of those hairs right there. So we've got that, and now I'm going to go through and do the exact same thing. I'm going to thin out the mustache. Right now, if you're going to notice, like if I back out, it says my guy is, I guess that's an accurate count. Well, it's the Viewport 2.0 might give you an inaccurate count of your poly, so I'm going to go back on to high quality rendering, and okay, so it looks like he is about 14,000. So if I select just his mustache, we're looking at almost 1,200 tries. So I'm going to go through and thin this out. It doesn't need to be that thick. And I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this over while I'm thinking about it. So I'll have to thin out one side on that one. So I'll do by history, freeze transformation. Now remember, you want to flip those normals. And I'm going to go to 5 mode, make sure everything's cool. It looks good. And then we'll go ahead and thin this mustache out, and I think he'll be good to go. Alright, I've thinned his mustache out, and I've thinned his eyebrows out. And I'm going to go ahead and plug in his colors. Just take one real quick last look over him. So I'm going to go into Clothing, double click that, and that'll throw it over here in the attribute editor. I'm going to go to Color, and we'll just throw a diffuse in the color here. So we'll go to Clothing, diffuse that we saved out a while back, go into Skin. And again, we're going to throw this into Dedo and texture it up and stuff as well and get a specular map, but we're just going to take a look at them real quick. Color, File, and we'll throw in our Skin Diffuse. So here we got our guy. I'm going to go to Renderer. Yeah, we're in Viewport 2.0. So we've got his hair here, and all his normal maps are showing up. Here's our poly paint. No specular map yet, so he's you know, he's just glossy, and of course there's no colors in the gun yet, but we'll get that pretty soon. Everything else looks fine. I think we're doing a pretty good. We got a pretty good thing going on. One thing I do want to do real quick is go ahead and see how that stubble is going to play while I'm thinking about it. So we've got our diffuse here, and here we have our stubble on a separate layer. So let's just go ahead and throw that in there and see what it looks like. So Control A, Control Shift C, which is copy merged, Control N, enter, Control V, and then I'm just going to go and flatten this, which is layer, flatten image, and then Control Shift F to say Control Shift S to save as, and we're going to save this as our skin diffuse. Save, okay. We're going to tab back over into Maya. And we're going to select this, hit Control A to go to our attribute editor, go to our skin, go to our color, and just hit reload. And that'll reload that stubble back in there. As you can see, we've got stubble in there now. It doesn't look too bad. If I wanted to, I can go into Photoshop and actually apply a stroke around that stubble, because right now it's kind of a mask. It's just black and white. So I can apply a stroke, or I can double up the layers, make it more apparent. I mean, that might actually work. I'll go in and thicken up maybe just a tad. But for now, I think we'll be okay. So the last thing we have to do is the eyes, and I'm just going to do a real quick eyeball paint in ZBrush and bake those out. And we'll go ahead and call this guy done for now until we get out of Dedo and take another look at him. Alright, now we're going to make an eyeball. And what you can do is we'll go ahead and create a polygon primitive sphere. And I'm just going to pull this out as an example here. Hold down J to snap that. Now when you're creating an eyeball, you can get fancy, and let's drop this down to subdivisions like 12. You can go in here and select maybe these faces and invert them. So if you want to do that, what we can do is let's go to Mesh, Extract, type History, and then we'll grab this, and I'm going to center this pivot. Hold down J and just snap this around. W, Insert, to move my middle mouse drag, move my insert point here. Curve snap that. Now I'm going to want to flip these normals around, and then select both of these, combine, leave a type history. We'll do custom polygon display so we can see our border edges, and then drag over those and then sew those up. So you can like go through here and make your pupil and make this concave, and if you want to, you can, you know, bevel these and make it so that it smooths nicely. Let's do a 3. You know, smooths nicely, and then you can texture this, and then you can do another layer that's just an outside circle that actually has the gloss on it. So you have your iris and your pupil and your gloss layer and all that stuff. I don't think I'm going to need that much fidelity on this, so I'm just going to delete that. What I'm actually going to do is just go into my ZBrush model. I've had to move these eyeballs around a little bit to get it to fit with my game res, so I'm going to export this into ZBrush, pull my high-res eyeball kind of close enough, and then turn that out and just bake it. So I think that's all the fidelity I really need for this guy. So let's go into ZBrush, and here's my eyeball mesh from my game res imported, and then here's my high res. I'm going to move my high res to match my game res. And I only need one of these. So I'm going to hold down Control Shift and hide one of the eyeballs here. I'm going to take this and move it into place. And it's already pretty close, so and maybe scale it up just a tad. And I'm not going to be baking any normals or anything off this. I'm just going to grab the color information. So maybe turn on transparency if I can see it. There we go. I'm just using transpose, move, and scale just to kind of get it into place here. I think that's good enough. So I'm going to take this eyeball and export. Oops. I need to make a polymesh there. I need to export it. And we'll go into our game res bake folder, and we'll call this eyeball high. And we'll take this game res eyeball. Oh, still exporting. And then we'll take this game res eyeball. Oh, still exporting. There we go. This game res eyeball, and just to make sure this one does have the UVs I want, since I did import it into ZBrush. Actually, yeah, we can do this. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to export out of here, which it probably won't have my normals, but I'm going to go ahead and go into X normal and soften it. Anyways, I'm going to go into my texture map. I'm going to do new from UV map. Yep. So it does have our UVs on it. So I'm going to go ahead and export this as eyeball low. And I'm going to go and bake these in X normal. So I'm going to go into the high definition meshes, go down to the bottom here. I'm going to turn off anything I have in here already, because it's going to take up the whole 0 to 1, so it's going to have some overlapping stuff if I have anything old still selected. And so my high res, eyeball high, and we'll go ahead and scale this up to 10. And we're going to go back to the high res, and this ignore vertex color, go ahead and check that off. Go to our low res definition. Load that in. Eyeball low. And we'll go ahead and do 3, 3, scale it 10. And you know what? Let's go ahead and bake out a normal map, because I do vaguely remember making the actual high res of the eyeball kind of, they did have a little bit of sculpting information on there. Anti-alias 2x, and edge padding 8 is fine. Let's go ahead and name this eyeball. So we've got our high res selected, our low res selected, and let's make sure we don't have anything else in the low res selected up here. Nope. I think we're good to go. So let's go ahead and hit generate. And there was actually one thing I needed to do. I'm going to go to my low res definition, and where it says use exported normals, I'm actually going to tell it to average the normals. So I'm going to go ahead and soften those normals on my eyeball. And my high res is scaled. And I need to turn on my bake high polys vertex colors. There we go. So that should work. And actually, I was silly. I forgot to put the eyeball UVs in the 0 to 1, so XNormal didn't know what I was trying to bake. Now go ahead and hit that again. And now we should get our normal map and our diffuse map. And of course, I can always clean this up in Photoshop as well. This will just at least give me the placement of where the iris and the pupil needs to go. So if it comes in a little blurry or whatever, I can, continue to paint this out in Photoshop if I need to. All right, I've got my eyeball in here, and I've also got my eyeball reference. I'm going to go ahead and just replace my temp eyeball, just the poly paint, with this one over here, which I think I actually used in Spotlight. Either way, I'm going to go ahead and use my marquee tool to copy this and paste this into here. And I'm going to drop this opacity down. And really, if I look at my UV map here, the brown, the iris is probably supposed to go right in that edge ring. So really, I don't even need my poly paint anymore. I'm going to go ahead and just fill it with this dark, kind of off-white color here. Maybe this dark right here. So I'm going to go Alt-E-L, Enter, fill that. And then I'm just going to scale this up, or actually maybe not even scale. There's my UVs. That's almost perfect. So if I make this opacity up to 100 here, that might actually just work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and erase everything around the eyeball. And I'm going to sample those colors from around the eyeball just to go ahead and do a quick fill. Before I get too far though, I'm going to do a quick test. I'm going to turn off my UVs. I'm going to save this, Control-Shift-S, as eyeball test. Then I'll open up Maya. I'm going to right-click the eyeball and do Assign New Material. And we'll go ahead and make this a Phong. Why not? And we'll go into Phong Color, File, and we will load in my eyeball test that I just made. And there it is. So now if I go into 6 texture mode, looks like his eyeball is a little bit small. I'm going to go into Photoshop here, and I'm going to scale this up. And we'll go to the second ring. Put that right in the middle there. And we'll save this. I'll tab back over. Click this, and under the color, I'm just going to hit reload. There you go. That looks about right. So now we've got his eyeball in there. It's a super high res texture, but I'm going to go ahead and just color sample and fill the rest of that in. But I think that'll be okay for his eyeball. And of course, I'll just go ahead and we're going to use this material. So I'm going to go ahead and soon assign existing material, Phong, and now we've got his eyeball texture on both eyeballs. All right, so we've got our character in Maya. We've got our normal maps. We've got our poly paint baked off. So we're going to go ahead and make we're going to make a diffuse map and a spec map and a gloss map in Dido. So this uniform fall off. So you see how the metal has the same kind of specular value as the shirt, has the same specular value as the skin. It makes everything look plastic. We're going to fix all that. So, and we're going to use Dido to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and shut down Maya, launch Dido, and when I launch Dido, it's actually going to launch Photoshop for me. So I think you can actually go there and download the 45-day trial or 15-day trial or whatever they have set up. So definitely, after watching this, go and check it out. And when you first launch Dido, this is what you're going to see. It's going to open up Photoshop, and you're going to have 2 windows here. You're going to load your maps over here. So we're going to go ahead and throw in our normal map. And I'll go ahead and delete this folder. So we'll throw in our normal map. Throw in our color map, which is going to be our mask, not our baked poly paint. That's different. This is our mask that we're going to use to select our materials. And our AO map. I'm just going to keep defaults on this. There's a bunch of environmental detail presets. Environmental presets, by the way, are overarching effects done to your object. Let me see if I can roll over one of these and explain it. So let's say this thing was in the jungle, and every bit of your object and all the pieces would have like moss growing on it. That's an environmental preset. So all the metal, all the wood, all the rubber would have some sort of moss. So that means, peeled paint metal, if everything, was just kind of vaguely covered in a peeled paint. So, that's good for things like if something's been sitting in the desert, then yeah, it's going to have dirt all over everything. All the rubber hoses, all the metal, all the wood's going to have dirt over everything because it's in the desert. For a character, it looks kind of weird if you've got the same kind of oxidation or whatever on the skin as well as the clothing, as well as, it just doesn't work as well. So I'm just going to actually end up keeping the defaults for this and the defaults for the material presets. The material definition presets are different. Each material, you can have different wear and tear. So the rubber can be worn differently than the metal, which can be worn differently from everything else. So, there's a bunch of really cool presets in here too. So definitely check these out. These down here are for when there's a file you can bring into Maya, and you can assign shader groups to your high res, and then that'll actually bake those out, and then you'll get very specific colors that translate perfectly to the material presets, all that good stuff. I'm not going to go into that. If you do want to see that in action and everything else about Dedo, definitely go to their website, and they have a 2-hour video that's great that you can watch a guy texturing a chainsaw. But I'm not going to go into as much detail on everything. This is going to be kind of Dedo light, but I'll kind of explain things as they go along. So we have a normal map, color map, AO map. The object space normal map you can throw in there if you want to do stuff like fading all the top edges of something or having mud splatter from the bottom of the object, because that'll tell Dedo what's the top of the object and what's the bottom. But we're not going to get into that. We'll just do it all manually. Down here you have swap colors. I'm just going to leave all the defaults on. If you want to, by default, the material presets are going to come in on top of your your mask file, which has the magentas and the yellows, and it's going to load its own colors into those. If you don't want that, you can turn this off. I'm going to go ahead and leave it on. Detail size, you can change your detail size. We're going to leave that. If you're working on a 4096 source texture, which is gigantic, and it's kind of slowing your computer down a lot, I would go ahead and work half res. And don't worry about losing any resolution, because what you're going to do is you're going to work half res. It's going to go back and forth really quickly as you're making updates to the textures and stuff. And then at the very end, when it all looks good, all you have to do is go to create a new production preset or something like that. It's the drop-down menu inside of Dedo, and that'll up-res everything back up to the original size. I'm only working with 2048, so I think I can go ahead and work on full res. It's not a big deal. And really all I want is a specular and gloss. I'm going to turn off height and normal. But if you can definitely leave those on and do some really cool stuff with like scratches with height maps and all that good stuff. So now that I have all this stuff loaded, I'm going to go ahead and hit bake, and that's going to throw everything into a file. So I'm going to go ahead and pause this, and then I'll be back when it's done. All right, so when Photoshop fires up with your Dedo mesh loaded, you're probably going to see something similar to this. This is Dedo 5.1, I think. This is your 3D viewer, and we're going to use this later. I'm going to go ahead and close this for now. You're going to notice that this little button down here is the toggle previewer. As soon as I close this, it's going to toggle that previewer off. That's important because as we're going to be making changes in here, every change you make, if you have that previewer on, it's going to want to go ahead and send those changes over if you have this on. We'll get into that later, but I have very limited screen real estate here, so I kind of have to have that turned off as we work on our texture. But I'll bring it back as we go back and forth. Another thing I should mention is, I don't know if this will be fixed in later iterations of this program, but when you first update or when you first load the program, run the version of Photoshop you want to use as administrator. Just right-click the exe and just run as administrator. And then do the same thing for Dedo. And then that'll load it up correctly, it'll sync together, and everything will be fine. If you don't do that, you run into a chance of it not syncing, and some weird stuff will happen. So anyways, here we are. We've got our file over here, and you might be zoomed in, so if you do Control plus, you can do Control minus to zoom out. Occasionally the Dedo window will, depending on what's active, it'll kind of disappear. So kind of does some weird things. I've got Camtasia running, so it might be shifting focus, so just bear with me if that happens a lot. So we're over here in the Dedo window, and here's your Photoshop file. The Photoshop file itself is just a bunch of layers that's split up in, depending on what you signed up for at the beginning, which we signed up for spec, gloss, and we didn't do height or normal. And right now I'm just clicking through these buttons. So here's our D, it's our diffuse. So this is our color map. Our spec map is right here. Our gloss map is right here. And then height and normal if you did that. So we're in the environmental tab right now. And if I go down here, we have 3 environmental textures or texture presets. And in this particular case, they don't make a whole lot of sense. For instance, like scratched metal. Scratched metal's cool for like his gun. You know, he does have a gun in here, and that's metal. But he also has a bunch of cloth, and you know, if you have a whole character, it's skin, cloth, rubber, a whole bunch of stuff. So it doesn't really make sense to have scratched metal for everything, because scratched metal look kind of dumb on a shirt, right? So environmental presets don't work in every case. Now, if you do have a huge environment prop that's sitting out in the jungle, or it has, you know, it's all the same material-ish, this could make more sense. Not so much in this case, but it's not a huge deal, because what we can do is for every one of these materials, go in and do a preset for each of these that can have scratched metal for the gun, for instance, or oxidation, which is a really cool one. So if I click on these, you're going to see here's dirt, scratched metal, and oxidation. Usually, if you go into the more complex areas, you'll actually have more presets underneath here to kind of work through. So like you'll have some that have oxidation with a bunch of scratches and different kind of stuff underneath here, or paint metal flakes and all that kind of stuff. In this case, it's pretty simple. It's just oxidation, on or off. You're going to see this little area right here. And if I hold down, well, if I don't hold down shift and I just drag this D to the left, and you see it update over here, that's actually dragging that oxidation all the way down. So we're adding and taking away oxidation in the diffuse map only. If I go over here to the spec map and drag the D down only, you don't see any changes because the oxidation in the spec map is controlled by this S slider over here. So always be mindful of that. There's a lot of presets that are set up to where maybe you don't notice a whole lot of diffuse change, but you do notice some very severe spec changes. In fact, there'll be some presets that we're going to go through where the diffuse is completely knocked back and it only shows up the spec. So if you're just looking at the diffuse, it looks fine, but as the model turns and the light hits it, you're going to see little glints of detail. So depending on what the look you're going for is, will drive this. If you hold down shift, let's go ahead and go back to the diffuse over here. You hold down shift and drag, that'll knock them all down at the same time. And you're going to see there's a height as well, and that's actually grayed out because we're not doing a height map. So if you hold down shift, oops, drag that back. If you hold down shift, it'll drag them all down at the same time. And then if you go to your other ones, you're going to see that those are going to be knocked back at the same value at the exact same time. And another thing I want to bring up is if you hold down shift and you drag this down, you're going to negate the effect of that across the diffuse, spec, and gloss. And if you hold down shift to bring it up, you should be able to toggle it on and off with this, it's kind of a square clicker on and off, and it's not really working. I'm not sure if that's a bug or if that's only with material presets. So I'll bring that back up as we get deeper into this. Anyways, so oxidation obviously isn't going to work because we don't need oxidation on the shirt and the leather. We do want oxidation on the metal stuff, but we can't really use that across the entire environmental. We're going to have to do it based on material. So I'm going to go ahead and click this X and go ahead and delete that. Here's the scratch metal. I'm going to hold down shift and drag that down. And so the scratched metal is all of this stuff that's showing up. Again, can't really use that on the cloth and everything. And then dirt, this one we might be able to keep. So dirt is an environmental for a dusty cowboy that's been in a dusty environment. That does kind of make sense. So I'm actually going to end up leaving this dirt environmental because dirt can cover cloth the same as it covers metal. We'll see how that goes. We'll kind of look at it as we go and see if that's actually going to work. If you click on, so here we're in the environmental tab, by the way, up here at the top. If we go over here to the export tab, these are going to be your export settings for your maps, and you can go through here. One thing of note in here is your gloss map is usually set by default as the alpha of the specular. If you don't want that, you want a separate gloss map, go ahead and uncheck that, and then it'll be its own map. Everything else is pretty straightforward. You've got sharpen, grayscale. You can do it as an alpha or RGB of any other map that you choose or not. So here's your diffuse settings, spec, gloss, height, and normal. And you can export these all individually, or you can click this button down here, and this is quick export of any of the check maps. Right now we have export of specular, diffuse, and gloss. We don't need to export the normal. So those are all checked. So that's the export tab right here. And here's the environmental tab, which again we've talked about. And the only environmental one we have on now is dirt. So that's going to be his overarching dirt is going to be from that map. If we go into Material tab, you're going to see a bunch of crazy colors, and these are the colors that we actually baked out from our poly paint. So we've got yellow representing cloth. If we want to zoom in, I'm just going to use the mouse wheel and kind of zoom in. If you're kind of over here and you want to move around, it's based on the previewer of Photoshop's image viewer. So if you actually have to click and, oops, see, there we go. You have to click and then zoom out, and then if you want to zoom in over here, you got to zoom in over here, kind of reset focus using your mouse position. So that's how you can kind of navigate around this thing. Kind of weird, but you can get used to it. If you hadn't had, I think at the beginning you can do a color swap. If you didn't have that on, all the diffuse colors over here would be like yellow, pink, blue. But what it did was every one of these materials has its own preset. So for example, if I click on material number 1, it's going to be called material number 1. If you click this, and we can go ahead and rename this, I'll just name this cloth. And it's got a default diffuse. This default diffuse in the swatch right here actually replaced this color. If you didn't have that checked on at the beginning and you loaded it up, all the cloth stuff in here would be banana yellow, which isn't what we want. Of course, I say we don't want that. If you did actually make these RGB values make sense, which of course we didn't, we just picked random colors, but if you did have set colors that made sense, just go ahead and keep that option checked on. But in this case, so our diffuses by default for material number 1, they give us a dark gray. So if we had brought that in just with our color, it probably would look something like this. If we want to, we actually baked the poly paint out of the actual color of the shirt, but if you want to kind of match it just to see how it's kind of going to look, you can kind of go through here and just pick something. It doesn't really matter because, again, we've got a diffuse baked out. But we can go ahead and kind of mimic what that would end up looking like. And over here we have a speck and a gloss for the cloth. We can do a quick reflectance, which is what I'm going to do for all of these. So I'm going to click this quick reflectance down here, and I'm going to go through this list and pick something that makes sense. So for the shirt and jeans, I'm going to go ahead and choose a rough fabric. And if I click that, it's actually going to give me another default diffuse. So maybe choose your quick reflectance before you go set your diffuse, because it'll reset it for you. If we go into the spec, here's our spec map so far, and here's our gloss map. So because we chose a quick reflectance of cloth, it went ahead and made our gloss very low or very dark so that it'll be nice and broad spec. It won't be a tight spec like a plastic or a metal. And then our spec, catches the detail, and our diffuse is just a flat color. If we want to add more dirt or grime or anything to this, what we have to do is we have to add a material detail. So like I said before in the environment settings, in the environmental tab, you can add details, but they're details that only make sense in an environmental sense, in an overarching sense that everything is affected by it. If you want to do that on a per material basis, this is how you do that. You click on your, whatever you want to work on, which is in this case cloth, and then you want to go ahead and add a material detail, and that's going to load details. And it's going to give you a long list, and you can do show all, which is what is default. Then you can do chemical, custom, mechanical, organic, all sorts of stuff. So you got leather and coarse linen and stuff like this. We'll go ahead and just do show all. And let's go ahead and add some dirt in here. And again, I haven't really done anything in particular. I haven't gone through this process yet, so I'm just kind of picking things at random. You can do dirt blotches. Here's coffee stains. That might be a cool one. If you want to preview this, you can click this preview button, and it'll go ahead and crop. I'll move this out of the way. It'll crop an area. And actually, this area kind of makes sense, because you can kind of see a little bit of the shirt. If you want to change that, do set crop size, and you can actually change this. Let's grab a little bit bigger swatch. And why we're doing this is, so let's get some jeans and some shirt in there. And why we're doing this is so that while we're messing with these settings, it goes a little bit faster. It's really fast on this machine, and this machine isn't that new. It's probably about 5 years old, and we're working on a 2048, which isn't small, but it's not gigantic like a 4096. So again, you could work half res when you first started up, and you'd be working on a 2048, but it works pretty fast on a 2048. So here's our coffee stain material, or material detail that we're adding, and you can go through here and set randomness. You can bring it down and just kind of mess with these settings and see, that random is if you go all the way down, that's a bit much. So if you bump this up a little bit, that'll kind of isolate it. And again, sometimes you're going to be looking at things just for the spec, just for the diffuse, or maybe a little bit of both, depending. Mess with the level here. Edge fatness, all this stuff. If you get something that you like, also, Let me go ahead and drag this on here. You also have on edges and cavities and everywhere. So this is just on edges. Obviously, if you do in cavities, it'll go through and just isolate those to just the cavity areas. And everywhere, I'll just do it across an entire surface. So depending on the look you're going for, we'll go ahead and keep on edges. You're going to want to keep that in mind. And I also may have mentioned this before, that if you load up an object, or not a tangent space normal map, but a object space, like a world normal map, it will actually tell ZDo what surfaces are on the top and the sides and the bottom, so you can actually have more wear and tear of some types, like fading on the top or mud splatter on the bottom, and that's where this kind of stuff comes in. So you can do object space, and then you can gather it from there, and then you can also do an angle bias. I'm not going to go crazy into detail on ZDo. It's a little bit out of scope for this. I'm just going to go through and get some nice base texture stuff out of ZDo. I'm probably going to end up, once I get to a certain point, I've explained everything, I'm just going to hit, I'm going to go through and record this without any me talking, and we can just go quickly through it, because it's a very simple process, just going through, clicking these things, kind of seeing what it looks like, what looks right, what doesn't, and then exporting your maps. So I'm going to go through a couple examples like this one. So if I like everything, we've done a preview crop. I'm going to go ahead and hit this button down here, and that'll throw us back into our original image and apply our coffee stains. And then once we've done that, you can go here to coffee stains. You can click on this swatch, and you can make, so the coffee stains by default is that color. If you want to brighten that up a little bit, you can do that. Okay. If we go over here to the spec map, you can see this is what the coffee stains is doing the spec. If you want to lessen that effect, you can drag it to the left or to the right to enhance. The same thing with the gloss. Or, like I said before, you can hold down Shift and do it all at the same time. So it's like, okay, I like the coffee stain, but it's a little bit much. I'm going to hold down Shift and kind of drag all of these down a little bit. And again, really, we might do a mix of between my poly paint that had stains on it already and using the spec map that ZDo gives us. We might do a little bit of mix of the diffuse and spec, I don't know. We'll see. So we like this, so we're going to go ahead and keep it. If you want to add another detail, you can go over here, I believe, with this thing still open, and let's do an organic surface. Go ahead and click that. That'll crop to this, and right now it's kind of going over the leather and over the cloth and everything. That will isolate it to whatever you have your mask painted. Right now it's just a preview. So for example, if I just do in cavities, doesn't really change much. Doesn't look like this one's going to change too much. This is, I could maybe use this to kind of model the surface, and well, let's go ahead. So let's say, okay, this is okay. It's a little bit much, but whatever. Let's go ahead and grab it, and we'll apply it. There we go. Now, again, like I said, maybe I just want this to kind of undulate the surface on a spec map level only. So I'm going to drop the diffuse down to nothing. And oops, I'm sorry, that was the coffee stains. I'm going to drag the organic surface diffuse down to nothing. So now, it doesn't make any difference. However, if the light hits it, what I can do is it'll go to the spec map, and it'll actually do quite a bit. If that's a little bit much, you can drag that spec down. Now you might be saying, I don't really know what that's doing to my surface. I'm making all these different changes over here, and I don't really see how that affects it on the final object. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and close this. We want to see this all in the model. If we click this previewer, it's going to go ahead and export these maps. It's going to go through, flatten all the layers, and then export them onto this. By default, it'll give you a cube. Let's go up here. And down at the bottom, we have these HDRI cubes. So by default, this middle one is clicked. You can click through these and change the different lighting setups. This one's like, I don't know, some sort of Ninja Turtle thing. You can go through and click on these lighting setups. And it's on a cube now, which is okay. So you can kind of position the HDR light. And by default, it has spin turned on. So if you sit there and look at it, it's slowly spinning the HDR image around. So this is actually image-based lighting. If you don't want it to spin, go ahead and click that spin thing off, and it'll just stay stagnant. And I think, navigation-wise, so Control and right mouse will kind of zoom in and out. Just clicking and dragging in your screen will zoom around. If you click this More button, you'll actually get more options. So you can turn the backdrop on or off, and you have backdrop on. You can actually go through here, and here's your RGB for your backdrop. And to turn the light around, it's holding down Shift and just dragging in your screen. And it's not really the light. What you're doing is rotating your HDR image around. So if you watch the previous video on this where I built this guy in ZBrush and then did a couple quick renders, you're loading in an HDR image, which is just a circular image that's getting the light, that's getting lighting based on your image, and we're just rotating this around. When we get into Modo, I'll actually explain that a little bit better because we're going to render this guy in Modo eventually. Same kind of deal. And again, you can change your lighting setups. So we'll go ahead and keep this first one. That looks fine. But again, you know, here we can see the diffuse updating. Let me zoom in a little bit. The diffuse updating, you can kind of see the speck as the light kind of goes across it, what the coffee stains are doing, but it's still kind of hard to tell what's going on because this is just a flat cube. I want to bring in our actual mesh. So I'm going to go over here to load mesh, and I have an accessories OBJ and a body OBJ because remember in the 0 to 1 space, the accessories took up all that space, and then we did the body in a separate pass. So I'm going to double click this accessories OBJ, and here's our accessories OBJ. Let's hold down shift and move, and we'll just tumble this around. So right now, if we zoom in, the material preset on the hat, everything looks, you know, the hat looks metal. The cloth isn't looking that great, but we're slowly getting there. Let's go ahead and click dedo back up here. There we go. So with this open, and we have this previewer, toggle previewer on. So right now the pipes are open. So as I make changes to my file over here, it's going to update in this screen. Again, I have very limited real estate here because I'm recording. Let's go see if I can move this over. Okay, so we can kind of see dedo load. Let me see, make this mesh a little bit small, this window smaller. That'll work. Trying to fit everything on the screen here. Okay, so again, we had an organic surface applied, which again didn't make any difference on the diffuse, but is on the spec map, you see it's kind of the cowhide surface, and on the gloss map as well. So where that comes into play is, as we move this light around, you're going to see, you kind of see that cowhide pattern because the lighting is affecting it in the diffuse or in the gloss and the spec. So that's basically how you're going to work this. This is a little bit much. I kind of don't mind it that much, but I am going to drop it down a little bit in the spec and the gloss. So what I'm going to do is hold down shift, and under organic surface, I'm going to drag this, I'm not going to hold down shift, I'm just going to drag this gloss down. And as I drag this gloss down, dedo's baking out another file and then shooting it over here. So it's going to update this on the fly as I drag this down. If I drag it all the way down, let's go ahead and just drag diffuse and spec down quite a bit. So it's not going to make that much of a difference. You're going to see it updated over here to where you can hardly even tell. It kind of breaks up the surface a little bit. Coffee stains is actually a little bit heavy, so I'm going to go over here to the spec and drop down coffee stains in the spec. It's going to rebuild. And in a gloss, I'm going to drag that down. Shoot another map. So it's pretty quick. And then diffuse, you can drop that down a little bit, and now it's going to lighten that up a little bit. So again, just going through one after the other and doing all your material presets. Let's go ahead and do leather. I'm going to go up here and we'll do a hat real quick. And then we'll just keep moving on to each piece as we kind of see them. So the first thing I'm going to do is, so our hat's over here. We know this is the hat material right here, but it's material 0. So I'm going to click on that. It's going to change to material 0. I'm going to go ahead and click on this, and we'll call this leather. So it's not just a hat, it's everything in the scene that's leather, so all these straps and the hat as well. And for diffuse, we'll go ahead and choose a brown. Oops. Dark brown, okay. Oh, we should have done quick reflectance first, sorry about that. So we're going to do a quick reflectance, and let's see if they have a leather. Maybe a rough leather, leather, dark leather, black leather. Let's do a dark leather. So that's going to set the gloss for us. You're going to see it should go from metal to a more of a leathery appearance. So if you go into the spec here and the gloss, so this is what dedo sets up as the defaults for. And I think that looks a little bit too reflective for me for leather. I'm just going to drag. I'm going to the spec color, and I'm going to make this a little bit darker. Hit OK. And you're going to see this kind of drop down. And that gloss, I'm going to broaden that gloss a little bit. So I'm going to take this gloss color and I'm going to make it a little bit darker as well. That's going to broaden that out a little bit. There we go. There's our leather. And of course, you're going to go ahead and add material detail. What I'm going to do is just go through and add presets for all my stuff. So let's do another really quick one. Metal, we have all in one color. So I'm trying to figure out what's the best thing to look at for metal. This would be cool to look at, but I think the gun will be more informative. So I'm going to go back down here between his legs, and we're going to look at this gun. And the gun stuff is all, oops. So this, you can zoom in and out by doing mouse wheel over here. So I'm going to click over here, make this active, and then I'm going to zoom in. For metal is the light blue stuff. I'm going to click on that. And let's go ahead and make, if I was smart, I would have separated out this gun metal from the rest of his metal, because he could do, like for his badge, you could do like shiny metal. For his gun, you could do gun metal. For his clips, you could do aluminum or whatever. Right now, everything's just metal. So let's go ahead. That doesn't make that big of a difference. I can make changes later on. I'm going to go ahead and do gun metal for everything. I'm going to do quick reflectance of gunmetal. It's going to go ahead and change this to a nice gunmetal color and give us the proper spec for that. So here's our gunmetal, and actually that looks pretty cool. Let's go ahead and diffuse is fine. Let's go ahead and add a material detail, and we'll do go to mechanical, and let's do our rasps, and let's preview that so we can kind of see what we're getting. And I'm going to set this preview window, because right now this preview window isn't very helpful because it's only showing up on the shirt what it would do. So I want to look at it. I'm going to set crop size. I want to look at it, what it's going to do to any metal areas. So let's go over here where we've got some metal. Actually, here's the badge. That'll actually be pretty cool. Let's go look at the badge. I'm going to hit enter. And I'm holding a spacebar to actually move this window around back here. Oh, it's not going to let us. Let's go ahead and move this over. So here's rasps, what it's doing. Randomness, kind of make that a little bit less. That looks fine. So we'll go ahead and hit OK. So when you update this, you can actually see what it's doing. I'm going to zoom out of here, and I'm going to go up to this badge over here and see what it's doing. There you go. So I'll kind of frame this badge a little bit. And as we move the light around, we kind of see what the spec map's doing and what our rasps are doing. Let's go ahead and make this active, and we'll zoom out, and we'll go look at the badge up here. We got this selected. So this is our material 2. Let's go ahead and call this metal. And our rasp, so if you shift drag this down, you're going to see it update over here. So it's just kind of eating up those edges a little bit. And hold down shift and kind of move this around. Let's go ahead and add another material detail. And we can do heavy edges, paint wear, scratches. Let's do show all. And we'll do acid's a good one. So we've got acid over here. Let's go ahead, and we've got it previewed, and that's cool. So let's go ahead and apply it to our big scene over here. And I'm going to go ahead and close this for now. I'm going to go ahead and hold down spacebar and zoom in. So hold Control plus. So as I toss this light around, and down shift, you can kind of see what acid did. Kind of gives it a really cool, old-timey corrosion along the edges there. And actually I like that, but if you want to change it up, you can go in here to the diffuse, and instead of being a blue, you can make it a little warmer. Hit OK, and then watch it update over here. You can change it on the spec and the gloss, just like anything else. You can kind of see what each one of these is doing. So you can keep going through every single material, go ahead and name it, choose a quick reflectance, add any details that you want, and just go from there. And one thing I forgot to mention is I'm going to use metal as an example. So we've got our gun over here. You can also load in presets. So I'm going to go ahead and kill this rasp. So that's the only, on the metal, we did the quick reflectance of gunmetal, and then we added just one detail. What you can also do is you can add a material detail, and you should be able to load a preset. Just click this button up here in the middle. That's going to bring up a preset window browser. So now if you look through here, you can find something that'll kind of fit what you're looking for. So say we wanted to do, you could do peeled painted metal, which isn't going to work for this gun. But we'll look for something that'll work. Let's do, here's metallic rust. That might work. Yeah, let's do that. So let's say we want to do a really metallic rusty gun. And even if you're using a preset, you can go ahead and update this and go through and change things as you want to. So you don't feel like you need to be set in this. You can just use this as a base. So I'm going to choose this metallic rust. So it's going to go through and do its process of applying all the material details for the preset of metallic rust into just the metal mask of our file over here. All right, so we went through and we added all that preset to all the metal parts. And you're going to see it updated this metal down here. I'm going to hold down shift and kind of move that light around. So I added a bunch of stuff, and it looks pretty rad, I think. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble with navigation here. I'm trying to navigate through like 4 different programs, so it's taking me a minute. Let's go look at our thing up here. So it added a bunch of really cool stuff, and if you go through, you can actually see what this preset did. So it added cowhide and, oh my god, like 50 different things. Now, if this was a really big, cool metal object, these would probably all look really awesome. But really, we've got very, very little metal on this guy. So it's probably a little bit overkill, but we'll go through a couple of them and see. So on this one, we've got cowhide. Now, if I turn this on and off, it should update. Yeah, it's going through and updating. So this actually works. It looks like for the environmental ones, when you turn this button off, it doesn't really update for some reason. But as you do cowhide, update on and off, it'll actually turn it on and off, and it'll update over here. If it's going a little bit slow, and you don't want to sit here and watch it update over here, say you've got a pretty good handle on how your 3D viewer actually works, what you can do is go ahead and close this, and then we can just work on our map over here. So make sure this is off. So toggle previewer is off. The pipes are closed. So we're not going to preview. So this will be a little bit faster. So I'm going to go up here to the metal over here, and we can go into, we can turn cowhide on or off. Doesn't look like it's doing much. So you can kind of go through here and see what's not doing much. Let's find, so the super sharp, it's nothing happening in the diffuse. So we go to the spec. You'll see spec and gloss is at 100%. So if you turn this on and off, you can see what it's doing. And this one doesn't seem to be doing much. Edge chips, not a whole lot in the metal. So it's got a bunch of very, very fine-tuned stuff that I'm not seeing making a whole lot of difference in here. So you can kind of go through here, and you can kill some layers that may or may not be doing anything, or leave them on. And again, remember that the diffuse, spec, and gloss are all separate. So if you see something and you're making changes over here, and color changes or anything, and you're doing sliders and looking over here and nothing's happening, make sure that is actually affecting what you have checked over here. All right, so we've got them lined up with the material settings that we want. I've loaded in a bunch of presets and got them looking kind of the way I want. So what I'm going to do is, I don't know if I mentioned this, if you hit spacebar over here, you can get rid of all that stuff. Or if you hit spacebar, you can see all of your options. So you can do that. And so we've got this, but this, of course, this isn't our poly paint. So we want our poly paint to actually show up. So what I'm going to do is, here's our dedo that we're working on, and here's our original. Here's our original poly paint that we baked off. And again, if I hold down Control and click, we actually kept the alpha of this. And we did that for a reason. And the reason why is because it'll be a lot easier for us to take this and just shift drag that into our file over here. And I'm just going to drag this right below the diffuse cavity. So you're going to see in this file, you've got diffuse, spec, and gloss from your dedo file. So I'm just going to put this poly paint right in here. And so now I don't need this file anymore. No, we don't need to save. So now we've got our dedo file over here. So I'm going to bring dedo back. And let's see if dedo will actually update. So let's go ahead and we'll toggle this off, and we'll toggle this back on. And let's go ahead and close it actually. And we'll go ahead and save this. Save. And then we'll toggle this back on. There we go. So now we've got our spec map along with our custom diffuse that we made. So really what we're seeing is mostly just our poly paint. Now if you want to drag this down a little bit, it's just Photoshop. So you can go in here and change the opacity of your poly paint and and mix it with the poly paint that you actually had out of Dedo, or you can keep just your poly paint, you know, whatever you want to do. I'm going to hold down shift and kind of, it's on spin right now, I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. I'm going to bring Dedo back. And I'm going to drag this window a bit bigger if I can. Looks like it's having a little bit of problems. I'm going to turn that off and then turn it back on. There we go. So we got our corners back. So I'm going to actually make this bigger. You can kind of see it a little bit better. Okay, so here's our guy, looking pretty cool. If I go to, let's choose this first one and hold down shift and kind of move this around. He's looking, his clothing's looking a little bit too specular. And you can change that, obviously, in the different ways that I showed you. So you can just go over here and click this and then move his spec down or make it darker if you want to. But you can see his diffuse, his poly paint showing up well. If we go in here to his gun, all that cool metal wear and tear looks cool on his gun and on his handle. His leather looks pretty cool on his hat. If you go to more, you can actually choose, you can do a save screenshot of the desktop. You can do wireframes. You can show the actual wireframe of your object that is drawing. Flat shaded. You can turn sky on or off. You can turn spin, that'll just spin the HDR, or you can hold down shift and drag that. You can change the exposure, you know, more or less. So once you get something that you like, you can even do depth of field if you want to. And once you get something that you like, all you have to do is hit this save screenshot of the desktop, and there will be a screen 001.png. And I'll go ahead and open that up. And, you know, here's a screen, here's the desktop image. So, really, really cool previewer in Dedo. And the next thing we're going to do, and I'm probably not going to talk while I do it, I'm just going to go ahead and record and talk over it later so we can speed it up. I'm just going to bring the head and hands in, do the same material presets. There's only a couple, I think there's skin and fingernails. And we'll just do the same process and load it up, and then we'll take it into Modo to render. Alright, so now we're going to go ahead and export these maps. So I'm going to go over here, go to my export menu and make sure we have diffuse, specular, and gloss turned on. And we can go to just quick export. And these are all separate maps. And it went and exported them for us. So I'm going to go ahead and do a file save. So if I do ever want to open this again, what I have to do is open up the skin.ddo.psd and then open up ddo, and it'll just, ddo will read all my layers and just remember exactly how everything's set up. So we've got all my maps. I'm going to go ahead and open up Maya and go ahead and throw my maps into Maya and make sure everything's looking okay. Alright, so we've got our textures out of ddo, and now we want to plug them into our Maya scene and do a couple quick hardware renders. Our actual rendering is going to be done in Modo. But we can go ahead and throw our textures on in Maya and do a quick setup. So I'm going to select any part of his body that is a clothing accessory, and I'm going to hit Control A, and I'm going to go into the clothing tab, which is this shader, and I'm going to click on color, and I'm going to plug in his clothing ddo diffuse, and let that update. There we go. And it's not going to change a whole lot because we are using pretty much the diffuse method we've already given it. Now you are going to see a big difference on his clothing spec, because right now you see how it's all plasticky and there's no difference between the metal and the cloth part. So if we go back on this, click this little back arrow, and then bump mapping we're going to skip. That's the normal map we've already made. Go down here to specular color, click on that checkerboard, go to file, and let's go ahead and grab the clothing ddo spec. Now you see there's a broader spec on the cloth, and it tightens up, so the leather has a very, very soft, subtle spec. And then as soon as it hits this metal, it kind of glints up. If you go down here, you're going to see there's wood, and then there's some really rusty looking metal. His pants, his leather hat. So they all have different material properties now. Let's do the same thing for the skin. I'm going to click his head. I'm going to go to his color file. And we're going to drop in, we're going to go up one. Oops, I'm sorry, we're going to go to up a few. Textures, targas, skin ddo, diffuse. Back out one, and we're going to skip bump mapping, and we're going to go to specular color, go to file. And you're going to see when we go to specular color and hit file, all that spec's going to disappear because by default it's a black color. So he's getting no spec at all, and so he looks like a clay model. However, if we go ahead and load up our spec map, which is the skin ddo_s, we get our spec back in there, and now we have all that spec detail on that character. So we've got our character in here, he's got all his maps plugged in. I'm going to go ahead and take his gun and position that. I'm going to go ahead and combine and then delete history. Center his pivot. I'm going to hit W and I hold down C and just curve snap that to here. And it looks like I baked his gun at a little bit bigger than it needs to be. So I'm going to move this kind of into place here. Let's tilt it out just a little bit just by rotating. Scale it down just a tad. And we'll put that right in his holster here. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but if you hit this yellow ring around here, you can actually use the screen to dictate the rotation axes. So that's kind of useful. All right, he's got his gun in his holster, all his clothes on. Now, if you want to render this guy, there's a couple different ways you can do it. You can do a Maya software render, but I wouldn't recommend doing that because it doesn't know how to handle the normal map by default. So what I'm gonna do is click on this render display render settings window, and right now I have it set to render from Maya Hardware 2.0. If you don't have that, you can just do Maya Hardware. Go into the Maya Hardware tab and make sure if you're doing like I am with this guy, you can do production quality or production quality with transparency. And that'll give you a really nice render. And Maya Hardware is really fast, so you don't need to worry about time. Here's your common settings over here. If you are going to render out a sequence of images, what I would do is you can set it to like an AVI, or here's an AVI in here, and you can do name.number.extension. Here it is. So here's name.extension. I would do name.number.extension. AVI is multi-frame, so it's actually going to render out a video. If you're rendering out a single frame, you would just choose an image. We'll say targa, and then I would change this to name.number.extension. Seems to work best. And then you can pad that. It'll pad that with multiple numbers with this frame padding. So if you're rendering out like 10,000 frames, you want to make sure you give this padding so that it doesn't label 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then you drop them into Premiere and it goes all out of order. So you want to go ahead and put some numbers in front of or some zeros in front of that first frame. And here's your start frame and end frame. And of course, we're not rendering out a sequence. We're just going to render this guy out as a still image. So everything looks fine. And we're going to render from our perspective camera. I have it set to 1K square. You can choose anything. You can punch that all in manually if you want to, or use any other presets. I'm going to go ahead and close that. So here I am just in my perspective camera, and we use Maya hardware, so when I hit this, it's going to give me a 1K render. And you can see there's a lot of black space around here. I'm going to show you how to fix that. But if you end up with a really small view here, you can hit this 1:1, and that'll show you actual pixels. If you want to keep this frame and render out different frames with different settings, what you can do is click this Keep Image, and that'll store this image in the texture viewer. So if you render out another, say you want to put in a light and see how that affected, or change your gloss map or change your spec map and see how that affected your final image, you can go ahead and store it in here and then switch back and forth between them. So that empty black space is all around this character, because even though we're looking at him and he's kind of cropped in here, we don't know where our safe action or where the ends of our frame actually are. In order to view those, I have to have the camera selected, which I do. I'm in the perspective camera. I'm going to view camera settings, and we're going to do a resolution gate. And this is going to show us our 1K square. There it is. Here's our 1K square. I actually still can't see the tops and the bottoms. It's probably right here at the top of the screen, but just in case, I'm going to go to View, Camera Settings, and I'm going to turn on Fill. There we go. So now we can actually see exactly what our camera's going to see. And you can actually do a safe action here if you're rendering out to NTSC and you need to, that's kind of an old school thing, but just in case that's in there. We're just going to frame this guy. We'll get a nice big image of him. And I'm going to do another render. Very cool. And now you can see, because I saved that other one, shrink that down a little bit, I can actually toggle back and forth. So there's the one I saved, and then there's a new one. Looks kind of jaggy in here. Make sure you hit that 1:1, and that'll be actual pixels. And right now he's kind of flat lit. There's not a whole lot going on in here. If you want to spice it up a little bit, and again, it's going to be a very rudimentary render. This isn't about rendering in Maya. I'm just going to show you a couple little things. So what I'm going to do is go to Create, Lights, and let's just do a spotlight. And in order to move the spotlight around, I'm just going to go to Panel, Perspective, Look Through Selected. Now I'm looking through that spotlight, and just using Maya's navigation controls, I'm going to pull back, and I'm going to put a spotlight right here. I'm going to hit Control-D to duplicate that spotlight. I'm going to swing around, and you're going to see the original got left over here, and I'm going to position it about here. Now what I'm going to do is going to go ahead and drag and just select the spotlight right here, hit Control-D, and I'm going to swing around to the back here. And then I'm going to select this light that I have right here, double click over here, and we're going to call this our rim light. I'm going to select this one over here, and this one over here we're going to call our key light. And then this very last one that we had is going to be our fill light. And in order, see, now, if I want to go and look at the front of my guy, if I pull this around, it's actually going to move my backlight, which I don't want. I want to keep this here. So what I need to do is go to Panels, Perspective, and go back to my Perspective viewport. So here I am. So our lights, you can see in our scene, are all still right here, no problem. But our guy, we can actually go and frame our guy now. So let's go ahead and do just a really quick render. Cool, so now we've got a rim light in here, we've got a fill light, and we've got a key light. Now the fill light and the key light are the same property, so he's kind of illuminated a little bit too much. So what we're going to do is go and grab our fill light over here. I'm going to hit Control-A to go into the attributes for that light. I'm going to go scroll all the way up. I'm going to click this Color tab, and I'm going to click this light blue here, and then I'm just going to drag this saturation down so it's just a very, very hint of light blue. I'm also going to go ahead and drop this intensity down to, say, 0.5. And now, let's do a render from this side. And now we've got our rim light, we've got our fill light, which you can just see is just like a hint of blue, and then we've got our key light, which is where most of the lighting is coming from. So again, just very quick, rudimentary rendering and lighting in Maya with Maya hardware. And of course, we'll go ahead and take this into Modo and do our really nice render. All right, before we jump into Modo and do a rendering, I'll go ahead and add a spec map to our hair layer. So here's our hair transparency. I'm going to add a new layer. I'm going to go into my brushes here, and I'm going to select that last brush that we made for my brush presets, and we made a new hair preset with the dots. We go into brush tip shape, turn that spacing down, turn on shape dynamics, other dynamics, so it kind of fades out. And with this new layer selected, I'm going to go ahead and hit the back bracket to kind of make this brush size smaller. And I'm going to go ahead and hit X to switch this between black and white. Do Alt-EL Enter to fill with my foreground color. And now I'm going to drop this down about 58% so I can actually see what I'm going to be painting. I'm going to go ahead and hit X again so I can change that from black to white, my color. And I'm going to change my opacity and my flow. I'm going to hold down Shift 7 and then hit 7. That'll change my opacity to 70 and my flow to 70. And now I can just kind of paint where my spec map's going to go. And I'm going to kind of do this as like a anisotropic spec map, so it kind of towards the middle of the hair it'll kind of shine and then kind of fade out as it goes towards the ends here. So I'm going to turn, so I'm just making sure I stay within the bounds of my alpha map. Turn this back up to 100. I'm going to hit Control L, and I'm going to drop the overall levels here. I'm going to grab this white and kind of bring this down so that's dark. Let's darken that whole image up. I'm going to make my brush size a little bit smaller. And I'm going to change my opacity to 3, so I'm going to hit 3, and then hold down Shift 3 and change my flow to 30%. So now I've got 30 and 30, and I'm going to go ahead and lighten up this middle area a little bit. Actually, let's do 60-60. There we go. Kind of lighten this middle up a little bit. And I'm also going to click with my Wacom pen, and I'm going to go grab like this big 100 size brush with white selected. I'm going to drop back down to like 20-20, so 2 and then Shift 2. And I'm going to put a little bit of white right across here. Then erase our black, build this over here. I'm just going to kind of brush over the middle of this here. And if I want to level this down just a little bit more, and then brighten this up. Good enough. So this will be our spec map for our hair. So I'm going to go ahead and flatten this image, which is under Layer, Flatten. I have it set to a hotkey, Layer, Flatten Image. And I'm going to go ahead and hold Control-Shift-S this. And we've got a hair test transparency. Hair test, we'll just call this hair test spec. And we'll go ahead and go into Modo. All right, now that we're in Modo, we want to go ahead and import our meshes. So I'm going to go to File, Import, and I'm going to grab the accessories, OBJ, and I'm not going to worry about it bringing it in as static meshes or any of that stuff. If you did have a super high poly object, sometimes it's useful to bring it in as a static mesh. In this case, I'm just going to bring it in as a mesh. We're going to File, Import again, and we'll grab the eyes and the hair. And we'll go to File, Import, and we'll grab the body. And I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail in Modo, frankly, mostly because I've only been using it for about a week, so it's not like I'm an expert or anything. So I'm a little more fumbly than usual, that's why. As well as, you know, this is just kind of an extra thing. Just kind of a little special little Modo thing. So I like Modo for rendering, so that's what I'm going to use. So as you can see right here, it imported these meshes. So we've got an empty mesh right here, and then we've got accessories, eye, hair, and body. These are group nodes right here, just like in Maya. Under these group nodes, you have mesh nodes. I'm going to go ahead and Control select all these, and then click drag these up, and then Shift select all these, and then delete. We don't need those groups. So this mesh right here, go ahead and rename this. I'm just clicking, and then I clicked again, and I'm going to rename this. I'll just name this skin. And I click here, and this will be eyebrows for now. We might have to split these. We'll might split those up. And this one is just accessories. In fact, let's go ahead and break this one up. We don't really have to do this. This can all be one object if we want to, but just to kind of show you a little bit of what Modo can do. What I'm going to do is hold down, I'm going to hit 3 to go into polygon mode. I'm going to zoom in here, and I can double click these eyeballs, and then do Control X, hit N to make a new mesh node, and then Control V to paste that in there. And now I can just name this eyes. And then eyebrows, we'll just change this to hair. So now we've got our Modo scene all broken up. And like I said, you don't need to have your object broken up. It can all be one object, and then you can just do material assignments based on poly selection. This will just allow us to do a little bit easier material assignments. And again, just to show you a little bit of how Modo works. But if you want to, you can just grab each of these, do a Control X to cut to your clipboard, and then Control Paste by selecting another one of these, and you paste it all into one layer. So here's our geometry layers. I'm going to take the skin, and with the skin selected, or the skin mesh selected over here, I'm going to hit M, and we're going to call this skin SG, skin shader group. That's going to assign a new material to it. Same thing for hair. I'm going to hit M, call this hair shader group. Oops, did SH, and I'll show you what I'm doing in just a minute here, going into these different things. Accessories, hit M. Accessory shader group. Then hit Eyes, M. Eyeball shader group. Okay, so now we've got different materials assigned to each of those selections. Now we just need to bring in our textures. So what I'm going to do is go into my shader group node here, or my shader tab over here, and you're going to see here's all of our shaders. We've got eyeball, accessories, hair, and skin. If I click this down arrow, you're going to see the material shader ball. So this is actually a shader group, and this is the shader you're actually going to be working with. So I'm going to maximize all these, or down-click these arrows. And with the eyeball selected, I think all we have for the eyeball is a normal and a diffuse map. So eyeball selected, I'm going to do add layer. We're going to do image map, load image. And I'm going to go to my E3D folder here, to my textures folder, and we're going to grab the eyeball diffuse. And anytime you bring in a texture into Modo, it's going to assign a diffuse color by default. In this case, we do want that to be diffuse. And then we're going to go ahead and load another image. And this will be our eyeball norm. Now, the eyeball norm is also going to come in as diffuse color. And it doesn't look like... Let me hit M. Let me assign eyeball shader group to that. And shaded... I'm going to go into texture mode here. There we go. So now I'm in texture mode. What I'm doing is I hit Control 2, and that's the different shader mode. So now I'm in shaded, or I'm sorry, we don't want to be in shaded, we want to be in texture mode. And you can also do that over here. You can change it to texture mode. So I'm in texture mode. So now, if I select my eyeball diffuse and turn off eyeball norm. So here's my eyeball diffuse showing. Now if I click on eyeball norm, it's going to be my normals showing up as a diffuse map, which I don't want, because by default, Modo brings it in as a diffuse color. So I'm going to right-click diffuse color, and we're going to tell it, we're going to go to surface shading, and we're going to make this a normal map. So now, if I click my eyeball shader group, we've got, actually I'm going to change this to advanced GL. There we go. So now we've got shading and lighting information, and our normal map will show up, and our texture map. So now we've got our normal map assigned to that eyeball with our diffuse map. And if you want to change the material settings, you can go down here to material, and you can change, your specular amount. We'll change that to like 90%. So now it's super specular. Actually, let's bump that up to 100%. Fresnel roughness, we'll drop that down to like, say, 20%. That's maybe a little bit too tight. Let's change it back to 35. You can do reflection amount. Let's do like 25% reflection. And we'll reflect the scene, so we'll do blurry reflection. So we're just going to kind of do a quick eyeball material. If you want to import an eyeball material, you can actually go to the render tab. And now we're in the render tab, and we've got our render camera here. So I'm going to back this out. And you can see here, it's actually rendering the geometry, but the only thing that has texture information, so here's my actual render preview. The only thing that has texture information right now is the eyeballs. But we're going to change that really quick. But since we're in the render tab, you see all these presets over here you can use. So you can actually load in all of these awesome presets. The cool thing about the presets is if this is all broken down into different objects with different materials, like if his rubber had its own UVs and his leather had its own UVs and his cigar had his own UVs, you could go through here, and this cloth had its own UVs, you could actually go through here and choose, like out of all of these different things, like here's some fabric presets, so fabric carpet, and you can go through here and change maybe the cloth to maybe some of these. What else we got? Metal, occlusion, organic, painted plastic. Let's go into metal. And under metal, there's aluminum, brass, chrome, all sorts of awesome presets. So you could actually just go in here, say to iron, and pick out any of these cool iron presets, and then load your textures into those. Again, they are just presets. So you can actually go in here and recreate all the settings. But, definitely go in here and check these awesome presets out. I'm not going to use any of the presets because, again, this is a game res model, so everything's kind of lumped into one material. So we kind of have that limiting factor here. But let's go ahead and load in the rest of our stuff here. So we've got the eyeball already done. I'm going to go to accessories, and I'm going to go to add layer, load image. Go to targets here. We're going to go to clothing, and we're going to grab the clothing diffuse, and that threw it into the diffuse map, which is perfect, just what we want. Load image. Let's load in the spec. And that's going to load it into diffuse. We don't want that, so I'm going to right click that. We're going to go into basic channels, and we're going to change that. Oop, it's going out of my recording area now. If you go into basic channels, there's going to be one called specular color. I'm just going to choose that. So now I've got that loaded into specular color. I'm going to go down here to the material tab for the accessories, and I'm going to change that specular roughness to like 85 and blow that out, and then our specular amount to like 5%. Let's see, our diffuse color. And diffuse color you can bump up if you want to. And you can see, don't really look at the view. See how shiny it is in the viewport over here? Look at your render up here. So really, if I turn that specular up to like 20%, that's still a little bit high. Let's do 10%. Well, the bad thing about having this all on one material is you can get the cloth to look right, but then your metal's going to look like clay. So if we go in here, let's go ahead and tune to, let's go down to his gun here. And again, you can tune, I mean, if you pump this up to like 60% specular, you get a nice specular on the gun, but then his pants might be a little bit plasticky. Hard to say. Well, I'm not going to mess with the materials too much until we get the HDR lighting in here. So I'm going to go ahead and bump that down to 25%, and we're going to call this a day for now. Let's go ahead and bring in our load image. Let's go ahead and grab our clothing normal. Clothing normal. And of course, we're going to change that from diffuse color. And you can do this. There's a recent tab, and I know this is going outside of the recording, but you can change that to just normal because we used that recently. So now we've got our normal detail on our guy over here. Another thing we're going to need is we're going to need to go down here to hair. And we're going to go to add layer, load image. We're going to grab, let's go back to textures, and we're going to grab the hair diffuse. We're just going to change with the color. Well, let's do hair spec, and then we'll do another add layer, load image, and hair trans. Hair spec, we're going to change to specular color. And hair transparent, we'll go to basic and do transparent amount. I think that ought to do it. Go in here and look. We'll see how that renders out when we actually hit render, if it actually works in the alpha. Okay, so anyways, we've got everything kind of loaded up. And let's go ahead and do the skin. Last one. Let's make this quick. Skin, add layer, load image. Targa, skin, we're going to skin diffuse. I'm going to leave that as the diffuse color. Load image, skin spec. Change that to recent specular color. Oops. Change that to specular color. We'll change this back to diffuse color. And then we'll go to add layer, and we're going to grab our normal map. And we're going to change that from diffuse color to our normal. There we go. All right, so we've got all of our textures loaded in, and now what we're going to do is go ahead and set this guy up for a little bit of a nicer render. Actually, the first thing I want to do is go to this hair shader, go to the material, and for the diffuse, I'm going to just click that, and we'll make it, drag that and make it darker. So now I go up here to the render, zoom out on this face here. There we go. It's a lot darker. Okay, so we've got his hair in there, we've got his eyes, and we'll do the material tuning again after I have the lighting set up. So, setting up lighting. First thing we're going to want to do is, God, I got to move that gun again. Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and move the gun. This will be a good moto thing. So we'll go back to the modeling view. I'm going to do shift space to go back in the item view here. And I'm going to select this. What do we have here? Items. So we're in the accessories. I'm going to switch, hit 3 to go in the polygon mode. And I'm going to middle mouse drag over the entire gun. I'm going to go into scale. I'm going to scale this gun down a little bit. Move this into place again. Again, sorry, I know I moved this into place in Maya, but now you can see me do it in Moto. And we'll go ahead and move it around. All right, there we go. So we've got his gun in his holster. And now we can go back into the render tab. Render tab, okay. So now his gun's in his holster. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to this browser over here, and we're going to go and grab environments. Let's do indoor, and we'll just do this first one, this bathroom probe. I'm going to double click this, and that's going to give us an HDR image. In order to get this to go ahead and light our image, I'm going to go up here to this first render global up here, and I'm going to choose global illumination. I'm going to choose enable. What that's going to do is now our guy is going to be illuminated by this HDR image, and he's going to have some nice GI. So nice shadows and all that stuff. The next thing we need to do is have a floor plane so he actually casts shadows. So I'm going to go into the model window. I'm going to select a box over here. I'm going to go down here to this top view, and I'm just going to drag out a floor plane and hit Q to drop that. So now I've got a floor plane for him that he's just standing directly on. With the floor plane selected, I'm going to go back into polygon mode by hitting 3. I'm going to select that. I'm going to do Control X, hit N, and then Control V to paste. And let's name this floor. And again, let's hit M. We'll call this floor material. And we'll go ahead and make this diffuse amount for the floor 100. And we'll turn the spec mount down to 0. Because we really just want this floor to catch our shadows. So, speaking of, let's go back into our render tab. So now we've got our guy, we've got a floor plane. Now the only thing is I don't want to see this floor in the render, I just want to use it to catch shadows. In order to do that, I need to pop this down. So we've got our floor material here. I'm going to go to Add Layer, Special, and again I'm just going out of the recording window, but just choose Special and then choose Shader. I'm going to drag this floor material above the base shader, choose that shader ball, and under, where's it at, alpha type, I'm going to choose Shadow Catcher. So now that's going to change it to just a shadow catcher. Is going to disappear. We're going to see it's going to be casting shadows. I don't know if you can, yeah. So if I tilt down here, you're going to see that shadows list going out off into nowhere. I'm going to go ahead and change the directional light so the shadow's going straight down. So I'm going to go back in items mode. Actually, I can stay in shader mode. I'm going to roll down and go to click this directional light. And with the directional light selected, I think I'm going to change this -30 to 0. And this -45 to say -90. There we go. So the shadow's now pointing straight down. I'll keep it nice and tight around his body there at the bottom. Another thing we want to do is go ahead and get rid of that background. I don't want to see that background while we're rendering. It's kind of distracting. So what I'm going to do is this environment node is where that probe image is. I'm going to right click this environment node and hit duplicate. Open that up. And there's two things we need to change in here. If I choose, so we'll call this top one environment. This first environment we're going to want to be visible to the camera, but not lighting the scene. So we're going to keep this visible to camera on and then turn off all this other stuff. The second environment we made, we're going to make this invisible to camera, but leave everything else on because that's what's going to light our scene. And so the one that's visible to camera, I'm going to delete this environment color. So now he's lit by that environment, but he doesn't have that environment visible. Only problem is, so we've got a shadow here, but we've got a really ugly background. So let's go back down to the environment that is visible, which is, this is the visible one. We're going to go to the shader ball underneath it, and we're going to change it from a 4-color gradient just to do a 2-color simple gradient. And then you can change this blue color to maybe a dark gray. And then this bottom color to maybe a light gray. You know, play around with these, see what you want to get. So now we've got a nice nothing background. But, you know, he's rendering with that HDR image lighting. Now, if you want to change that lighting on him, what you need to do is click this environment probe bathroom, go to the texture locator and go to rotation Y, and you can just rotate this around. And what that's going to do is actually rotate that bathroom texture around. You can see how that lighting's updating. So now he's getting a really bright light over here and a really soft light over here. So kind of play with this to see, and you can leave that environment bathroom on if you want to see it rotating around them to see how it's actually lighting. I'm going to go ahead and leave this at 0. But that's how you can change the lighting on them. And if we zoom in here, now what you can do is go ahead and go in and start tuning some of these materials. So now remember on the eyeballs, we cranked up that specular and reflectivity. The hair, let's go into our shaders here. Let's go ahead and scroll up. The skin's okay. I'm not going to go into surface scattering or anything because it is a separate material, it wouldn't be that difficult to do. The body might be a little specky. Actually, it looks a little bit flat. Let's zoom into that gun here and see. And again, you might have to go in and tune your maps and say, you know, bring in the gloss map and have that connected to your reflected color. And so you have a lot of reflectivity on the metal and none on the cloth, or very little on the leather, depending on what kind of look you're going for. I'm just going to leave these. I'm not going to mess with too many of them, but if you do want to mess with them, just go to the, like say the accessories one, click on the material, and this is where you can change the specular amount. You can turn on reflection amount, say 5%, or maybe 15% because we got some metal in there. And let's go into his shirt and his pants and see if that made his pants look metal. And I mean, yeah, a little bit it did. So I mean, let's change that down to like 5%. And then you can turn on Fresnel if you want to. You can turn on blurry reflections for all these, like we did for the eyeball. The hair, we can crank up the specular amount to say 50%. Turn that roughness down so it's nice tight spec. Change that reflection amount. The skin, specular amount is 20. Let's go up to the face here. Not too bad. So let's say I want to do a test render of this guy just to see what he looks like. So let's go around and kind of frame him a little bit. And again, if you want to see like his render globals like in Maya, like the frame size and stuff that you're rendering, just go all the way up to this render output. And right now we're rendering at 720 by 480, which I think will be fine just for showing you guys. And another thing is we have this alpha output and final color output. So if I go ahead and render this guy, which is, you can click this render button or go to render or hit F9. That'll launch the render window. And here's our super nice render. And so we have the final color output, which is one of our outputs. And we also have this alpha output. So we've got this nice alpha that we can use to chop our guy out. And there's a lot of cool things you can add as an output. For instance, if I'm in here and I go to add layer, and I think it's, I want to choose special and then do render output. So we're going to add a new render output. Instead of doing final color, right click that and do surface ID. So I'm going to choose that now. And now that we have surface ID, and I do another render, let's go ahead and render a back view just to kind of see. Let this render here. So now when I go to final color output, I have an alpha output, and I also have a surface ID output, which is every single material that I have in my scene. It'll make a mask for it. So when you take this into Photoshop, you can just do a magic wand selection or a select by hue, and you can isolate these individual parts, and then you can tune them individually in Photoshop, and that's super cool. So if you did have a cinematic character with everything broken up into rubber and metal and everything, just use this, and then for your final color, you can go in there and tune those individually. So that's extra cool. So let's go ahead and frame our guy again. You can also go in here to your render output, global illumination. You can up the irradiance rays, go through here and mess with these settings if it's not quite giving you the quality you want. You can also go through here and just double click any of these interior. They got interior, indoor, outdoor. So here's a bunch of outdoor stuff. So maybe you can throw this guy in the desert, see how he looks. Go to studio. You got studio lighting if you're rendering jewelry or a phone or whatever you modeled. If it's more of an industrial design type thing, or throw this guy in the studio and see how he looks. There might be a really cool one in there. But anyways, once you get your render here, go ahead, render it out with the material IDs, take it into Photoshop, and just fine tune it and make it look awesome. And that's Modo. And the reason I use Modo is because it is such a simple way to get really nice renders instead of setting up a bunch of stuff in Maya. Actually, there is one more thing I want to show you. Let's go ahead and change his HDR image. I'm going to double click this Outdoor Pro 04, and that's going to change my HDR lighting. And it's kind of give him a little bit of a rustic lighting. So let's go ahead and do a quick render. And you can see how easy it is to change the entire mood of your model here. and he's kind of integrated into this background image using that background lighting. So that's another really cool look. But what I wanted to show you was if you wanted to do a turnaround with just that lighting, and of course if you wanted to get rid of that environment thing, you'd have to go through and do the environment stuff we've already done just to get rid of that. However, so let's just go ahead and do it. So we'll go ahead and duplicate this one, open these up. This one we want to be visible to camera, this one we don't, and the one that's visible to camera, we want to go ahead and delete that. And then we want to go ahead and go to our visible to camera and change it from a 4-color gradient to 2-color gradient. Make this gray, make this light gray, call it a day. So here we are with the new environment lighting and the new setup. Let's go ahead and just do another quick render just for the heck of it. Much better. We got our dude in that with that new HDR lighting. The other thing I wanted to show you is if you want to, you can also do, let's go to all of our shaders here and we'll turn off. So this little eyeball next to the diffuse, we're just going to turn all these off. The diffuse, and the hair we might have to change back to gray, and the skin, we'll turn off the diffuse. So now when I do, let's go just turn this hair back to, take this hair, and we'll make this hair color just kind of a gray, just so it matches a little bit. Okay, good enough. So now when I render this out, you just get a render that just really shows off your normal map. So it's super easy just to go through, turn off your diffuse, and then you have a nice clay render so you can show off the details, and then you can show off the textures and the spec and all that stuff. Just wanted to show you guys that.